Good morning, Chatty House.
Heyo. Casey Tucker gets the belt on a Monday. Congratulations, Casey Tucker.
Casey Tucker Band.
What's up, Warren? Oh, Michigan's here. Yeah, hit that thumbs up. And also subscribe if you're not subscribed. Although I guess if you're probably in here already, you're probably subscribed. What's up, Will C? Hi, Salvador. What's up, bro? David, what's good? Marcus, what's up? Tony, totally. We are partying. Did I say hi to David already? Chris, hi. What's up, Johnny G? What's up in my Coach Christie era? That'd be so sick. I'd love to see Cooper Flag out here. What's up, Loki? Oh, Zabo's here too. Hi, Zabo. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Everybody. Oh, hi, Mrs. Mac. What's up, West Sac? Hey. There's Complex. Complex is the person who does the most, who I see doing the least. I feel like every time I see Complex, he's just like chit-chatting. He's running 14 stations. He's having multiple conversations at one time.
Mixing.
He's doing nothing and everything all at the same time.
Yeah.
What a human. What a person.
World-renowned DJ.
I came up with a slogan for Underdog that I'm going to use today. It's not their slogan, and it might be bad for me to use it, but I'm going to try it.
Okay.
I'm just going to give it a rip. If my read's in the first segment, so
I'm here for it.
We'll see how it goes.
Like
oh, whoops. Hang on.
Pyramids? Or was it?
Here we go.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. No Joe Brazil today, so we're kicking it old school. I'm trying to figure this out on the fly and making sure I'm doing everything correctly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be quiet over here and make sure that you get everything you've got to have.
Dude,
all the buttons pressed that you have to press.
I can't believe I used to do this every day. Not that anybody cares. This is not a hard job. Like, don't get it twisted. I'm not complaining, but don't write in the newspaper that I'm complaining. No, it's not hard. It's just a lot of steps to monitor and take care of and remember. So I'm going to do my best. There's a really good chance I'm going to screw something up here at some point. Hopefully it just doesn't knock the station off the air. Good morning, James Ham. Happy Monday to you. I have a question for you off the top.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
wearing your new Valkyries hat.
Yeah. Got repping the WNBA.
Yep.
So regular season starts this week, by the way. But I'm scrolling this morning, and every once in a while, some stuff happens in the morning, especially after a weekend. Stuff will happen Monday morning, and that's a gift to us because I get to jump on here and I get to talk about it with you, which is great. And of course, everybody in the chatty house. Good morning, everybody at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Subscribe to our channels. Hit the thumbs up button while you're there. Hit the little notification bell. That when we go live on YouTube, you're there, and we're there. Also, if you're listening on 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, we appreciate you. And of course, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show is the podcast version of this show, available wherever you get your podcasts. All right, so sometimes news comes down Monday morning, and it's like, great, we have an outlet to talk about this. I have a couple things from today. I'm going to start with the more recent news, because one thing is news and the other one's not. It was announced today that Michael Jordan is joining the NBA on NBC. So NBC is going to have NBA broadcast rights again starting next season, and Michael Jordan is going to be some part of their coverage. We don't know exactly what his role is going to be yet. Are we thumbs up or thumbs down on MJ joining NBA on NBC?
You know what? I think it depends on how you do it and how willing he is to like break the wall down and actually be a functioning member of like a broadcast team.
Sure.
Right. So I think like when you look at Charles Barkley, you look at Kenny Smith, you look at Shaquille O'Neal and that group. I think that they're wonderful together. They play off each other and everything else. Are we not on the air?
God. See, told you I was going to screw something up.
We're better?
Yeah, we should be good now. Checking, hopefully. No. Boy. Really screwed this up. All right. It's fine. This is what happens when...
Well, I'll keep talking.
Yeah, no, you keep talking while I figure this out, because I told you I was going to screw something up at some point.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to...
So for me, it's like, look, if you're going to have a player, a former player step in, like, he has to be all in. And to me, I don't think Michael Jordan has been all in and a functional member of sort of the NBA world since he left the game.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, we had his Hall of Fame speech. We had some of the other things that he, like here and there, you get to hear from him as like an owner of the Charlotte Hornets, but he realistically has not been like a big time personality.
Mm-hmm.
And for that matter, I don't know that he's ever been a big time personality outside of his game. Like his game had so much personality, but he was always smug. He was also very guarded because that's the world he lived in.
Right.
Yeah, I remember reading one of the first books about him. I think The Jordan Rules.
Yeah,
and
by Sam Smith.
Maybe that's what it was. And they were, we're all good to go.
Yeah,
Charlie's back.
Yeah. I was worried about knocking the station off the air. The thing that would avoid me knocking the station off the air is just not having the station on the air at all.
Oh, okay.
So we're fine. We're on the app. We're on the radio. If you were tapped into the radio and listening to silence for the first couple of minutes, thank you for sticking around.
Yeah, sorry about that.
My bad. Anyways, keep going.
Yeah, so
Michael Jordan.
My
NBC.
point, there was a moment where, they missed a freeway exit and went down to the next exit to get off and turn around.
Mm-hmm.
And they pulled up, got a red light, and people started flooding out of their apartments to come out and see them. And were standing on the streets chanting and celebrating Michael Jordan. This is during his playing days. And in the time that it took for them to stop at a stoplight and then go for the lights to turn green, like the author said, like 1,000 people were on the street right next to them cheering and celebrating that they had got off on the wrong exit. That's what, just
rock stars.
Yeah, beyond rock stars. So maybe it's possible that he's moved past that and that he can be comfortable in that setting.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope so, because I would love to hear more from him, but it's got to be in the right tone. It can't just be, well, they're not nearly as good as I am.
Right. And that's what, so that's what's really interesting is I think a lot of people, I'm a thumbs up on this because I want to know what Michael Jordan has to say.
Yeah.
This is not random guy. This isn't Ramon Sessions. Like this isn't, I want to know what Michael Jordan thinks, even if it's like even if it's what you just said, even if it's, man, Tyrese Haliburton is never going to be me. I don't think he would say that, but that kind of vibe, even that, at least it's all right. Gives us something to talk about.
Yeah, there's a smugness to him that I hope that is gone.
But I don't think there's going to be when it comes to, I understand the concern because so much of what we have of Michael Jordan speaking publicly about things is on the documentary about his Bulls team.
Yeah.
And obviously, that's about him. We're seeing a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff and hearing a lot of stuff about him as a competitor when he's trying to win. We're seeing, him watching clips of Gary Payton saying that Gary Payton's going to shut down Michael Jordan, and we're watching him respond to that. I don't think that's going to be, because there were a bunch of clips going around on social media today of appearances that he's made on special, not podcasts, but video type of things, where he talks about how the game has changed for the better now. And you have guys like LeBron James who are able to play so many positions. So now that singular dominance like Michael had is not necessarily required anymore because guys are so able to do so much. And so as long as he's watching the games, that's my biggest thing. If as long as he's watching the games and then giving what he actually thinks, then great. But if it's, hey, we're going to trot Michael Jordan out there once a month and he's going to be a guest analyst in the studio, and it's really clear that he hasn't watched any hoop. It's like watching Charles Barkley talk about college basketball.
Yeah.
I'm a big Charles Barkley guy. I think Charles Barkley's great on TV. I know a lot of people don't.
I love him
on TV.
Yeah, I love
But
him.
it's really clear when he's talking about college basketball that he has watched very, very little college basketball.
No, I totally agree. The other thing is, like, when you put Michael Jordan into a setting like this, you have got to have the right people around him.
Mm-hmm.
And what it can't be is some players that like are sitting there like, oh my gosh, that's Mike.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be someone like Ernie Johnson who controls the conversation and
Yes,
moves it from
1,000%.
one thing to the next. He's got to be able to hand it to Michael, take it from Michael, hand it to somebody else, play off of everybody. And I don't know who that is. I don't. It's probably Mike Tirico or someone.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure who NBC's lead analyst or lead
anchor
would be for their NBA side. But I hope that it works.
We're also not even sure that that's the capacity that Michael Jordan is going to be on NBC in.
That's true.
He might be I hope
they don't drop him into a game.
That's a concern.
Yeah.
They drop him in as an analyst for a game.
Okay.
I don't think he would be great at that. I mean, maybe he's been working on it and he's awesome. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
maybe he
I don't
would,
think that's probably
but still,
his
it's
fort.
tough.
And then is he a studio analyst? Is he a guest analyst sometimes? Do they do a special Michael Jordan show where it's like This Week in the NBA and Michael Jordan talks about what's going on in the NBA for half an hour? That's what I'm interested to see what role he has. And I'm a big thumbs up because, man, I just want to know what Michael Jordan has to say about the NBA.
No, I agree, man. Like it would be kind of cool if he even did like he had his own show where he interviewed players,
mm-hmm.
you know, and I like talk about like the biggest honor ever for a player to go sit in studio and like get to sit down with Michael Jordan and do something.
You'd probably get more candid answers from guys.
Maybe you could have a couple of guys just totally clam up and be like, "Oh my gosh, that's Michael Jordan."
They might.
Yeah.
But also, I think you'd be way more open to if if Malik Monk walked in here.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Monk's sitting here and we're interviewing him. Malik's gonna be good because he gets the media thing. He's an amicable person.
You would just have to have your finger hovering over the dump
no
button.
doubt. This is a stream-only interview with Malik. No, but he's going to be good. You get Malik Monk sitting next to Michael Jordan, I think you're going to get very different, even more candid answers than you would if he's talking to media people. Does that make sense?
True. Yeah.
So I don't know. I can't wait to see how they use him. I just really hope that it doesn't turn into like Shaq is good on it inside the NBA, but it's pretty rare that Shaq is like super complimentary of specifically a big man in the modern NBA. Like it feels like a lot of, well, he didn't win the titles, I won, so the hell with him.
Yeah.
I know it's not all that, but it feels like there's a lot of that, and I just hope that's not what it turns into with MJ. I don't think it will.
Okay.
I don't think it will. The other thing that happened today is, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Shams Charania, a bomb from Shams, says that Giannis Antetokounmpo might possibly consider the potential idea of maybe asking out of Milwaukee.
Oh, you don't say.
Like, thanks, Shams. I don't know, man. We all know this. Like the minute they lost, we jumped on the radio and we're like, hey, Giannis is probably asking out, because Giannis himself went on a podcast 2 years ago and was like, I'm not above asking out of here. If I don't think I can win, I'm going to ask out. He said that.
Yeah, you look at their future is so dim.
Their host.
Oh, man.
They're so screwed.
It's so bad. I mean, they owe Damian Lillard so much money.
A lot of money.
He won't play. He might not play at all next season.
Yeah.
I mean, popped his Achilles. Like
if he plays next season, it's probably
ago.
late in the year, and he's probably not super effective out of the gate.
No, I mean, this is a nightmare situation for a team that, you know, is holding on to a superstar, but also that all of their other players just faded quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's tough. That's tough.
Yeah. So, and then Brian Lewis of the New York Post reporting that the Nets are ready to pounce. So yeah, the Nets and 29 other teams are going to be making phone calls about Giannis Antetokounmpo. So that's out there in the ether now. It's not. It was being presented as breaking news from Shams. Shams is just letting everybody know what everybody thought.
Well, that and
we're all there.
I mean, we had it last week where Howard Beck started listing the teams that he would like to play for.
Right. Yeah.
What was it? Miami, New York, and LA.
Yeah. Of course.
Huh.
A shocker.
Yeah.
And then, of course, today, the NBA draft lottery, 4 p.m. And who's representing the Kings? You had that this morning?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Keon Ellis.
Look at him go. Shout out to Keon, the undrafted guy. Undrafted guy. Going to go represent the Kings at the lottery. I think that's so much more fun than when it's a GM.
Yeah. Yeah. That and, like, Keon Ellis has some flair. Like, this is a fashionista dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you should see his locker. Like, he likes to dress well.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be all excited to be there.
Love that for him.
And like, for me, like, if you're going to have somebody, I think this does a couple of things, Kyle. Number one, it sets a stage that, hey, those worries that Keon Ellis might not be back, like, those are over because Keon is going to represent us, which means he's already in the building. He's already having conversations. He's already part of the what's happening.
Do we think that's also the case for Zion Williamson, who's representing the Pelicans?
Well, see, that's the other thing. Yeah, I think right there, that's
crazy.
The Pelicans saying, yeah, we're not trading him, everyone.
That's wild.
And then, what if they land the top pick? They might trade him. It's like, hey, we got to clear out space.
We got Zion in the number 1 pick. What's up, Bucks?
Yeah.
Want to send Giannis down there?
Yeah, what's happening?
That would be, man,
absolutely wild.
So the Kings are 13th, just to put a bow on this. The Kings are 13th. They keep their pick if they jump into the top 4.
Yes.
That's the only way they can move up.
Yeah.
Is if they're top 4.
Okay, so
because they can't get pushed from the bottom.
Yeah, the lottery is just the first, second, third, and fourth picks.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get past the fourth pick, it goes in order of record from there on.
Right.
So the top 3 teams have the same exact odds of moving to number 1.
Mm-hmm.
The fourth place team has like slightly less, and then it starts going downhill from there. The Kings have 3.8% chance of landing in the top 4,
big time,
and a 0.8% chance of being the number 1 overall pick.
Come on, boys!
If they are not one of the top 4 picks, their pick goes directly to the Atlanta Hawks.
Yep, it's that easy.
Who are sitting there salivating.
The Kings are either top 4 or they don't have their pick this year.
Exactly.
So we'll know pretty quick whether the Kings jumped into the top 4 or not. Because it'll go 15, 14. And then if it's not the Kings at 13, we know.
Yeah, and the 14th pick, so people know, is the Atlanta Hawks. So the Kings won the coin flip for 13-14 with the Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
And so the 14th, if it goes according to Hoyle, like the 14th pick is going to be the Atlanta Hawks. The 13th pick will be the Sacramento Kings.
Right. But the Hawks pick goes to San Antonio.
Yes.
And then the Kings pick goes to the Hawks.
Exactly.
Huh.
Yeah.
So we'll know very, very shortly after 4 p.m. today whether the Kings have a pick in this year's first round or not.
Yeah, and I mean, the entire likelihood is that they will.
There.
Yeah, 96.2% chance that they will not be selecting.
Yes. But 3.8% chance says they will.
Saying there's a chance, Kyle.
Right. I'm still catching L's on Underdog, obviously. It's over the weekend. It's just me. If you ever wonder, hey, Kyle, open the Underdog app and you actually make a lineup? Yeah, man. I actually make a lineup
every day.
And I actually catch an L every time. I got one over the weekend. I got a little bit of money back. I got a 3 out of 4.
Okay.
Or a 2 out of 3. So I did snap the losing streak, but there were still more L's than W's this weekend. So download the Underdog app, sign up with promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to play along. Here's where I'm at tonight. I'm going Timberwolves-Warriors. I've got a 5-player lineup.
Oh, that's bold.
I'm going Jimmy Butler lower than 26.5 points. I don't know that he can dig deep and get another 27-plus point night.
Okay.
Because I think Golden State really went for it in Game 3, didn't get it, and now I think they might fall behind the 8 ball a little bit. Dante DiVincenzo, I'm going higher than 8.5 points. I need Dante to make 3 threes. I like that. Buddy Hield, lower than 3.5 3-pointers made. At some point, Buddy's going to go cold. At some point, he's going to start missing.
Doggone it, Kyle.
He's going to start missing.
It's a trap.
He might even go like 3 for 8, but at some point he's not going to hit 4. Damn it.
Oh, come on. Come on, Kyle.
Julius Randle, I'm going higher than half a double-double. Julius Randle has been sensational in this Warriors-Timberwolves series. And Draymond Green, I'm going lower than 1.5 3-pointers made because I'm not totally sure that Draymond Green is going to last the entire game. So that is my lineup tonight for Warriors-Timberwolves. Would love for you to play along with the Underdogs Pick'em game. It's super easy. Pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stat projections, and then you can turn $1 into 1,000. Join the millions who have won billions on Underdog. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. And in New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. NBA Draft Lottery, NBA Playoffs. We got some baseball from over the weekend. The A's dropped 2 of 3 to the Yankees, but I want to gripe about that a little bit. We'll get into all of that here on The Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. Okay, I think we're good.
We're on.
We are.
You did it, Kyle.
I was hoping they were going to send Jeremy Lamb.
He's been permanently sidelined. What are you talking about?
What's up, Jose? Morning. Oh, hey, Soren. What's up? What up? Everybody, if you're watching on the stream, if you could hit the little thumbs up, that would be awesome. And if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe.
I can only make the thumbs up bubble when I'm at home.
That's weird.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, you did it.
Oh, yeah.
Thursday. Oh, yeah. 202 people watching and 39 thumbs up. That's crazy.
Say that again?
202 people watching and 39 thumbs ups.
Come on, everybody.
Unreal stuff. About a minute here. You know what? Hey, that's fair enough. Hey. Oof. Hey, Sizzlers. Shout out to Sizzler, bro.
Oh, when I was a kid.
Hey.
When a Sizzler after church?
I disagree. Chatty House isn't bad. Say it again.
I said going to Sizzler after church when I was a kid.
Oh, boo. So jump over to YouTube just real quick. Hit the thumbs up, and then you can go back to Twitch. Hey. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
A lot of things to remember. I think I've pushed all the buttons and I think we're on air. We're good. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're taking you up to noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. D'Lo and KC will take you up to 4 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock, coverage begins game 4. Celtics at Knicks. Excited to see how that series kind of continues rolling forward because, man, felt like in game 3, the Celtics figured something out. Like figured out how to make their threes and pull away from the Knicks instead of letting them climb back into the game after going up by 20.
Yeah.
Like the Celtics are going to be okay.
I hope so. I hope that that's a series, because I think the other game tonight, the Minnesota Golden State game, which we have here, right? Right here on ESPN 1320.
Do we?
I believe. Isn't that what Charlie came over and told us before?
No, he told us we have Celtics Knicks.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I lied.
How babe.
I hope that it becomes a series because I just don't think that the Warriors Timberwolves series is going to be anything interesting to watch at all.
It's just it's such a weird series because no Steph takes a lot of the intrigue out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But then Minnesota won by, I think, 24 in game 2, but it was kind of an uphill climb. And then they won game 3, but it was definitely an uphill climb.
Mm-hmm.
Like 1 or 2 possessions goes differently. That game's a lot different. It's not like, oh man, you're just watching Minnesota just steamroll a team that is not great and also doesn't have its best player. It's just a rock fight. So even if it gets to 6 or 7, it's not like, wow, what a series. It's just like, ugh.
If you're Minnesota, though, you have to have it in the back of your head that we have to win the next 2, because if you don't and you leave the door open for Steph to come back, who knows what happens? Right. Now it's possible Steph just isn't ready to come back fully.
Sure.
It's possible he can't play in game 5 or game 6, maybe not even game 7, and it's possible he steps on the court and just doesn't look like himself.
Yeah,
but it's also possible he's Steph Curry and you're done.
Yeah.
And
you don't want to risk that.
No, you don't want to risk that. So, yeah, I definitely would not want to face the Warriors tied at 2 apiece with Steph Curry coming back.
No. Or even up 3-2.
Yeah.
With Steph coming back. But let's stick on that game because I learned a lot of stuff over the weekend, and I want to go through some of the things I learned over the weekend.
Okay.
If that's okay with you. The Warriors season rides on Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, boy.
That's what the reason they were in the game the other night is because Jonathan Kuminga was outstanding scoring the basketball. And whether he can fit in a Steph Curry offense, it looks like no. But in an offense where it is, hey, you're going to get the ball and you find a way to the rim or you find a way to get to your shot and you shoot it. On a team full of dudes, Moses Moody has become unplayable. Quentin Post has become unplayable. Trace Jackson Davis is playable, but he's not going to help you outside of 8 feet from the basket.
Nope.
Buddy Hield will shoot it. Buddy Hield's gonna shoot the rock.
Either he'll make them or he'll miss a bunch of them.
But he's gonna shoot. Brandon Podziemski, as far as scoring goes, is giving them nothing. He had 26 in game 4 against the Rockets, and I think he's averaging 7 points a night for the rest of the playoffs.
That's not good.
Not good. Like it's just they are running out of dudes who can or will shoot the basketball, and Jonathan Kuminga will shoot the basketball. And as game 3 was kind of winding down and you're assessing what happened in that game, there's no world where Golden State is winning a game against Minnesota without Steph Curry where Jonathan Kuminga isn't scoring 28 plus.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 games, he scored 30 in the last game and 18 in the one before that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been spectacular. He's 11 of 18 and 8 of 11 from the field.
Yeah.
So what are we talking? 19 of 29 from the field.
Man,
like everything that he's doing is great. The other thing he's doing is, he's actually getting to the free throw line a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But it really does remind me of the Kings. It's because when you give the ball to Kuminga, it's a lot like giving the ball to DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it's like, okay, this is our only option at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Please save us.
Yeah.
Right. And other times it's like, okay, you took it too far.
Yeah.
And so you're caught in the middle, especially a very young scoring version of DeMar DeRozan. So he's got also the quirks of being a young player.
Sure.
So I think that if there's a pathway through for them, it probably does have to go through him, at least until you get Steph back.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have to, like, if you can make him a focal point to where the defense has to adjust and it frees up some of their shooters on the outside, that would mean everything to the Warriors at this point.
Yeah. And they just need somebody to start knocking down shots.
Yeah.
Because if not, because defensively, they've been really good against Minnesota. Now, Ant took over the other night. He was outstanding in the second half specifically. But their defense has been fine. It's just, I don't know that they have the horses to put the ball in the net enough times.
Yeah.
Even if they play well defensively. And so it's going to come down a lot to Jonathan Kuminga. That was thing number one that I learned. Thing number two that I learned over the weekend, the Shedeur Sanders discourse has completely jumped the shark. We've reached the point now, because this is the time, this is the cycle, just and this is not anybody's specific's fault. This is just the media environment that we live in, where a story happens and then that story gets covered. And then with the 24-hour news cycle, that story gets covered ad nauseum. Everybody gives their takes. And then we reach the point where things flip. And now the story isn't the story anymore. The reaction becomes the story.
Oh, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, it does, because there's this thing called keywords and SEO.
Yes.
And so what
Search
people
engine optimization.
What people found is that mentioning Shedeur Sanders in any post,
Yes,
like, just feeds the machine.
can confirm.
Yeah, and so they're just finding new ways to bring it up.
But he gets asked in his press conference over the weekend, because Tom Brady said very publicly, yeah, I texted Shedeur after the draft and told him that this isn't the end of his road. Where he got drafted doesn't matter anymore. Look at me. I'm the perfect example. I was 199. What place you got drafted in doesn't matter once you get there, because now it's football. So Shedeur Sanders got asked in his press conference, hey, Tom Brady texted you giving you some advice. What was your takeaway from that advice? And Shedeur said that my journey is a lot like his, and relayed basically what the text message said.
Yeah.
This got taken as Shedeur Sanders arrogantly compares himself to Tom Brady.
No.
Like, no, he didn't.
Look,
You don't have to like every player all the time. Like, I get it. And I've largely been pretty indifferent towards Shedeur. I didn't think he was a great prospect, but people smarter than me thought he should have gone in the first round. So, okay, cool. That's they know more than I do. But I thought the draft side, like, that sucks for him. That sucks just for anybody. And again, has he had the hardest life? Like, no, probably not. Has he had his dad, coaching him since high school and got him into Jackson State and then to Colorado? Yeah, sure. He's kind of been there, but dude, this is a dude that has dreams and aspirations of playing pro football. It sucks that thought he was going in the first round. He went in the fifth. The taking that quote out of context, like, we're just inventing things. If you didn't like that he walked over and showed off his watch after a game, okay, I don't mind. But if you personally are against that, cool. But making stuff up now and taking stuff out of context, like, now we're past criticism of Shedeur Sanders and we're making things up as reasons to dislike the guy.
Well, and I think they're making things up to, again, get clicks.
Yeah.
Just straight up. I mean, and that's a tough thing. And he's put himself out there enough where he is going to be like a clickbait headline guy. That's just who he is. And it's sort of the path of the Sanders family to put themselves out there in a way that, this can happen, right? Sure. But at the same time, like, this is a college kid. This is a kid who just got drafted. What is he, 22?
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I mean, like, you're going to make mistakes. You're like, everyone think back to when you're 22 and number one, how long ago that was for me.
God,
it was a long time ago. And I mean, the fact that my oldest just turned 22, it's
true.
Yeah. Thanks. You just understand that, like, look, they're going to make mistakes. He's going to make mistakes. And eventually he'll either get humbled or he'll be out of the league.
And that's just it, is he has taken this approach every time he gets asked, like, yeah, I'm here now. I'm competing.
Trying to be honest.
That's what I'm glad to be around a team environment, because you're solo for so long in the lead up to the draft process. Excited to be around teammates again. Like, he's saying all the right, but he compared himself to Tom. No, he didn't.
Yeah, that's tough.
Relax.
Especially when they ask a question.
Yes. Hey,
You
what did
know?
you take away from your conversation with Tom Brady? Like,
Yeah.
Ugh.
Those are tough too. What I don't like doing in like very seldom will I do this, where the only time is when it's something like extremely egregious. But when a player comes up and talks to the media and says something very specific aimed at another player or at a coach, and then you have to ask the coach about that, I don't like doing that.
Sure.
Because like for me, typically what you get in post game is players like repeating some of the same verbiage that they just got yelled at in the locker room, right? So if a coach says something very specific, you usually hear that. Yeah, we made mistakes. Someone might look at the box score, but we just can't let somebody shoot 43% from three to again and again. We just can't, and that's because that's what they just heard, right?
Right.
So I don't like taking a player's words and playing against a coach, or a coach's word and playing against a player, because then it's on me because I'm not going to exactly read the quote back to them.
Right.
Now I'm, like editorializing the quote back to them.
Right. Yeah. I'm
and
paraphrasing.
And that's where it gets like dangerous, because what as a media member you should never do is try to start a riff between a player and a coach, unless there's literally a riff and you're just examining it and you're getting them to talk about it.
Yes.
But a lot of times it feels like you're creating something, and that's not our job.
An example, if Keegan Murray says we need to be better,
we
were off with our rotations tonight and we need to be better in that, you don't then go say to the coach, hey, Keegan Murray said that you haven't been doing enough defensively in practice and that you need to work on your rotations. Thoughts?
Yeah.
That's
or hey,
that's
coach,
not what he said at all.
Keegan Murray said your rotations were off. And defensive rotations and rotations in general are two totally different things.
Right.
And coach would be like, what do you mean rotations?
Yeah.
And so, I that's just not the game I like to play. But it happens.
Shout out to Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for him. Like I said, I was pretty indifferent, but now I'm rooting for him. Third thing I learned over the weekend. We're watching Oklahoma City, the Thunder, the basketball team. We're watching the city of Oklahoma City. No, we're watching the Oklahoma City Thunder adapt to playoff adversity in real time.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
It's like watching Amen Thompson in the Warriors series, in his first playoff series, figure out stuff for the Rockets, where in Game 7 he's having the biggest playoff game of his life.
Yep.
In his first ever playoffs. Oklahoma City tricked off that Game 1 because down the stretch they didn't execute properly. In Game 4, we watched them blow a big lead. We watched Denver go up by 2 scores, and Denver was just kind of doing that methodical Denver thing where they're just going to walk you down, and it's going to be a lot of Nikola Jokic, and it's going to be a lot of Jamal Murray, and then Christian Brown's going to hit a big shot, or Aaron Gordon's going to hit a big shot, and all of a sudden you're cooked. We watched OKC take that punch, get knocked down, and then instead of failing to execute down the stretch or panicking or doing it, they just kind of stuck with their game plan, and they didn't do anything crazy. They didn't get outside themselves, and they stole a game on the road to tie that series up. Yeah, I was really impressed with Oklahoma City yesterday.
What I love about that series is you're watching a seasoned veteran team come up with big plays in big moments to win games, and a young team learning and growing and figuring out that it doesn't have to be one guy, that everybody can participate, everybody can hit a big shot, and they're growing as a group. And so you can see the talent level difference between the two teams.
Yep.
One team is way more talented, but one team is just so much more experienced. And you're watching this epic battle of experience versus talent. And to me, it's why I told you I thought that series is the Western Conference Finals. I don't think that any team that makes it out of the Golden State Minnesota series is going to have, maybe I'm wrong, but is going to give either one of those teams a game.
I disagreed with you when you first brought that up, but after watching Minnesota play 3 games of this series now, I agree with you. And maybe it's just a matchup thing with Denver, and they just match up really well against Denver and beat them.
Yeah.
But man, I have a really hard time seeing that right now with how Minnesota's playing.
Yep.
They just have not been super impressive to me. Number 4. All right, 4. Number 4 thing I learned over the weekend. We know too much about the NBA rulebook.
Okay.
There are too many rules, and we know too many things about it. I shouldn't know the phrase proximate foul.
Proximate foul.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the phrasing they use. So this is not a complaint about the call. It was the right call. This is just the example I'm using. So Jonathan Kuminga the other night gets fouled going to the basket by Julius Randle. Minnesota reviews it because they think that Julius Randle only fouled him because he was being held by Draymond Green.
Got it.
And they were right. He had him by the jersey. That is the proximate foul. It is a foul that leads to the other call happening. So if I'm going for the ball out of bounds and it goes off of my hand, but you shoved me in the back and that's why it went off my hand, it's a foul on you.
Yep.
Instead of ball out of bounds, right? So I shouldn't know that.
It doesn't come up very often, and it's such a rare case because it happened in a Kings game this year.
Yes, and it just feels like it's starting to happen a lot. Like teams are now really getting into the weeds of replay and going, okay, that was definitely out on us, but was there a proximate foul? Yesterday, the reason I brought this up is because it happened in the OKC Denver game. We got to go here in a second, but it happened in the OKC Denver game where Jokic and Caruso are both going for the ball, and Jokic might have pushed him off a little bit, but the ball got saved, and then Jokic grabs it, he turns around, he makes a pass, and then he gets fouled. And they tried to get a proximate foul from like 8 seconds earlier in the play. It's like, man, we're too deep into this.
Yep.
We have gone past the realm of replays use. And now we're getting into like, hey, we're trying to change basketball games here by use of replay. That's not what it's for.
Well, no, and the other problem is, Kyle, the only time that you can replay is when some sort of whistle is called. You can't replay when they just make a mistake.
Yes.
And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Like the whole proximate foul stuff, and it only works when somebody actually gets fouled.
Right.
You can't just go, wait, he fouled him. It's like, well, we didn't call one, so too bad.
Right. And we just know, and we just like, I shouldn't need to know the specifics of like the A to B motion by a defender and all this. It's just, is there a foul or not? Yay or nay? Thumbs up or thumbs down? The fact that we know just all this minutia and you've got officials explaining on replay, well, the defender did this and then this. I don't want to know all that.
Nope.
Was it a foul or no? Thumbs up, thumbs down. That's all I need. We have a fifth thing I learned over the weekend that we can get to. But the Pacers beat the hell out of the Cavs, and people are trying to turn it into a referendum on the regular season. And I think that's silly. We'll talk about that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. No Joe Brazil today. She'll be back with us later this week. This is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back in a second on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Yep. I started something that I was going to bring up. Will Raider Laker from 916. Kings fans still agree with choosing Fox over Haliburton. The Kings didn't choose Fox over Haliburton. Just so you know, that's just, it's not a real narrative. The Kings did not choose Fox over Haliburton. The Pacers wanted Haliburton in exchange for Domantas Sabonis. They were not offering the trade of De'Aaron Fox.
Because De'Aaron Fox was making a lot of money, and at that point, it was a question on whether he was worth that contract.
Well, yeah, De'Aaron Fox was in the beginning stages of a $30 million a year contract that just kept going up from there. And Haliburton was a second-year player making, not only that, but a second-year player who was a 12th overall pick who's making like $3.5 million a year.
Right.
Like the conversation was totally different.
If there was a conversation at some point of like, wow, thank God we had to hang on to De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Because look how, then, okay. But
yeah,
that wasn't the Pacers going, give us one or the other.
Yeah, it wasn't like, yeah.
The choice was trading Haliburton or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's the choice they made. But the Sabonis deal, from what I understand, the Sabonis deal wasn't on the table with Fox.
No. Now, before that, there was conversations with Philadelphia, and Philadelphia was pushing for one of Fox for Haliburton in the Ben Simmons alleged deal. Now, that may have been different, but as far as, like, I don't know. Lizzie, I don't know if other teams, like, teams around the league knew that Fox was available this season. Like, we know that now. Like, there were, but they also, teams around the league were also told that he wants to go to San Antonio and he's not going to sign an extension other places.
2 minutes. Thunder. Feel the thunder.
Yeah, I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just saying, you know. Yeah, PE time. I'm not sure if that's the case. I don't know. Like, we'll discuss this in a few. The Indiana Pacers of it all.
Glaze is the grossest word that anybody uses. I said glaze is the grossest word anybody uses.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we use that term.
Oh, I know why.
Well, yeah, it's a chatty house.
It's just, man, Tyrese Haliburton's having a heck of a playoff. Glaze! All right. You got it. All right, Tyrese Haliburton's not having a, why are you hating? He's saying you're hating.
I'm going to bring this up. Rob, Nacho, will Monty McNair go down as the worst GM than Vlade Divac? Vlade Divac never made the playoffs as a general manager, and he certainly didn't win 48 games. It capped out at 39 wins under Dave Yeager. So, no, I mean, we can have like some weird recency bias here towards Monty McNair and sort of throw hate his way, but in all honesty, like, Monty got you there. He just didn't have a plan once he got there. Or couldn't execute a plan once he got there.
When did anybody say that Tyrese Haliburton was in a... P time about to get blocked.
Uh-oh.
All right, 10 seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I have another thing I learned from over the weekend. It's my last thing. I did not realize that the Saints and Derek Carr just viscerally hated each other.
Oh, yeah?
The celebration from Saints fans on the internet yesterday when Derek Carr's retirement was announced.
Oh.
I had no, because again, why would I follow the Saints and Saints fans' relationship with Derek Carr? But it was a full-blown, like, fiesta.
Is this the fifth thing you learned this weekend?
Yes.
Okay.
Had no idea.
That is wild.
Had zero clue.
Wow.
And for Derek Carr, here's how I know Derek Carr hated the Saints. For Derek Carr, because he had a shoulder injury with his labrum, I think there was degenerative stuff in there. He had a bad shoulder issue that was probably going to keep him out for the 2025 season. Instead of getting a surgery and rehabbing and getting paid for this season, even though he's on IR, he retired. He left so much money on the table to bounce.
Wait, so does he not get an injury settlement, though?
He gets some form of money.
Okay.
But he would have gotten a lot more if he just stuck it out through this year.
Wow.
But instead he goes, yeah, I'm retiring. I'm out of here. And maybe I'm reading this wrong. Maybe Derek Carr is very much like, I don't want to be in New Orleans anymore. I want to go home to, where's he at? Bakersfield or Fresno, wherever he lives now. I want to go to my home and be with my family. I'm done with football. I'm going out on my terms. Maybe it's that.
Okay.
But I think Derek Carr hated the Saints. So I'm choosing to read this. Saints fans felt the same way, apparently. That was wild.
Then he's 34 years old. Man, like his stats, like they're really good.
Yeah, good player.
I mean, he's in an era where, there are much bigger stats for other quarterbacks, but to finish your career with 41,245 yards, 257 touchdowns, and 112 interceptions, like a 2-to-1 ratio isn't great, but to be honest, that's really not that bad.
I would love to go, and I know there's a lot of Raider fans who would love to go to this universe as well. I want to go to the universe where Derek Carr doesn't get hurt in 2016. I want to go because it felt like after that, it was just really downhill for him. Because going into that year, the Raiders were building and their team was really good. And you had Derek Carr's 12-3, 64% completion rate, almost 3,937 yards in 15 games, 28 touchdowns, 6 picks. He finishes third in the MVP voting, a first-team All-Pro. He's a Pro Bowler. Mm-hmm. He was awesome, and it felt like, okay, there's this ascension. And then he got hurt and just never. It was like when Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL. It's like, man, he's just never quite the same player after that.
No.
And I would love to go to the universe where he and that Raiders team not only get an opportunity in 2016 against a Houston team that I think they were going to beat, so to move on in the playoffs, but B, see what that turned into in 2017 and beyond. Like that set the Raiders on this course of, and Derek Carr on this course of a falling way short of what we thought they'd be a decade ago. Just brutal.
It's tough because it happens so often that players' careers are cut short. But with quarterbacks specifically, you don't see it like this very often. Quarterbacks tend to last forever in the NFL, and even like Derek Carr, 11 seasons, something.
11 years.
Yeah, I thought he was a good quarterback. I do think that every time he got in crunch time, he'd overthrow the ball.
He threw it away on 4th down with the game on the line multiple times.
Yeah.
Like not threw it into traffic, like threw an incompletion on purpose.
Yeah.
So I know that's going to cloud. And I'm sure there are Raider fans or Saints fans who feel really strongly one way or the other. Dude had a really nice career. Shout out to Derek Carr. I hope he finds happiness post football. I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. We're kicking it old school today because we don't have a call screener. So, Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up? Hey, Don.
Hey, how's it going?
Chilling, man. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Hey, I wanted to say, I'll give you that the Pacers didn't want Fox. They wanted Haliburton.
Yeah.
But the Kings were never going to go with Haliburton. They wanted to stick with Fox, and I don't think they were ever going to trade Fox. So that's the problem I had. I think the Kings made a mistake. I thought from the beginning, I would call up all the shows, and of course they would all laugh at me. But sure. I think it's starting to show now. Of course it's not going to, that's not going to change anything. But I think the Kings always make a mistake. They always pick the wrong guy, and they picked the wrong guy at this time too. They should have traded Fox when they had a chance, and they didn't. And of course, now we are where we are.
When do you mean they should have traded Fox? You mean in the Sabonis deal?
No, I don't think with the Sabonis deal. I don't think they should have made that deal because I think they should have looked at the deal to move Fox, whether it was to to somebody else. I don't care where he went. I think they should have moved Fox instead. I think that they should have had the foresight to see that he wasn't the better player.
Cool. Thanks for the call, Daniel. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't hate the take. The thing that I have trouble with that is where I don't think Fox's value in what was that 21, 22
Yeah,
The 21-22 season?
I believe.
Because Beam Team 1 was the first full season of Domas.
Yep.
So yeah, 21-22. De'Aaron Fox's value was not that high at that point.
No.
He elevated quite a bit the following year and got himself into that conversation. But I don't think.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think it's really difficult, and I get like the take that Fox, like you probably could have traded him for value somewhere. I mean, the 2021 season, he averaged 25 a game. The next year, 21-22, I believe that's a year with Haliburton, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's at 23.2 points per game. His assist numbers dropped. His shooting percentages dropped. He was really struggling to play off the ball with Haliburton, right? It's really difficult because if you're just looking for pure scoring talent in the NBA, Fox has a higher end scoring talent. Like he's averaged 21.5 for his career, but he capped out with the Kings in the 23-24 season at 26.6 a game, right? At 25 a game, 25 another season. Like these are big time numbers. 25 points a game. Haliburton is not going to get you that.
No.
And I'm going to bring up Domas in this discussion because I think we all have this. We have this understanding that if Domas averaged 4 more points a game, let's say he averaged 24 points per game, he's a top 10 NBA player, like really close to it. Like he's averaging like 7-8 assists. He's leading the league in rebounding, right? And it's that extra couple of points that you're always going to look at and say, man, if Domas could just do that. And I got to be honest, Haliburton's the same thing. Like Haliburton averaged 20.7 points per game and 20.1 points per game, but this last season he averaged 18.6. Like he hasn't like ascended to first team All NBA status, and the fact that he's leading his team through the playoffs the way that he is really cool to watch. And he's hit some game winners and he's had some big nights. He's also had some stinkers. And so, like, I just think that they're like, for whatever reason, there's a blind spot when it comes to Haliburton and sort of the ceiling of Haliburton versus who he is. And again, it's tough to average 24 points per game and 10 or 11 assists. The only player that can do that is Trae Young. But Haliburton is one of those players who's really, really, really good, and he's probably an all-star in the East. But you put him in the West, and I'm not sure. And maybe he will be because there's a good chance he's going to make the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years in a row, and he's going to be the face of the Pacers. But that doesn't change the fact that ceiling-wise, De'Aaron Fox always looked like he had a higher ceiling than Tyrese Haliburton.
I agree with you. I have so many thoughts on this, and on the radio side, we have to pay bills.
Okay.
So I would like to put a pin in this conversation for just very momentarily, and we'll get back to it when we return, because I think there's a lot of layers and a lot of nuance to this. And I think some of the hypotheticals are really fun. If you'd like to join the conversation, please do. On the Oak Grove Kid Talk line, it's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to join the conversation, again, no call screener today. So we're just going to answer. I can have one person on hold basically at a time. So if it's ringing for a while, stay patient. If you want to hang up, try and call back, and we'll get to as many people as we can here on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Let's talk some Tyrese Haliburton, De'Aaron Fox, what if, sliding doors moments, butterfly effects, whatever you want to call it. We'll do that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Second hour coming up here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear. I have so many Tyrese Haliburton takes.
All right, I'm here for him.
All right, so I need to take all this, and I need to do this, and then this. Sounds like riding a bike.
Siakam, Mathurin. Whoa. Hey, kill the mics for a sec. Nothing is happening.
Yeah, nothing interesting.
Nope.
That's probably interesting, but nothing we're going to talk about. Personal stuff. We're not at the time of year where when James is asking to mute the mics that it's going to be anything Kings interesting. I said was.
Boy, what a catastrophic night it would be for the Atlanta Hawks if they don't, of course, move up.
Ooh.
Which that's actually an unprotected pick. Their pick is unprotected to Spurs. It's already gone. But if the Kings move up and they end up with no picks, oh,
Oof.
oh,
About 30 seconds.
I'm gonna be pissed if Utah gets a first pick.
That's the most annoying outcome.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Utah getting rewarded for whatever the hell this was.
It was just garbage.
Son of a. Wore my Crocs again today. Feel great about it.
Awesome.
All right, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Mads, and we're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and D-Lo and KC will take you up to 4 o'clock, where coverage begins of Game 4 between the Celtics and the Knicks at Madison Square Garden.
The Mecca.
The Mecca. The Mecca. All right. We're talking about Tyrese Haliburton and De'Aaron Fox and the Kings, and we had our caller Don saying that the Kings should have actually kept Haliburton and not traded for Sabonis, and instead explored a trade of De'Aaron Fox to build around Haliburton.
Okay.
I have a lot of thoughts on this. One, I'm really interested to know, because at that point, remember, De'Aaron Fox is putting up numbers, but the Kings weren't winning a lot. And there was some question about, man, what's your ceiling if De'Aaron Fox is your best guy?
Mm-hmm.
Is he that dude? And I thought he showed the next year in the playoffs that he's very much capable of being that dude. And maybe you've had your mind changed over the last couple of years and given how things ended in Sacramento. But again, we're rewinding the clock, taking that. So I'm interested in that concept, because I don't know what you're getting for De'Aaron Fox at that point of his career. Because remember, we have to go before we see him in the playoffs. And before he was an all-NBA guy, he was is he just another guard who's going to score a lot and not really contribute to winning? Which I think was a little bit the perception or the question mark over him.
It was legit. It was legit until he was the best player on a 48-win team and the third seed in the Western Conference, and people can say whatever they want about being a down year or whatever. Like
elevated his game in the playoffs. Yeah, this is before all that. So I'm interested to know what he would have even fetched in a trade. And would that plus Haliburton plus everything else have gotten the Kings to a higher place either in the immediate or currently? And that I don't know, because the Chatty House brings this up, and I think it's a great point. I don't know who in the Chatty House brought this up, so I can't shout anybody out individually. But it's really hard to put a lot of faith that the Kings front office, regardless of who they brought in instead, would have done the right things to build around Tyrese Haliburton the right way.
No, that's a really good point.
Because
right?
that's the whole thing with the Pacers. We had our guy PE Time complaining that we were talking about Tyrese Haliburton being good when he's actually not that good and he's capable. Like, yeah, dude, he's not a superstar. He's not that. But the reason he's successful is because the Pacers have built around him just about perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
Haliburton in a vacuum is a really, really good NBA player. But they're succeeding at this level because Andrew Nembhard's really good. Benedict Matherin's really good. They traded for Pascal Siakam. Miles Turner's a really effective player. Obi Toppin, Aaron Nesmith, TJ McConnell's a perfect backup point guard. Like, they have a really well-constructed, well-coached team that elevates Tyrese Haliburton in a way that I don't think the Kings front office ever helped elevate De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, or otherwise.
Well, I think there's that small window, the first beam team, that it was a bunch of complementary pieces with Fox and Sabonis.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you were hoping that the organic growth would happen, but it didn't happen. Right? So you kind of got to look at it and say, okay, they did build something that looked like it could be sustainable. I mean, Kevin Huerter was 24.
Yeah.
And,
had the best season of his career.
Again, a rookie Keegan Murray putting up,
best season of his career.
Yeah. The most 3-pointers of any rookie in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Right. So there are all of these things that you could point to, but they just stopped like the build. And so it's really difficult to like look at it. But when you look at the Pacers have not only the length of athleticism, but they have like the rim runners that Malik Monk needs. They've got like 5 of them. That's what they do. They build a team around those types of guys, the guys that the lob threats, right? And it feels like the Kings have always held themselves back. Like, we can rave about like the Valanciunas pickup and just how good he played for the Kings, because I think he did. But the fact is, the Kings they needed a better backup center than Alex Len and whatever else they've had. But realistically, what they needed was like a better version of JaVale McGee. So they had the complementary piece to go with Malik Monk to maximize a player. And that's always going to be the frustration to me. Like, it is very simple and basic of how to maximize Domantas Sabonis as a player. Like, you need to have somebody who's long and athletic at the 4 that can shoot the 3, that can block a couple of shots here and there. There are players like this all over the league. That's what you needed to put alongside him. You never did. You need a rim runner, a lob threat for Malik Monk, because he's one of the, statistically speaking, the best pick and roll ball handler in the league. But you don't go get one.
Right.
You tried it with JaVale McGee, but JaVale McGee was like 35 years old and like it was out of the league the next year.
Yeah, and was really singular in that one thing that he was.
That's all he could do.
Yes.
Yeah, and could not play alongside Sabonis.
Correct.
So it just feels like it's not the big miss. It's not that you missed on Pascal Siakam or that you missed on OG Anunoby. Those pieces could have helped a lot, and it could have changed the trajectory of this team a lot. It's all of the other little pieces, and again, I love Trey Lyles. I think Trey Lyles is a great dude.
Yeah.
And I think he's a very smart basketball player. But there came a point where if Trey Lyles isn't your small ball 5, and again, if you're going to have Trey Lyles as your small ball 5, you have to get the long athletic guy to go next to Trey Lyles.
Correct.
It's the same exact problem you have with Domas. And so you kept limiting yourself with the players that you brought in. And again, I don't know why they couldn't see the easy path forward or find a way to build the roster the right way.
So odd.
It is very odd.
And that last thing, you don't know why they couldn't find the right pieces to build the roster the right way. that's where I'll push back on our caller Don from earlier, where I reject the idea that had they kept Haliburton, they'd be in a better spot.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have a point guard. You'd have a point guard who's a talented scorer, but distributes first. Really, kind of throwback type of player in that respect. You'd be good there, but were Monty and West going to build around him better than they built around the two stars they did have?
We'd still be waiting for a Miles Turner,
right? We'd be
Obi Toppin,
right? We'd
even
be,
an Isaiah Jackson.
Length and athleticism would still be a major issue.
Yeah.
So that's where I'd push back on it. And maybe again, it's butterfly effect. Who knows what ends up? Maybe they wind up trading for Pascal Siakam, and maybe they're just the Pacers, right? If they kept Tyrese Haliburton, but nothing that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox did over the last 3 years, leads me to believe that they would have done the right things, where we'd be sitting here talking about Tyrese Haliburton carrying the Kings to the Western Conference Finals, or to the brink of the Western Conference Finals for a second consecutive year.
Yeah.
They didn't do that. That's why they're gone.
Yeah.
And maybe you'd rather have what's Tyrese now? 23? 24?
No, he's 25.
Is he 25?
Yeah, I believe.
Like, you'd rather, because I guess was he 2 years?
He's an old, he's 25. He was an old
That's right.
sophomore coming out.
That's right. So, but still, you'd rather have a 25. If you were tearing it all down and starting over right now, you'd way rather start with a 25-year-old Tyrese Haliburton, just because of the way the NBA is now. It's very guard-centric. Okay, I understand that. And if that's the argument, I'm not going to push back. But I reject the idea that, man, if they'd kept Tyrese Haliburton, they'd be in a way better spot. Because, man, no, Tyrese Haliburton landed in a perfect place. And they've done everything right in Indiana to put themselves in a position where they're up 3-1 on the number 1 seed in the second round.
And I'm going to add the other element that is like always the elephant in the room here when we're talking about Sacramento Kings. How long has Rick Carlisle been the head coach of the Indiana Pacers?
Long ass time. One long ass time per Basketball Reference.
Yeah, so I'm thinking 6 years.
21-22 was his first year there.
Okay, so he spent all those years with Dallas and then the last 4 with Indiana.
Oh, sorry, Dallas is that.
Yeah.
No, but he was okay. I was okay. I wasn't losing my mind. Rick Carlisle was also the Pacers coach in the early to mid 2000s.
From 2003 to 2007, he was a head coach.
Okay. Whew. All right. Wasn't totally losing my mind.
My point is that Rick Carlisle is an exceptional coach.
Really good coach.
And you've allowed him to build a system. And I think if you're going to build a team that lacks a true superstar, because the Pacers, I don't care what people think of Tyrese Haliburton, go look at every single game stat from this playoff series. He's had superstar moments, but he has not put up superstar performance. Not like a Donovan Mitchell, or even though he's losing, or, even Anthony Edwards, he's not having the same type of impact.
Yes.
Right. But if you're going to build a team of really, really, really good players and a depth team, right, where your best 2 players are Siakam and Ty and Turner, those are your best 3 players. You have got to have a system in place to support that, and a coach that believes in the system and sticks to a system and directs that system. And that's just the biggest issue for me, that it's when things go wrong and a player gets the yips and stops hitting threes. And someone mentioned that Mike Brown screwed this whole thing up by putting Chris Duarte in the starting lineup. And he waited 12 games into the season before making a switch to Chris Duarte. And he did it for 5 games and then went back to Kevin Huerter. Like, that wasn't a thing. Like, and if you're not strong enough as a player to fight through that and figure out what's going on in your game, and 2 years later, we're still wondering the same exact thing with Kevin Huerter, that's not a Mike Brown situation.
Not anymore.
That's a player situation.
Yeah.
And so, like, look, I think building a team the right way is something that the Kings just failed at.
Yeah,
they had it momentarily, and then you saw the path forward to build onto that team, to make that team better, and you did not do it.
Yeah.
You didn't take the necessary steps.
Okay, I want to talk about the Kings here in a second, but I was just looking at this. not including two-way players. Don't look at the Pacers roster. How many players are on the Pacers roster who are listed under 6'5"? Not including two-way guys.
Oh. Yeah, because Mathern's over 6'5". Neesmith is 6'6".
Neesmith listed at 6'5".
Okay. So I'm gonna say Nembhard and McConnell.
Nembhard listed at 6'5".
Okay.
Listed.
Okay.
He's probably more like a 6'3" guy.
That's crazy.
TJ McConnell's the only guy on their roster listed under 6'5".
Yeah.
He's 6'1". But Aaron Neesmith listed at 6'5", dog. Andrew Nembhard listed at 6'5", dog. Like that's all of their guys are like that. Benedict Mathurin, same thing.
Yeah.
Pascal Siakam, same thing. Obi Toppin, same thing.
They have, especially, I mean, Isaiah Jackson got hurt this year, but they just kept adding these long. You remember they had Jalen Smith before.
Yeah.
He left via free agency. They just kept bringing in that guy,
and
the Kings just didn't. And I don't know why. Like it will be basically it's what's on their tombstone as now this all said and done. Never found length and athleticism. That's it.
That's what it all comes down to. I hate, by the way, that the Cavs-Pacers series has turned into a referendum on the regular season. Like, see, this is why the regular season doesn't matter. No, it does. This is the playoffs now. This is why we have the playoffs.
Yeah.
This is why the playoffs exist. But I saw people like, oh man, they did everything right in the regular season. They tried hard, but they rested guys and they were smart. And look, they're still down 3-1. Like, yeah, sometimes you run into a tough matchup. Sometimes the lights are too bright.
Yeah.
To borrow a phrase from Jared Allen. Man, sometimes that just happens. It doesn't need to all be like, oh man, the regular season's hosed because the number 1 seed Cavs are going to get knocked out in the second round. Nah, man. The Pacers are just pretty freaking good.
Yeah. That's it. The Sacramento Kings just officially announced the addition of Mike Woodson as an associate head coach. So it's something that we had confirmed last week, but actually today is the day that they.
Can you do me a favor? Can you quote tweet it and say officially official?
Officially official.
It's my least favorite thing
to put officially official.
Oh my god! Like yeah, no, we got it. What's his name from Ian Rappaport does that all the time.
Here, I will
officially official. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Just this time for you.
Thanks. I'm gonna retweet it. Can't wait. Follow us on Twitter for more interactions like this. No, we have to step aside. The Pacers blueprint, though, removing the Tyrese Haliburton, Domantas Sabonis aspect of this, I think the Pacers blueprint is the way the Kings need to go. Unless Scott Perry decides this needs to be a total teardown, which I don't think they do. I think you can get there with the way the Pacers have done it, and we'll talk about that coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, rocking with you until noon here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
What's going on, everybody?
It feels like this first round was awesome. And then the second round, there's been some more been some blowouts, but been some incredible comebacks.
Yeah.
And it's been a mostly good playoffs.
I don't think we know where that Knicks-Boston series is going, and we clearly don't know where the Denver-OKC series is going. But
either team could win either of those series.
Yeah, I also feel like that Denver is like they're not going to be able to just shake OKC, like and just like run away with it.
If that was going to happen, they would have won yesterday going away.
Yeah.
It was funny watching that after watching the Golden State Minnesota game the day before, because it went almost exactly the same. Like trailing the whole game, home team fights back, gets up 6, and then all of a sudden can't quite stiff arm the visitor for long enough.
Mhm.
Now, granted, Denver is way better than Golden State, so it was a little closer for longer, but it just had the exact same vibe. Like, oh, nice run, and it's done, and it's over,
Mm-hmm.
and it's gone. Hey, Poles, I think that's crazy. That's kind of nuts you just said that. This is just more non-Kings related drama.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
We're just talking about the NFL schedule release. This is what we were talking about at the break.
Yeah.
With the mics off. Oh, I did my underdog lineup earlier, and I did not say my new fake underdog slogan.
Oh, let's hear it.
Because they don't have a slogan. There's another daily fantasy site that has a slogan, and it's like really cool.
And Kenny says it all the time.
Kenny says it all the time. I'm like, dang. I wish I had a. So I'm going to just pitch this one. It's not as cool as the other one. And it might not be something they want to do because it's daily fantasy.
Yeah.
But underdog, it's your new favorite.
Oh, okay.
Am I right? Am I right?
Okay.
I'm gonna try that. I'm just gonna sprinkle that into the reads, and then when they get sent over, the underdog and people can let me know what they think. Or maybe they're watching right now. If you are, shoot me an email.
There you go.
You know where to find me. All right. The Pacers. So one of the things we've talked about a lot with the Kings this offseason is how they're kind of stuck in the middle, right? They're in this place where have too many good players to just tear it down. Milwaukee, for example, is in a place where they're going to trade Giannis and very likely be in a place where they're not going to be good next year. Their teardown could happen pretty quickly.
Yeah, I agree, but also like Giannis makes so much money that it's difficult to take back nothing. Like the fatal flaw, just so we're clear here, the fatal flaw to trading De'Aaron Fox,
please,
right? It's that you went out and got a more expensive player who's not as good.
Yeah,
that's the fatal flaw, right? So, like the Kings would have been much better off taking back like 2 expiring contracts or like a young player like Schmassel rhymes with that. I don't know. Like Stephon.
Schmevin.
Yeah. Schmefon Schmassel. They would have been better doing something like that.
I thought you were I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Schmevin Schmel.
No. They would have been better off taking back a reasonably priced player.
Yeah.
And a young player and picks
Yeah.
than taking back a more expensive player that now puts you in a very, very awkward situation moving forward.
Yeah. I watch the Pacers and I go, man, maybe the Kings don't have to do this thing where their next couple of years is just trying to offload big contracts.
Yeah.
Maybe because I've been of the mind, I've been approaching this like, dude, they need to get a superstar. If you're going to be competitive, you have to have a superstar. Anthony Edwards, Jalen Brunson, Jason Tatum,
Donovan Mitchell.
Like all these teams have that dude.
Yep.
Steph Curry. Every team has that dude. And then there's the Pacers, where Tyrese Haliburton's probably their best player. But man, the delta between Tyrese Haliburton and whoever the ninth guy in their rotation is way smaller than the delta between any of the other stars and the ninth guy in the rotation, right? Even the Celtics. It's like Jason Tatum versus Luke Cornett. Like, come on, that's a huge gap, right? So I think the Kings can take the Pacers approach here and say, okay, Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, I almost said Zach Randolph, Zach LaVine, and Keegan Murray. That's going to be the and again, not apples to apples player comparison, but just that's going to be the Pascal Siakam, Tyrese Haliburton, Miles Turner. We're all really, really good players, but not anybody I'd consider a superstar on that singular level. And then you figure out what those guys need and you put the pieces around them and, oh, look, you're going to go to the conference finals for a second consecutive year. That is not something I had considered until watching the Pacers be up 45 on Cleveland yesterday.
I mean, the key to that is that you have to establish whatever identity it is right away.
And you need a point guard.
And you have to play to it. Well, they need a point guard and they have to have that shot blocker, that defensive minded.
Miles Turner, very good defender.
Yeah. I mean, again, that's like where I don't think they have to add a superstar. I mean, if they added a superstar, that would be amazing, right? We get to cover a superstar, but I don't know that you can build that way in Sacramento.
And I guess just to pause you real quick, I think the bigger issue for me is it's really hard to find that player.
Yeah.
It's not super easy to just fall into Anthony Edwards.
Well, I mean, like, look, the closest thing to a superstar in Sacramento that there ever has been is Chris Webber.
Right.
And there was like a lot of discussion as to whether he is a superstar or, like, again, a player like Domas or a player like DeMarcus Cousins, like all-star level, but not superstar level. Like, there was a ton of discourse here in Sacramento as to whether that was the case. So, like, look at even Mitch Richmond, like all-star player, but not a superstar. And so you're always left wondering, like, is there a way to do that in Sacramento? And for that matter, is there a way to do that in Indiana? Like, Indiana's had some really, really, really good players, even, but have they had like legitimate, just, oh my gosh, superstar players?
Not since Paul George.
Okay. And even Paul George is at the top end of all-star player, but not quite superstar level, at least in my book. And maybe it's because he broke his leg and it like held him back from taking that one extra step, but great two-way player, Hall of Famer, all that stuff. But is he, in this era, has he ever been considered a superstar? And I don't think so. Like, close, but.
That's kind of interesting. Was Paul George? I think he was. Paul George is really damn good.
No, I agree. He's really damn good.
But I'm also talking 12, 13 years ago.
Yeah, but I'd also like say this. So it was Paul George better than Mitch Richmond? No, I think same tier of player. Like Hall of Famer, really, really, really good player, multi-time All-Star, great two-way player. But is he a superstar?
4-time All-Defense, 6-time All-NBA, 9-time All-Star.
How many times first team All-NBA?
First team All-NBA. Let's see. Third. One. And then another third.
Okay.
So one time he was first team All-NBA.
So all those thirds, though.
But first team All-Defense that year. Also third in MVP voting. I was in 18-19 with OKC.
Yeah.
All right. I don't hate it. I put just those Pacers teams with Paul George are pretty freaking good.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're good, but I don't know. I mean, that's about as close as you're going to get, right?
He was, if he wasn't in the superstar tier, he was really on the cusp. He was the dividing line from the superstar tier to the star tier. Then
he's like right there.
All right, we can work with that.
I mean, because I'll just.
And then who is okay? So
for perspective, Domantas Sabonis is a 2-time third-team All NBA player.
Right.
So and I'm not putting Domas in the superstar category.
No,
star level player, yes. Like, I mean, you can take into consideration playoffs and stuff, but same thing with Paul George. Same thing with a lot of players.
All right, but yeah, I mean, outside of that, it's what Reggie Miller. Before that, man,
I'd even say look if you look at the early 2000 Kings, like Chris Webber's the best player and sort of in that Paul George, a little bit above Paul George, right around the Paul, actually probably in the Paul George conversation as far as like status of player.
Sure.
But that was a balanced, great build team.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's where I think the Kings probably have to live, Like you're not going to get the best power forward on the market, but if you could find a way to add a Naz Reid or you could find a way to add a Bobby Portis, you go from being like a 40-something win team to potentially like jumping back up into the conversation. You also, but now you have to address the point guard position as well. Like they have a lot of holes.
Yeah, man. I think there's a foundation here. Because I was really concerned that, man, they're either tear it down or be a 40 to 44 win team for the next 5 years. And then the tear down happens and we've wasted 5 years.
Yeah.
Like that was it. But watch the Pacers and you go, okay, maybe there's a way to do this where they don't need a superstar. They got to make some savvy moves. They have to do this right. It's not going to be easy. I'm not saying the Kings are going to be in the conference finals next year. But I think you're a couple off seasons away from potentially building a team that is significantly better than where they stand right now.
Yeah, the problem is how do you get there? How do you go from point A to point B? And I'm not sure how the Kings do that because it's going to be very difficult. I mean, again, you need to address it. If DeMar DeRozan isn't the answer at small forward, you need to address the either power forward or small forward position with Keegan Murray moving back and forth between those positions. You still have to address a point guard position. And so you're looking at two primary positions that you have to address. Starting rotational pieces that you have to address. And, that's not to take anything away from Keon Ellis or anyone else. It's just that's where you're at. If you're going to leave Keon at the 2, move Zach LaVine to the 3 and find a starting point guard and then find a starting power. Well, I guess in that situation, you'd be okay. But that might be one way. But then you need like 4 other dudes who are 6'8", 6'9", and can defend the 3 and the 4.
That's it. There's no way to slice this where you don't need taller, more athletic dudes.
No. No.
I love that every conversation about the Kings eventually gets back to that point.
Yeah,
we might meander over here for a while, but we're going to come back to the length and athleticism.
It's just unfortunate that that's the case, though.
What do you mean?
That it always comes back to like one basic need
that every team seems to recognize.
And we've been able to say this on the radio for here on the Insiders for 2 years.
Yes,
but realistically, I've been saying it like screaming it from the mountaintops for like 5 years.
Yep.
Like it doesn't go all the way back to where you had to one season you had to start Bogdanovich as your small forward at 6'6", and you had no one else that could play it at all. Like these guys, they grow on trees, at least for every other NBA franchise.
Well, and there's going to you're probably not just going to find Jaden McDaniels, right? Jaden is on the Timberwolves.
Yes.
Is that right? Are we sure? Before I continue this point, bro, I thought I had it right. I tweeted it the other day and got it wrong.
He's on Minnesota.
Jaden is on Minnesota. Okay. Yeah. All right. He has a twin brother, Jalen, who's sort of in the NBA, who was on the Kings briefly, if you didn't follow that closely. But Jaden McDaniels, you're not just gonna go find Jaden McDaniels in the undrafted free agent pile or in the second round.
Yeah.
There's going to be development that needs to happen. Like that's what you and I think are asking for, and I don't think that's unreasonable. Is, hey, get this body type, get this athletic profile, and then see if you can help them develop a jumper. See if you can help them develop defensively. See if you can do the things to make that player the functional 7th or 8th guy off your bench.
Yeah, I think for the Kings, for every Jaden McDaniels, there's a Jalen McDaniels, a KZ Okpala, what's his name? Mo Harkless.
Yeah.
Like,
boy,
you tried to go get those guys, but you always did it on the cheap. Glenn Robinson, the third. Like, you just, or the second, I think you just third. Yeah. You just kept doing it on the cheap as opposed to going in and getting like the better version already prepackaged and ready to roll. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't spend your second round picks, or if you have a late first round pick, that you don't spend that on another one of those players.
Go try it.
Yeah, well, you need to do it multiple times. That's how you build a pipeline. There are guys that are like this all over the league.
Yeah.
And the Kings just, well, Monty and Wes, that group did not value that type of player nearly enough.
Yeah.
They found one of them in Keegan Murray, but with the 4th pick in the draft.
I just don't understand. I don't want to rehash all this, but while we're here, I don't understand how you make the Keegan Murray pick, which was, again, I was all about it. I loved Keegan, thought he was the right fit for the Kings. Salute to Monty and Wes for finding him. I don't understand how you make the Keegan Murray pick, see the impact he has in year 1 as a shooter, see the impact he has in year 2 as a defender, and not go, hey, we should find a bunch of dudes like that.
Yeah.
It's baffling. I know we've been talking about it, but man, I'll never get over it. I'm never going to be at a point where I'm like, okay, it's fine.
And while we're there, I'd also say that the value of having even one of those guys that's kind of like Keegan Murray, just, I don't know what the overall record would have been, but I have a feeling that the Kings would have been a better team if they just kept Harrison Barnes. And I know people hate that idea. Yeah, this last year. Like, but even if he drops down and averages 11 points per game, Keegan probably would have elevated.
Yeah, it's the domino effect of what removing such an offensive force like DeMar DeRozan, what that does for everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I don't know that I'd bet my life on it, but I don't hate the take for sure.
Like, Harrison Barnes isn't like the best player that you're going to have, but he would have willingly taken the fifth offensive player in the starting lineup role, and he would have played defense. He would have supported the right way. He could have dropped down to 27, 28, 29 minutes a game, or when you need him, the dude plays every game. I mean, that's one of those things where you look at and you're like, okay, if you could have just switched that, and look at, like, it's not that much money, the difference, but it is. Like, if you're paying, Harrison Barnes 17, 18 million this year, you might have enough to go get another one of these guys that we're talking about and have the 3 forward rotation that makes more sense. Just tough.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, couple more minutes here, and then we got to step aside. Then we'll get to the handoff. One of D'Lo or Casey. They're both in the building, so I don't know which one's going to pop in. It's always fun to see which one of those guys jumps in with us. But I wanted to real quick. I was kind of disappointed with the A's-Yankees series this weekend because the Yankees were at Sutter Health Park in West Sac. And they took 2 out of 3, and they outscored the A's, I think, 29-15. And it just kind of sucked because, and I understand why it is. I'm not naive. But my hope was that there was a feeling and a buzz about the Yankees coming in where it's like, hey, this is a cool opportunity for the A's to see, hey, they're right there. They're above 500. Even after losing 2 out of 3, they're still a game over 500. They're competitive in the AL West and trying to win the AL West and certainly pushing for a playoff spot. They're going to be in the mix. This is a great measuring stick series. Let's see where the A's are at in this measuring stick series. And then it felt like all of the buzz and all of the discussion was like, guys, Aaron freaking Judge is here.
He's here.
Oh, and I get it. He might be, he might literally, and again, I'm not, I understand it's the Yankees. They're in Sacramento. I understand why that's a big deal. it just felt like that was the entire story of the weekend, and they dominated. Again, they won 2 out of 3. They won one game. What was it, 12-2? Another one 11-2, or 10-2 and 12-2 or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it, so I understand. I did not see a singular mention of what this series meant for the A's and what this meant for them in this. All right, hey, here's one of the favorites to win the American League. How did they fare? It was, hey, did you see Aaron Judge? Boy, hit the heck out of that ball.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. He's one of the best right-handed hitters on track to be one of the best right-handed hitters of all time. And his last 162 games have been unbelievable. But
I'd say this, when you're looking at Judge, the one thing that I'll give sort of the fans is that Judge is doing things right now that sets him so far and above everyone else. I mean, he literally at this point leads the league in runs, hits, home runs, RBI, batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS plus. Like, he leads total bases. He's got 120 total bases. I mean, the Yankees are we can all acknowledge are a really good team, right?
Yeah, good club.
He's got 120 total bases, and next on his team is 76. Like, and it's again, they have a lot of really good players. So I get that, like, basically the equivalent of, I don't know, maybe Michael Jordan at this point, or, you know,
he's
a superstar.
He is easily the biggest star in the American League.
Yeah, it's him and Shohei are the two stars of Major League
faces
Baseball.
of baseball, and Aaron Judge right now is putting himself on, in my lifetime, on the Mount Rushmore of right-handed hitters.
Yeah.
It's like Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Mike Trout, Manny Ramirez is in there. Aaron Judge is firmly in that mix.
Yeah.
And I get it's May. He is going to be the MVP of the American League, barring disaster. He's going to flirt with a 400 average for a while. He's going to hit 50, 60 home runs, whatever he winds up at. I understand. I was going in like, okay, hey, this is going to be kind of interesting seeing where the A's stack up. And there was just none of that. It was like, oh, this is home of the Yankees for the weekend. Like, all right, well, that's not.
Well, that, and I mean, like, realistically, the like crazy thing, the A's are 21-20. The Yankees are 23-17. They're only 2.5 games ahead of the A's in the standings.
That's it.
But it was the coverage was all Yankees. The Yankees are here. The Yankees are here.
Right. And I get that's where fans were excited because, and again, this is not unique to Sacramento where Yankees fans show out. Like, that's every market. It was in Oakland. It's in San Francisco. It's in Chicago or Texas or wherever they are. Yankees fans are going to pull up. I get it. That's not what this is about. I was really hopeful there would be some push and some like, yeah, hey, it's A's time. And it felt more like, hey, the Yankees are here. See? This is why it's great having Major League Baseball. No, we're A's fans supporting the A's, being athletic supporters.
Yep.
Right?
Support your team. Yeah. But it's got to be your team.
I get it to an extent. I get it to an extent. But, man,
I think we got to go to break.
Yeah, we do. Aaron Judge, hell of a player. The handoff, one of D'Lo or Casey will be joining us next. We'll talk about who's winning the NBA playoffs. He's James. I'm Kyle. No Joe Brazil today. He'll be back with us tomorrow. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Clear. Ew. This and a t-shirt, right? You nasty ass. Chatty House after party. Hey, hi Dave. What up? It's kind of what it feels like, man. $13. I don't think they're moving.
Good. Feeling way better, but we should still knuckle for at least.
Oh.
Hello.
Supporting NBC today. Nice, dude.
Funny.
We're gonna have some fun with this. Hang on. Oh, I can't. Gosh darn it.
What?
Oh. I'm trying to make my life easier here by making my life way more difficult. Hopefully NBC doesn't get mad at us and sue us on YouTube. Because everybody on the stream is about to hear the song I'm going to play. Hi, Scooter. What up, dog? Howdy ho. You stay ready. You don't got to get ready. You said what? I thought you said where are the cupcakes. I was like, brother, I have no idea. There's cupcakes. Oh, this is a long break. I messed up, guys. Yikes. Boy, I messed that up big time. Whoops. This is why having Joe here. It's a great point by Kyron. Damn. Buddy.
True.
Remember everywhere you go to bring a towel. Want to get high? Want to get high? 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah, dude, I told you it's a long break. I messed up. I locked into talking about Aaron Judge.
Oh, that's funny.
Kenny, do you want to talk to the chat? Hey, everyone. Kenny Caraway's here.
What up, though?
There he is.
What up, though?
Hey.
Yeah.
We already got our daily fantasy reads out of the way. So.
Oh, okay. No, trying to get a couple dollars.
Hey, so right after I debuted my fake slogan for them, I got a notification from them.
What?
But about something different, not about my. And then about 30 seconds later, I got an email from the Odyssey lady who works with Underdog, completely unrelated.
What's going on, y'all?
Minutos.
Dos minutos.
My favorite part about watching Miami Heat games. 2 minutes.
Dos
minutos. All right, 15 seconds. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, if you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320, you'll know we're playing a little round ball rock.
Yeah, man.
The NBC NBA theme, because Kenny Caraway, of course, is wearing a hoodie featuring the newest NBA on NBC contributor, Michael Jordan.
I mean, completely unrelated, because I got this hoodie over the weekend.
Right. The plug came through.
Yeah, shout out to the plug. Yeah, I mean, man, big ups.
Michael Jordan himself dropped it off at Kenny's compound.
No,
out over the weekend.
That's not what happened.
Private coaching.
That's not what happened at all.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, these people believe you guys.
Oh, wait, hang on one second.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
There he is.
Yes, sir. But it was a hoodie.
Mhm.
It's almost the middle of May. I was like, I like this hoodie.
But
It's
not
gonna be a
hoodie
little.
season.
It's gonna be a little chilly on Monday.
Yeah.
Better wear it now.
Yeah.
Because it's not gonna get an opportunity again.
Yep.
So I was like, yeah, this is preconceived outfit. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wear this on Monday. It's good. And then NBC drops the news that Michael Jeffrey Jordan, for the first time ever, is gonna be a special contributor for the coverage of NBA on NBC.
I have not.
Oh, man.
We have not been able to like follow along because it's hard to keep up with news mid-show.
Mhm.
Has there been any additional news on what his role is going to be, or we just still know he's just going to be part of the NBC
Not
coverage?
that I've seen. Not that I've
What are
seen
you
yet.
hoping his role is?
I just pop in every now and then on the studio set, and just give his thoughts. Probably playoffs, big games.
All right.
Hey, I'm looking right now, and I know Draymond Green is out there and he tries to play defense, but I mean this guy's awful. This guy's awful, and we wouldn't allow that back in our day. We would have sat his ass on the bench. That's what he would say.
All I ever hear though is back in Jordan's day, everybody was super physical. Draymond's just playing old school basketball.
And
That's what I'm talking about.
You don't think they would ask him to compare Draymond and Dennis Rodman?
Oh, that's 1,000% what would happen.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah.
Probably so.
It's 1,000%.
But he
what
said,
would happen.
he would say, Dennis was a guy that he understood what you had to do for the team. And
we
Dennis
still
didn't get
working on-
kicked out. Dennis didn't get, technicals when we didn't need him to. Dennis knew his role. And you never hear Dennis talking about, I'm this, I'm that. It was about the team always. I didn't have no problem with Dennis.
Plus, Dennis was a outstanding rebounder.
Really good rebound. Really good.
Like
player.
he was not the passer that
Rodman.
Draymond is, but
Heck of a player.
Draymond is one of the great defenders of all time. So I, always
He was
wanna-
ass
always
the
wanna
other
talk
night.
about that.
Ugh.
He's just not the same though. He's not
No.
the same. Like he hasn't been the same for a few years.
Um,
Time to take old Yeller out back.
did you typically tap into this program, and we appreciate it so much.
Yes, sir.
Were you following along with the Tyrese Haliburton discussion we were having?
Vaguely, I got out of the car. Well, I got out of the car when you said, all right, when we come back, we'll talk more. Tyrese Haliburton, De'Aaron Fox. So I didn't, and then I was talking to our guy Bill. So I didn't see the follow-up to it.
Okay.
But yeah, I heard earlier
So-
when talking about Domas and him averaging 4 extra points. I was listening to that.
So we had a caller who basically said that the Kings would be in a better spot had they found a different trade and traded De'Aaron for something
Mhm.
and kept Tyrese Haliburton. Do you agree with that?
No, not like what did Kyle like to say? Not in a vacuum, right?
Sure.
Because if you were to, it depends on what you get back, right? Like if you were able to, let's just say Domas for Fox, you keep Haliburton, maybe. But Tyrese is very, in my opinion, he's very dependent on the talent around him.
That's it.
Like you need top flight talent, or I shouldn't say top flight, but like really, really high level players around him, so you can get the best out of Tyrese Haliburton
Right.
distributing the basketball, and it's a little bit of a safe fall for those times when he has like 9 points. Like he can have 9 points and you can still win because Siakam or Nembhard or Turner or Benedict Mathurin or Neesmith could have
God,
these
so
super
many
games.
dudes.
And if you don't have that, like De'Aaron Fox could never have here, he could never have 9 points and it'd be okay. Like never. And Tyrese, sometimes you could have that and still kind of get away with some things.
I think the difference, though, just to because Ty is a very, very good basketball
Absolutely.
player.
Mhm.
I think Ty makes players better, the players around him better in a way that Fox never really figured out how to do.
That's kind of interesting.
Like I think Fox, like him being on the court, changes the dynamic of a roster like greatly. It
Mhm.
way more than like, not to pick on somebody, but Zach LaVine, because Zach LaVine, there's the fear that he might shoot it, right? There's also the fear he's getting out in transition, but there isn't fear that he's going to break you down and draw the entire defense into the middle and then make some pass, or that he's going to go up and finish in traffic. when he does drive, it's always an inline drive. It's always like very quick and like to the point, and it's fun to watch, but it's different. And I just think that Ty, like he has an ability to make everyone around him better, and in a way that maybe Sabonis does, and not so much in the way that Fox did.
I even think right now, like if you put Haliburton, no trades or nothing like that, but you put him on this Kings team with Levine, with Sabonis, with Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, I think he'd be great. He'd be great, and I think the team would be really good. There's enough talent on that team, on that Kings team, where you can get the most out of Haliburton as a playmaker and a setup guy for others, and still he'd have the opportunity to get his 19 to 24 points every night. I think he'd be really good on this Kings team. But I mean, that's not the way things necessarily work. You know what I mean?
But it all where we eventually landed was Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox did not do the things to supplement the Kings roster with Fox and Sabonis the way the Pacers have supplemented their roster around Tyrese Haliburton and Miles Turner.
They didn't, and I'll say it because I know we're short on time. I'm not stalling them out because there's other ways to do it. But number one, the Pacers had a certain amount of assets to go get a Siakam without giving up their guy. Because I always say this about the scenario where it was time to make a move. If you were going to get a Siakam, it felt like you had to give up Keegan. And at the time, nobody was ready to give up Keegan.
Sure.
And maybe that was the wrong move. I wasn't I wanted to keep Keegan Murray. Maybe that was the wrong move. But the level of assets or lack thereof that the Kings had it where that was the way to get them. The Pacers had X amount of first rounders and all this other stuff where they could get a Siakam without necessarily giving up Miles Turner, so to speak. So a little different, a little context to it that we don't talk about too often.
I'd still like to know what that trade was because I don't know that Keegan was involved. I do know that they asked for Malik Monk towards the end of negotiations, and that would have been a discussion and a decision to make. But overall, I think that, like the Kings backed out of that deal, walked away from that deal because they did not want to pay Siakam the money that he wanted. And once they sat down and they knew exactly how much he wanted, they said, okay, we're done.
We have like 30 seconds. So yes or no, would you have done Siakam for Malik?
I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask. I wasn't like a huge Siakam guy.
Sure.
And the money was a concern for me too. So probably not. I probably would have got that wrong.
All right.
Yeah, because I think you'd still be playing, and I don't think De'Aaron Fox would be on the San Antonio Spurs.
Right.
That's hindsight, though.
D'Lo and KC, it is. It's all hypotheticals. That's why this is fun. That's why I love doing radio and being here on YouTube with you guys. That's Kenny Caraway. He's coming up next with Damian Barling, D'Lo and KC. They'll take you up to 4:00, and then we'll get into Game 4 of Celtics versus Kenny's Knicks.
Come on, man.
The Knicks trying to go up 3-1 in that series. James Ham back tomorrow. Joe Brazil back tomorrow. I'm Kyle Madsen for those guys and for our sponsor, Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders. Back with you at 10 a.m. tomorrow right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water. Be nice, people. Bye.
Summer is almost here.
Appreciate you, Chatty House. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chatty House. Hit the thumbs up if you don't mind.
Good show, guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Hey. One more time for the new week. Shout out to the fall. It's back.
Well, no, it's just one time. One time. Get used to it, or excuse me, and embrace it, because this may be the last time.
Man, you
it's like
said that like 4 times. Will you stop saying that?
No, this is the case. This is the case. It's May 12th. One last rain.
No, this is a problem.
Thank you.
This is a problem.
Thank you.
It was
Thank
warm.
You.
Like
Thank
I
you.
was out and about this weekend. It was just great
It's
vibes driving around.
92 degrees on Saturday.
Yeah, like this is get it together,
What
Mother Nature.
Brian McKnight say? One last cry. This is one last rain. One last rain. Go look at your 10-day. It ain't coming back no time soon. Well, never mind.
Ooh, that's what the 10 days last week told me.
92
Don't look at your
degrees.
10-day. Don't look at your
Oh no, I haven't even looked at the 10-day. What do we got?
Oh, look at that. The whole goddamn weekend it's raining. 60,
Hey, that just popped up there, man, this morning.
67 in rain today. One last cry. 75 degrees in rain on Saturday. 80 degrees in rain on Sunday. Then, for no reason whatsoever, it's 92 degrees Wednesday.
After Sunday,
You know
it's
what this
over.
little bitch, Mother Nature, is doing?
Oh, no.
You know what she's doing?
What's that?
You see what that is? Wednesday, it's 92.
Well, yeah.
Guess who's outside on Friday?
Yeah.
And when I say outside, I don't mean in the street. I mean outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, concerts in the park would exhibit.
Wow.
Oh, everyone gets all this nice 70-degree weather. Oh, the wake-up call out here, 72 degrees is so beautiful. Oh, D-Lo and Casey going to be out there. It's going to be 99 degrees.
It's going to be hot. No, it's going to be hot. Yeah.
Ridiculous, man.
Well, Sunday going to be the last rain for a while.
Whatever, dude. Can you stop saying that? I got one day at the pool. It was nice. Had my feet up, drinking Moscow Mules before going to see LL Cool J. It was beautiful. And then that was it. Walked in the rain today.
It'll be back in a couple Saturdays. It'll be back.
Poor D-Lo, if it's not the fence falling or the rain falling, it's something. Dude's just trying to get to his pool.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm fighting off turkeys, falling.
That's facts.
Have
Yeah,
they come
turkey.
back? Have the turkeys come back?
They haven't. No. I think Katie scared him away by throwing something at one of them.
R.I.P.
Yeah, man.
I don't think she hit it. It's
No,
dead. The turkey's
not
dead.
like that's
Well,
beside
Who knows?
the
what
babies.
happened?
the babies that were dropped.
Well, those weren't our fault.
Not your fault.
I don't know what sort of trauma that turkey went through.
Mm-hmm.
I was walking and I saw a turkey like walking on the street, and it eyeballed me, and I was like, "Oh, it's you."
They hit you with the Boys in the Hood when they was at the drive-in with Q-Tip's character. He's like, "Yo, that's him over there." No, that ain't him, dog. That ain't him. The other turkey was like, "No, that's him. I'm telling you, dog. That's him over there." Talking about you. Luckily, they didn't pull up on the car like they did Q-Tip.
Well, thankfully they didn't. Thankfully, they didn't have a bunch of friends with them either.
Hoppa brings up a good point that kind of got me thinking. They're gonna pull up on you on Thanksgiving.
Yo, I didn't do anything. Yo, what did I didn't do anything to that turkey.
It happened at your house though, so you gotta pay for that.
How so?
Somebody has to pay for
Yeah, that happened at your house. Someone's gotta answer.
Well,
just be ready.
I'm here 8 hours a day, so somebody gonna answer. It ain't gonna
Oh,
be me.
man.
And trust me, that turkey don't want to cross her.
What happened to Katie? Oh, turkey.
No, hey, no. It's gonna be what happened to the turkey. Let me tell you what happened. 5 minutes after you left the other night.
Uh-huh.
So we're at LL Cool J, and we wrap up. Me, Kenny's there. Katie's with me. My man's Io is there.
Mm-hmm.
And Io and his girl, they were sitting in a different spot, and it's like, yo, there's a bar, let's link up, have some drinks.
Facts.
And so we were at the bar before the show, just chilling, having it. There was nothing.
Right.
We had to make sure the ticket situation was straight, so we got there early to make sure everything was good.
Got in there by the skin of our teeth.
We made it. But all right, let's have a drink. Let's chill. So I'm thinking that's what we're going to do. No, it's now, now it's like 10:30 or whatever, because they get you out of those concert venues early there. But like now that's where everybody went. Now it's a full, there's a DJ, like it's a little
Vibes
mini
are up.
club.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, oh, okay, not what I expected, but it's all good. We here. Let's have some fun. We make our way to the bar, fighting through people. Casey's next to me. Io's next to him. Casey gives the dap up. Hey, I'm gonna head back out to the south. Like, okay, yeah, no doubt. I got you. Casey leaves. Drinks get ordered. Turn around, hand Io his, hers. And this dude is standing behind. He's next to me behind Katie, and he has his arms out, almost like he's trying to dance with her. But he's just kind of standing there. He's not really moving, but his arms are out to where if she tried to turn left, she would hit his arm. If she tried to turn right to come to me, she'd hit his arm.
A little entrapment situation.
And I kind of like looked, handed the drink, and I'm like looking like he's just navigating.
Yeah.
No, he's standing there like, hey, man. And he kind of looks at me and it's like, okay, he's drunk. It's like, hey, man, you got to move. And he just has his hands out like this.
Oh, man.
So I put my forearm on his shoulder, like, move. And I'm not pushing, I'm moving him. My arm is staying on his.
Yeah.
I'm moving him. So now he's away from Katie and he slaps my hand down.
Hey.
And goes, don't push me. Bruh. I can't. 44 years old, man. I couldn't believe this. I turned to put my drink down. And as I do, I see this man fly 5 feet back.
Oh,
don't effing touch him. Now Io's grabbing Katie and pulling. Io is restraining her. She is furious. Not because he encroached on her space.
Yeah.
Not because he was a little, inappropriate, bordering on inappropriate. No. Because that man put his hands on my arm.
Hey, shout out Katie.
She was ready to go.
Shout out Katie.
Now Io, like we're 20 again. It's like, whoa, hold up. And now I'm having this realization of like, this dude is drunk. I'm 44 years old at a goddamn club. Like, all right, come here. Like, it's fine. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Like, he gets back over to his spot with his girls. There's more to this story, but whatever. He's whatever. So I grabbed my drink. I was like, hey, like, it's good. I was like, it's fine, man. Let's just go upstairs and hang out. I ran into your man. I think he said his name was D. I think he was an official or an umpire when Reese got hit the other day.
Oh, yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
up there. We
yeah,
was sat
shout
right
out
next
to
to
him.
him and his wife.
Yeah.
We had a blast. Once we, went upstairs, I grabbed, was like, man, it's good. Let's go. I was like, baby, come on. And I turned around and Katie is talking to the girl who got her drinks. The girl who got our bartender. She was like, what happened? And she said, Katie said, I want him out of here. And the bartender went, you got it. So we go upstairs. Bro gets up. Now, we don't know what happens next.
Right.
We go upstairs. Don't give it another word other than to joke. Hey, you remember that time you almost fought a man at a nightclub? So we're having fun. We had a great night, right? Great time. We were singing, we was rapping, everything. Go to leave, get the Uber, get in the car, and the guys, it's not a long drive for us. So the guy's like, yeah, I've been picking up a lot of people here. I just picked up this guy. Security forced him in the car. They were throwing him out of the building. I was like, oh, for real? It's like, yeah, he was drunk. I was like, oh, man. Yeah, he was kind of, I don't know. He was weird. It's like, what was he wearing? He had like a red tracksuit on. It was the same goddamn guy. It was the same guy. Like, all right,
I had to get him out of the building, bro.
They threw him completely out of the casino.
Yeah, you got to get out of there. You got to get out of there, sir. You wilding like that.
All of that to say, if that turkey comes back, there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, you're good. They might try to catch you when you're alone.
I can't tell you. I had never had a woman want to fight for me before. That does something to you.
Oh, it popped off. It popped off.
I was like, oh.
It popped off at the Barling compound.
Man, you ain't lying. Man, Saturday night was a great night. We couldn't get home fast enough after that. Well, that hit different. Sorry, I didn't mean to take up the whole show with that.
Oh, man, that's good. It's Monday. We talk about the weekend on Monday, especially when the Kings ain't playing in the playoffs.
Well, they're definitely not doing that. And LL was fire.
Yeah, man. Shout out to
my
LL.
God, LL was fire.
Shout out to LL.
Brought out Too Short, which excited some people.
Well.
I'll tell. We're working on like a D-Lo and Casey After Dark live show. I'll tell that story. I'll tell that story. Then, but yeah. Anyway,
and LL, you to go. You know, there could be multiple goals. So
well, I know what you're gonna say.
We're in
Go
Sacramento. If there's one thing,
damn it!
If there's one thing that will piss off somebody from Sacramento in a heartbeat,
they kept saying it.
Group Sacramento into the Bay Area and see how quick we get pissed off.
All to lead to like Too Short. It's like, bro, we get it. Like, you don't have to keep saying the Bay Area over and over and over again. It's like
the Bay Area. We got love for the Bay.
No,
it's love. It's not beef. But we are not the Bay Area. We're Sacramento. And if you want to piss us off in a heartbeat, say Sacramento's the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Or that's not what I thought you were going to say.
What's that?
Stop performing your new songs.
Well, you got to perform them.
No, you don't. The album already came out. Nobody bought it.
You got to perform them.
No, you don't.
That one song he was
Sing
actually
Jack the
flowing.
Ripper.
He was flowing. The bar's always going to be on point.
LL can rap.
Yeah.
But we want to rap with you. You're at the age where we want to rap with you.
The only one that I was like, all right, man, we didn't have to have that one was December 30 Decembers.
Yeah.
Like, all right, man. The other one's like, he was talking to this little slick talk on the other one. Okay, mix it in there, whatever. 30 Decembers, which is a good song, and he's flowing. We could have kept that off the set list.
Mm-hmm.
But he the GOAT, though. He the GOAT. Shout out my boy LL. There is a real, we'll have this discussion at some point. There is a real argument that he's the greatest rapper of all time.
I was thinking about that.
He's got
when you
everything.
realize he had, because when he did Love, I was actually thinking this during the show, because like Love You Better was like 2000s, which means he has massive hits in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. That's Hove status. Like there aren't like there's 2 or 3 people who have that.
Yeah.
Only a couple of them are alive.
He's got everything.
Yeah.
He checks every box that you would of a great rapper. He checks the only thing maybe you would say like classic album, but I mean Mr. Smith and the other ones, I wasn't around early enough to know how classic those were, but that's just nitpicking. He checks every box. That might be the greatest rapper of all time.
Yeah, he's up there, man. We'll come back. We'll dive into the weekend. Man, the Cavs are pissing me off.
Anyone want to apologize to me and Kenny?
We'll talk about this. We're going to talk about this because
you settle down.
I keep getting grouped into this, and then we'll talk.
To be honest, I got grouped into your take. You started it.
I didn't.
Yeah, you started. Hey, yeah, Jesse, you want to say anything? Yeah, you started it.
Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. I think she's at lunch. I don't think she'll answer, but I told her. Man, she'll fight for me, but won't answer her FaceTime. Man.
Isn't this around nap time?
Nah, she's at a Mother's Day lunch with her older girls. Gotcha.
Thank you, Soren. The truth gets twisted around sometimes on this show, but this is exactly it right here.
Well, I mean, I think that is accurate. That's fair. You know, I'm all about being fair. He hates Cleveland, not the Cavs.
Well,
This was pretty awesome to see. Yeah, Casey sitting with a comment, folk. This is like when the owners don't sit in their box office.
What are you guys talking about?
Sweet box.
Is that what it's called? Home Run Hill? I was out there.
Yeah.
I was out there. Good times, man. Although, well, I don't even need to tell that story. People need to calm down on the hill. Calm down. Move your feet. Let people walk through. If I was a different type of individual, maybe that would have went a different way.
Well, at least the video did well for KSFM.
And they bumped.
As many times as this motherfucker walks out there, they still go crazy for
They
him.
love it. Why they gotta say it like short?
Okay, Doja.
What's Doja got going on? Doja Cat is always. I'm a big fan of Doja Cat when she just puts out music. I'm not like crazy about her music, but when she just does the music, she does a great job.
I ain't read the Tory Lanez story yet.
This is pretty much the inspiration for it all. That's one of the most hilarious clips of all time.
That was uncalled for. Joe Kim.
Damn, number one again. SZA and Kendrick.
I say it gets to
Is that 12? You said 15.
I say 15.
Wow. Man, what was the last song that had a run like this? Hey.
Hi, is everything okay?
Yeah, we're on the stream. Do you remember that time you tried to fight a man for me?
I do.
Okay. I just want to make sure you remembered.
Well, in fairness, he was trying to mess with you.
See, see?
She
That's
asked if
all.
everything was okay, like she was ready to whoop someone's ass again.
That's it. Okay, bye.
Three times. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you.
Really doesn't matter what he's saying. If you just make the sound, it works.
Three times. I miss you. I miss you. I miss
Song
you.
that set off the whole year for Kendrick Lamar, man. Still, some would argue, and I think you would, might be the best one.
Yeah.
You see, they're getting sued over that.
Who?
Metro, Future, and Kendrick.
What are they
not by
getting sued
Drake,
for?
but Rodney O. It's like they didn't clear that sample, and they were like, "Yeah, we did. You got paid like $50,000 for it." So I don't know where that.
That's 50,000 more.
If they cleared it, then yeah, they cleared it. But if they didn't clear it, yeah, I'm gonna need some money from that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That whole beat is Rodney O and Joe Cooley.
But if they cleared it, then yeah, I'm sorry, bro. You
There's
did
no-
it for 50.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter that we can renegotiate. You ain't got to sue me. We could talk.
There's zero chance they didn't clear that song.
Yeah.
Like zero. He might have a little seller's remorse in what he sold it for, given the hit that it was.
Right.
Knowing that, I mean, I'm sure he got a little. I mean, Everlasting Bass has hit mix shows since that song dropped.
Right.
That's aged out a little bit. Like that's what, mid 80s, late 80s. So they brought that joint back, but he might have a little seller's remorse.
Hey man, can we talk about that price again?
Yeah. And I have a little buyer's remorse when it comes to the Cleveland Cavaliers also. I don't mind them losing. I don't like the way you said that. I heard your tone.
What do you mean?
I heard your tone.
I said why? What happened?
No, your tone told the story of what you were saying.
To be honest, my tone, whether I'm happy or sad, is the same.
Yeah, but I know when you mean something by it. I don't mind that they're losing to the Pacers because I think the Pacers are good. I don't mind at all.
Mhm.
Yo, you're getting your ass whooped. Like, how does that happen? Like, how do you have that response that you have in game 3 and then come out there like that? Like, if you told me like the whole thing fell apart in the second half when Donovan didn't come back.
Yeah.
Got you. Like, all right, that's tough. But man, y'all was dead by then. Yeah.
Yesterday was tough.
Yeah, that was
yesterday. I can't believe that happened. And it goes to just kind of what I believe with these series sometimes is it's the winning or losing these games. You know what I mean? Not to be too simplistic about it, but you messed up when you didn't win game 2.
Yeah. Oh man.
You had it right there.
Yeah.
And you may be a better team than what you showed yesterday or what you've shown in the whole series. But this series is so much more different. Same type of loss. They get beat by they ended up being 20, but they were down by like 50 at one point.
Yeah.
You get beat the same way and the series is 2-2. It's completely different. Now you get beat like you did and you're down 3-1 and it's like you got no hope. Donovan's hurt. Like
Donovan ain't gonna play. Like I know
he re-aggravated an injury, right?
Yeah. What Shams said this. Oh, he's iffy. I think that's what he said on the Pat McAfee show. Like, if he's iffy, he ain't going. Like, it's like the Steph Curry game 6 stuff.
Yeah.
Read between the lines. Steph is not going in game 6. There's no way Donovan didn't come back in the second half. There's no way he's going in game 5.
I think Donovan will try it.
Man, that's a terrible idea. Now, I don't like it.
I think he'll try and give it a go.
Fairness, you got your ass kicked with Donovan Mitchell on the floor, so it doesn't.
That was just an all-around beat down as is.
Donovan, go ahead, Jesse.
Do the Cavs lack a true number 2? Like when the things aren't going well, someone other than Donovan to go out and get you maybe 30?
Yeah, Mobley ain't it yet. Like, I don't think Darius is a 2. I think Darius is very good, but I don't think he's.
I think Darius is along those lines.
Of a number 2?
Yeah, I think he is. I mean, he's not really. I can't imagine he's like healthy right now.
Oh, there's no way he is.
You know
there's no way none of those guys are any semblance of healthy.
So the fact that he wasn't able to do it in either game, really, to me, it's not an indictment on Darius because I know he's probably playing it 60%. Damn, Stephen A. bullied him out there, getting out there with the sprained toe. So, yeah, I think it's borderline if he is, though. I will say that. But I do think Darius could be a number 2 that can go get you 25 to 30 if Donovan isn't there or if he's hampered at all. But I don't know if he can do that right now with how he is physically. It's tough, man. It's tough. And this is what I want to say. Look, I didn't not believe in the Cavs, if that makes any sense. I believed in them. After those first 2 games against Miami, I wanted to see them behave like a champion. I still believed in them, but I wanted to see them behave like a champion. They did that in Miami. I think they were a true championship contender all year long. I thought they were the team that probably had the best opportunity to beat Boston in a playoff series. I believed in the Cavs. All show bit aside, I believed in them, and it sucks that they're going out this way with injuries and just kind of a tough way to go out for those guys.
I mean, matchups are funny, right, Jesse? You said all year, like, I think the Cavs are going to be a problem for the Celtics.
Yep.
And we ain't even going to see it. Whereas if this, like, what would the story be? And obviously there's an entirely different story as it pertains to the Boston Celtics right now, but would the Cavs be in the same situation if they were playing the Celtics? And maybe they would
down
be
3-1 or
yeah.
Quite possibly. I don't, man.
Like how much are we buying into Cleveland's injuries right now too, I guess? Like how much is that affecting?
A lot.
I think a lot. Yeah, I think a lot.
Those are their best players.
But I don't know that it's. I think it's a lot.
Like, is that affecting the wins and losses of the series?
See, I don't know.
I think it affect game 2. I'll give even though Garland wasn't there, I'll give the Pacers game 1. You know what I mean?
Game 2 was the one where the Cavs were up, right?
They were up. And I know you still got to win that game, but have we seen Dean Wade since? And this is the guy you were asking to close out. Like that matters. I think he shot the ball 4 or 5 times in the fourth quarter. We hadn't even seen the guy play in the rest of the season. I'm sure he has, but I'm saying like he was out there. That's part of the reason why you couldn't hold on to the lead, because you didn't have these guys out there. So game 2, I think they would have won that game if they had the same group in there as game 3 and game 4. And that's the turning point. Like I said, the series is just completely different if they're able to close out game 2. It's a 2-2 series. Maybe, if you're the Cavs, you're like, this team is tough, but, we got home court back. Worst case scenario, we'll get back and win this thing in 7. Now down 3-1. But down 3-1, don't know what's going to happen with Donovan. That's the other killer with this situation.
Yeah.
If Donovan was there, there's still a pathway. The pathway is like what it is for what it is for every team with a home court.
Yeah.
You're looking at game 6 because your belief is we ain't losing 5 and 7. We got to find a way to get on the road and get game 6. If Donovan is there, that's still there for him. Him not being there is super uphill. It is super uphill. Plus, you're playing a good team. It's not like Indiana's like sorry or playing above their heads. Indiana's a good team. So
I just hate the optics for this for Cleveland are brutal. Because this is what people said about them. Like they weren't going to be good enough when the lights came on. And whether that's fair or not, I mean, they're 14 regular season games better than Indiana, who got off to that weird kind of slow start. Pacers are a good basketball team. I think the Pacers are a really good basketball team. I just hate the way that this is going for Cleveland.
Well, you think that's still going to be the thought process behind Cleveland, even with the injuries? I don't.
Well, the thought process for
Of
who?
like,
for Cleveland or
for Cleveland?
I don't think that's
they weren't ready for the light.
Yeah, I don't think that's the thought process in Cleveland.
No, my bad. People's perception of
Cleveland. Absolutely, that's what I think it is.
They've been dead wrong. That's completely unfair.
It doesn't matter if it's fair or not.
Playing with they spent 2 games playing without Garland. One without Evan Mobley, might play without Donovan Mitchell. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Okay, we'll see. I think you're wrong. Or what Jesse said a week or so ago might wind up being what happens. They just don't care. They just won't talk about Cleveland again. It doesn't matter if Cleveland wins, lose. It's like they're waiting for Cleveland to go away. I don't think people bought the 64 wins. I don't think people bought the season that they had.
Bought it in which way, though?
Thinking that they were serious contenders to the Boston Celtics in the conference.
And that's probably not. I don't think that's the craziest thought, right? Like
when you're a 64 win 1 seed, like
yeah, but
I mean, you have the second best record in the league.
Yeah, but people are like Boston in a series is going to be too. Boston in a series is too much for anybody in the league. That's the thought process, right? So
yeah, but if
the
you
Cavs not thinking that the Cavs are good enough to beat Boston, it's still like they're better than everybody else in the East.
Yeah, but you're not. You're not better than Indiana.
I think people thought they were better than Indiana,
but they're not. Like they're going to lose this series to Indiana.
Well, once again, we don't know that.
But okay,
because of the injuries. We don't know that.
Okay, all right. Well, all right. Sorry, Cleveland. Oh my God! The series is over.
Well, no. I'm saying we don't know that they're not better than Cleveland fully healthy. I think they are. We'll never know.
Maybe. Yeah,
we'll never know. So
I don't know.
So this is what we talked about last week. Unfortunately for Indiana, and they don't care. They're going to the conference finals if they win. So what? But I don't think a healthy Cavs team is losing to a healthy Pacers team.
I don't think you like the Pacers either, and I do. I think the Pacers.
I'm not a fan of the Pacers.
I think the Pacers. I thought the Pacers.
I'm not a supporter.
I thought the Pacers would absolutely compete in this series. I certainly didn't think it would be 3-1. If you told me it was 6 or 7, either way, I'd believe you. I certainly didn't think there was going to be a 50-point lead at any point during this series, but nonetheless,
I think the Pacers are a real good team. I just didn't think they were better than Cleveland.
I think the Pacers can beat anyone in the league. But this is what we talked about last week. Like, who would you truly be surprised by winning the championship? Outside of, now we're talking about injured teams like the Warriors and the Cavs, but like we're talking the rosters we entered the second round with. Yeah, I don't know that I'd be surprised really if anybody did it. Like, who had Denver coming back this thing at 2-2?
Man, shout out to Denver, because I know I dismiss them every opportunity I get. That was a big time win on Friday night.
Man, but at the same time, that was a tough one yesterday. And I can point to the moment where I was like, I think that's where they lost it. I think it was 79-78. Russ took that corner three. And Russ was awful last night. But he took that corner three. He missed everything. And Oklahoma City came right back down, and it was like, oh, man. Yeah. Might be it.
Yeah.
And, Oklahoma City scored a couple of points in a row. It was like, all right, now they're kind of backtracking again, trying to cut into this deficit a little bit, and it wound up not happening. That was I think that was a real tough loss for Denver last night, because I thought they had it. Like, I absolutely thought they had it.
I gotta give a shout out to a number of different people in that series. Number one, Denver, because I have been dismissive of them since the start of the playoffs. And like I said, that went on Friday. That was big time. That was championship blood type stuff. So salute to them. They're playing at a level I didn't think they could against a team like OKC. Also got to give a shout out to OKC, Hartenstein, Caruso, because I was very critical of them on Friday night, and I still kind of feel the way I feel. But late in that game, they found a way to get a win. Because the tweet that I made was, a lot of people were going crazy about Caruso and Hartenstein when they made those deals in the offseason. And I thought they were good moves, but I also thought they were both potential liabilities in playoff games due to their lack of being able to score. Caruso wasn't out there in game 3 for much of the fourth quarter and overtime. And Hartenstein had 3 chippies that SGA gave him late in that game, just bricked them all. And guys like that, where they do a great job on the defensive end and they help you out there in the playoffs, these good teams will say, if Hartenstein hits 3 buckets towards the end of the game and Caruso's hitting wide open threes and we lose, we tip our hat. But I don't think you can do that. And it got them in game 3. In game 4, they were both out there on the floor, and SGA had a much better fourth quarter as well. And that's probably more of the reason why they were able to win. But they were out there. They were productive, and they were part of the group that had them taking the lead and then eventually winning that game in the fourth quarter. So salute to OKC, salute to Caruso, salute to Hartenstein.
Yeah, that second group of guys for Oklahoma City was huge yesterday. It was 17-8 after an entire quarter. That's crazy. 17-8 was the score at the end of the first quarter. And that was kind of the first, I know Charles Barkley talked about this later, but that was kind of oh man, these guys are a little roughed up. Like, not everybody is a little roughed up. And when you got guys like Carson Wallace scoring double digits for you, I don't mean that any type of way. And your best, if you're Denver, your best role player is having a brutal night. That's tough. You just don't have and that's why, the playoffs are different. And you have to have guys that you can play. You have to have the break glass in case of emergency guys. And the Lakers didn't have it. We saw what happened to them. The Denver Nuggets, they certainly didn't have it yesterday. And in order for them to win this series, they're going to have to find ways to they're going to just have to find ways to get a second win. They're going to have to find a way to get fresh legs. They're going to have to find a way to push through when they're at their most fatigued, or they're going to need Michael Porter Jr. to do something he hasn't been able to do this postseason. And again, this falls into Steph, Donovan, Darius Garland, Evan Mobley. It falls into that conversation because clearly Michael Porter is not okay.
No, and you also need the stars to be stars. Cole talks about it in the chat. Said SGA had 0 field goal attempts in overtime on Friday. He wasn't very good in the fourth quarter and overtime in that game. He bounced back. I think he had 8 points in the fourth quarter on Sunday afternoon. And, the others are going to do what they can. But you need your SGAs. You need your Jokic's. Jokic late in that game, I think they were down 4 or something like that, and he missed 2 free throws at the line, and they never really recovered. Like, your top guys also have to be top guys because they're going to be deciding this game with their shots or their decision making. They're going to have the ball in their hands. And on Friday, SGA wasn't able to bring it home. On Sunday, got to say Jokic wasn't able to bring it home either. And Jamal Murray, he missed some shots as well. So you need the big guys to bring you home in those situations.
So that was the weekend. I thought we went into LA. I thought the Warriors had won a game. We was watching that game at the little spot we was talking about a minute ago. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm gonna win this game. Yeah, Draymond running around, yelling and doing it's like, oh my God. And all I could think is Minnesota's sorry.
Oh, I cursed Minnesota out
these
so many times
suck.
On Saturday evening.
I went in.
I was so pissed off.
Never looked and didn't know until after the show. And I think I asked you, I was like, did the Warriors won, didn't they? He was like, no. Minnesota pulled away at the end. I was like, oh, okay.
I cursed Minnesota out so much on Saturday evening for 3 quarters. Oh, I was so disgusted. I said, how is this happening? How are you guys letting these guys hit 3? Well, first of all, they didn't hit no threes in the first half. And then in the third quarter, they hitting threes. Buddy Hield mixing up DiVincenzo, hitting 3. I said, what the hell's going on?
Buddy Hield mixing anybody up is crazy.
I said, what the hell is this? I was so frustrated. And then my man Ant handled business in that fourth quarter, second half to be specific. I think he had 26 in the second half. Well, was the number. And Julius Randle, triple-double for Julius Randle. Yeah. Minnesota handled business. They should go up 3-1 tonight.
12, man.
They should go up 3-1 tonight. Handle business. Now, I will say
a hell of a job by the Warriors. I can't believe 30 points from the Jonathan Kuminga offseason is going to be one for the books. And then this is the move that somehow the Warriors become a title contender again. Look, let's Kings fans. I'm not talking to Drew Down and Uncle Loon and the rest of not talking to any, talking exclusively to Kings fans here. Get the idea of the Warriors going away out of your head. It is not happening.
Well,
it is not happening.
It's just 30. It's just 30. No. That's all it is.
Well, he ain't going nowhere.
Steph, older.
It doesn't matter. Steph is not going anywhere.
No, he's not going anywhere right now. But when he goes, that's when all of this goes away.
That could be 3 years from now.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting.
I'm
just waiting for when he goes. Because when he goes, that's
they're going to get something back for Jonathan Kuminga that's going to make us break that monitor right outside this door. Poor Sanja is going to come in. That monitor is going to be in 50 pieces.
I'm just waiting.
Man scored
my time.
30 on 18 shots, 3 or 4 off the bench. Man couldn't get playing time a week ago. Came in, hit his first 8 shots the other day.
Yeah. Now, one of the things is that fourth quarter, though. Jimmy, Kuminga, they were looking for those shots. Yeah. They said they want to trade him to the Western Conference. Even with Giannis.
Well, no one, the people listening.
Dr. Davis says Giannis ain't coming.
Been saying that for a while.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough to
They don't have what Houston has. Yeah. They don't have what Oklahoma City has.
If those teams want,
they don't have what New York has.
Yeah. They've got something. They, with Kuminga and maybe, a Pods or a pick or something like that. They got something, but they don't have enough to combat. Plus, that money be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That money, and Joe Lacob he'll go into the tax for Giannis, I'm
For that,
sure.
yeah.
But that money will be crazy. And Steph is coming up on a deal too, right?
Because you know who's not going to Milwaukee. There ain't no way. You will not part that man from Steph Curry for a single second. Hey, Draymond, we've traded you to Milwaukee.
By the way,
I retire.
By the way, he shouldn't have to retire. He should be thrown out of the NBA today. Did you guys see this? You see the gambling scandal?
Oh, at point.
Throw him
Yeah,
out.
I saw that.
Throw him out.
Why do you know the
He's
spread,
fixing
Draymond?
games.
Well, Draymond was 1 of 4 for 2 points in his
Well-
29
Well,
minutes.
no, did you see the clip?
No.
There's a clip of late in the game, Draymond coming out of a timeout. He's talking to the Warriors or whatever. He said, hey, they're down 8. Hey, it's 5.5. It's 5.5. I know the spread. Warriors come out, hit a 3. They lose by 5. Throw him out. Throw his ass out. Whoa, Stone Cold. Get him the hell out of here. He's fixing games left and right. Get him out. Get him out.
Man, the havoc that you wreak on that microphone with the different fluctuations.
Sorry, Jonathan.
I'm trying to find that clip. I can't find it.
I tweeted it out. If you unblock me, I tweeted out the clip, and
Do I have to unblock
I
you?
used the LeBron gif. I said, NBA, go get this man.
Wait.
NBA, go investigate this man. Him right there. Him.
Other than LeBron getting his purse and leaving, that's my favorite LeBron moment. So LeBron gets up, fixes his jacket and his shorts, grabs his purse, leaves, says, "Do better tomorrow." That's
number one.
That's number
That's
one.
number one.
Him grabbing the official and pointing. That's number 2. And then him staring with his eyes wide open after.
The new one is when he was peeking. That's a new one.
Yeah. What was the story? I don't remember. Someone told this story on a podcast that I just do not believe. But they said Michael Jordan was out drinking and then just walked into the game, scored 36 or whatever, and said he was seeing 3 rims. So he just shot at the middle one. All right, man. All right.
I believe you, Michael.
I feel like
Believe
Michael Jordan stories are becoming like Andre the Giant stories. Oh, I saw Andre the Giant drink 4 million beers in one set. Like they just keep getting bigger and bigger the further from retirement we get. And now Michael Jordan's doing something.
Well, shout out Mike. The GOAT is back. Mind you, I believe
GOAT
Mike.
is back.
I believe Mike too. Anything, believe Mike. The man's crazy. That man's crazy.
But what'd Mike say?
No, I'm just saying the stories.
Oh.
If he was out drinking in Atlantic City and have 40, then he was out drinking in Atlantic City and have 40. That man crazy.
No, I
Did you
just
see the
love
way
the
he
line
looked
he
at
was
Scotty Burrell?
I
Just crazy.
I just love the line that he saw 3 rims. That's the line that I love. We'll come back. Much more basketball to talk about. Oh, to Giannis. The Giannis noise is about to get the loudest it has ever been. How can the Kings get involved? I'm just kidding. There's no way. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. So we'll do prize picks at 2:43. That's what that email was about. So we'll just keep I told her we'll keep this segment in that area. It doesn't air during commercials. It airs as part of our show. So yeah.
Hey, Cole, you watch your damn mouth. You watch your mouth. It all depends. How's he going? Is he going to talk like Michael Jordan, or is he going to talk like, oh, NBA guy? I want to be nice to everybody. I think Michael.
If he talk like Michael Jordan, he gonna get thrown off the air.
I think Mike gonna talk that talk whenever he does. You don't have to be mean all the time for it to be, but he ain't gonna hide nothing. He gonna say how you feel.
Cooper flag. NBA draft lottery is tonight. We'll talk about that as the show progresses. What's it mean? I don't know. Probably nothing. Or it could mean everything. We'll all find out together.
Yeah, if we'll talk about it, but if Cooper and them boys, I need as many East Coast teams in the top 4 as possible. We can't just keep having these people in the Western Conference. It's getting ridiculous. I think the top 4 odds are, there's 3 of them are Western Conference teams.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. That's in our notes somewhere. What is it? Utah Jet. No team has with the worst record has won the lottery since this new system was put in place.
Yeah, just we need to get these people out of the Western Conference. Like every year, like Wemby, and the year the two top 2 teams were Eastern Conference teams. It was Sar and Ricochet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh! Cooper Flag comes up. Oh, Utah number 1 pick, or San Antonio got it via Atlanta. All right, man. We need to get these people out of the Western Conference. Damn. What was the situation with were the Spurs the favorite the year Wemby was? Well, obviously not. You just said they didn't have the worst record. Who had the worst record?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember who had the worst record, but yeah, no team with the worst record has gotten the first.
Probably Detroit.
The system has been in place.
Well, at least they got Cade, got him out of there.
I can't believe I have to ask this. Where, hypothetically, the Kings win the lottery, and I don't mean top 4 win the lottery, I mean number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Where does that rank in terms of the biggest moments in Kings history?
It's
probably not 1.
Off the top of my head, it's top 5.
That's what I mean.
Why
Bibby,
is it not number 1?
Well, Bibby's shot's going to be number 1, or it's near number 1.
Is Cooper Flag generational?
I think so. He looks to be like, we don't
know.
No,
I agree.
We don't know, but
they've never passed on a generational talent before, though.
Why'd you do that?
Even then, you had the number 2 pick.
Still, yeah, it's still you can mess up at number 1, you can mess up at number 2. Right. I'm trying to
would it top anything in the 2022-2023 season?
That's what I was just about to ask. Does this top anything the Beam team did if they win the lottery?
Looking at Fox playoff debut.
Yeah, I'm
gonna go yes. It does. It was a moment. It was great, but we're also living the scarceness of the moment.
I'm trying to think, man. I'm trying to think. So this would be bigger than anything being team one. The first, they didn't even win that game, but the first home playoff game in '96. Anything outside of Bibby that the greatest show on court ever did. It's tough because those are
for the guy you'd be landing, I feel like it'd be taking you into a new era. So it'd have to be pretty high, I think.
There's like moments, whether they're good or bad. Like you mentioned the 96, the playoff appearance. It's always going to be a moment. Doug punching Rick Fox is always going to be something Kings fans remember forever. Chris Webber's injury is going to be something Kings fans remember forever. If the Kings land tonight, if they defy all of the odds, given the fact that it's top 4 or nothing, and land at 1, I don't think Kings fans will ever forget tonight. I think it's to be a moment they'll remember forever.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
This is where I was when the Kings won the lottery to draft Cooper Flag.
That's 100% fair, which is also interesting because we don't even know what he would have done for the Kings or what he will do for the Kings, right? If he's the number 1 pick and he ends up being, well, not if he's the number 1 pick, but if you're the Kings, you get the number 1 pick, you get Cooper Flag, and he has the career of Andrew Wiggins. It's a good career, right? But it didn't necessarily bring you anything.
Sure.
But we don't even know that. He the number 1 pick, you get the number 1 pick, and it would be a top moment. I understand it. I definitely understand it. I think a little differently than most but it didn't result in anything, so to speak. But game 3, 99 against Utah, overtime win. Vlade hits a turnaround, blows a kiss to the crowd. I mean, that's crazy.
No
like
doubt.
Sacramento was on fire. It was crazy,
Yep.
but it didn't lead to anything. He lost the series, but that's one of those moments.
Well, to your
but I
point,
get it.
Cooper Flag could lead to nothing.
True.
But we'll remember this moment.
Yeah. Probably top 5 moment for sure.
I bet,
top 3.
but I'm sure everyone remembers the Kings moving to 2. Remember the Kings moving to 4. Those are all drafts that they won and moved up.
Wonder what position Nani's gonna take over today. If the Kings get the if the word gets out that they move into the top 4, because I still believe it's not a coincidence that news came out draft lottery day.
Oh, it did. The day the Sacramento Kings won the lottery and got to 4 to draft Keegan Murray, Angeli was named
like an
the
hour
general
before.
Manager. Yeah.
2 hours before.
And that went over great.
And then people forgot about it.
Yep. No, everyone forgot. Yep.
Because they moved up. If we get word that Doug Christie's son is on his staff, then we know them boys in the top 4.
Yeah, Cooper Flag is on his way. Now we're all just going to be hoping for some absurd Kings report today.
Jackie joins the staff. Well, no, them boys are going to the top 4. Nothing else matters.
Jackie would beat someone's ass in a nightclub for Doug. That's positive. Facts. Yeah.
100%.
I mean, I think we saw Jackie whip someone's ass in the hallway of the Staples Center.
Facts. Yeah, Rick Fox.
She had the loaded purse in her hand like Sensational Sherry.
Rick Fox learned the hard way. With this draft, though, I need Washington or Charlotte to get the number 1 pick. That's what I'm looking at right now. I think this is the odds, or like the worst records maybe. But it's Utah, Washington, like from worst records to 4th worst. Utah, Washington, Charlotte, New Orleans. Utah and New Orleans cannot get the first pick.
Oh my God, no, they absolutely cannot.
Please, Washington, Charlotte. Let me ask you this: Where would you want to see him go if you could pick between those 4 teams? Like, I think this would be dope. I kind of feel like Washington.
Give that to me one more time.
Utah, Washington, Charlotte, and New Orleans.
Utah, Washington.
I'll take Washington. They're working with something.
Yeah, but you get LaMelo, a guy in Charlotte.
That's true too.
I'm trying to get LaMelo out of Charlotte.
Well,
but for the league as a whole, wouldn't it be better if you had a place like Charlotte relevant?
Charlotte's never going to be relevant, man. Like,
that's not good though. Like, you want a that's like,
I mean, whether they're the Bobcats or whoever, like Charlotte has always been Charlotte. Like, it's never mattered.
So
the league's never needed Charlotte.
But that's not good. Like, I might even fix the draft to get Cooper in Charlotte.
I don't even think like Charlotte's just not a good franchise. They just I don't want to see Cooper there. Like, they're just gonna fumble it the way I see it.
Well, and you're not a Kings fan, so you wouldn't say, but people would say the same thing about the Kings. People would talk about the Kings the way that we talk about Charlotte. But when the Kings were being team 1, one of the stories was like, this is great for the NBA to see this environment in a place like Sacramento. Charlotte may be the same thing. I think Washington could be the same thing. I think Washington being a good NBA team or having a good NBA team and being a good NBA city would be good for the NBA.
There's something about Washington I don't trust. That is a very literal government town. I don't know.
If you're San Antonio and they land the first pick, do you keep Flag or do you trade that for Giannis?
San Antonio is actually, though, sorry, I'm to answer your question, but that's the one city.
I know it's the one you don't want to see, but
well, just in general, it sucks that Wemby went there. San Antonio.
Wait, it's better than Charlotte.
San Antonio is boring as hell.
It's better than Charlotte.
And we've already seen them be great. We don't need to see them be great again. San Antonio and Utah. San Antonio, Utah.
I'd rather Wemby
OKC.
land in San Antonio than Charlotte.
Yeah, but you guys are talking about the franchises. I'm talking about like just the city, the atmosphere, the environment.
There is nothing wrong with San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Stop it.
San Antonio.
You've never been there.
They got that crazy.
You very literally have never been there.
San Antonio looked boring. The fan base looked boring. Like if you watch a Spurs game, look boring. The colors are boring. We've already seen them be great. It wasn't exciting. That is awful. That's awful. We've seen them be great. We've seen them be dominant, and people talk about how boring that era was. And now we're going to do it again? No, that was terrible. Utah's another player. Utah.
Yeah, I'm out on Utah for everything.
I think OKC is boring. Not the team, but the franchise being good. There's nothing exciting about OKC. You look in the crowd. No celebrities ever there.
Who cares?
How's that different from these other teams? These other teams are boring, though. All these teams are boring.
Big market Caraway over
boring.
Here. That's how we know you ain't Sacramento. You worried about all these?
I'm sorry. Who was that game 2 of the Kings-Warriors? Who was that game 7? People was showing up. They was in the building.
Who cares if there's celebrities there? What's that got to do with anything?
Through.
Who cares
Vibes
if there's celebrities there?
Vibes was up.
So vibes aren't up in Oklahoma City when they're in the playoffs?
Maybe. Who knows?
Weren't you the dude who came in here like a week ago mad because they was talking about how loud it is at Chesapeake Arena or whatever it is?
It's fake news over there, bro. That they used the little.
Wasn't that you?
They used the little thunder sticks, bro. Stop. Charlotte is popping though.
When has anyone ever said that?
The city's on the come up. Charlotte is popping.
Why is it on the come up? What is making Charlotte on the come up?
Well, I'll tell you this. Black America, Charlotte is popping. It's coming. It's on the come up. Charlotte would be good vibes if they had a good team.
Why do the vibes even matter to you? You live here.
Because, like I said, I don't want to tune into a Spurs game and be like,
you wouldn't want to see Wemby
bland ass environment.
Would be Wemby, Fox. Oh, Wemby, that player, and then Cooper Flag. Sorry, I don't know how people feel about that. I don't know.
I like the Parcells gimmick. From now on, we just refer to De'Aaron as the player.
I don't know how you guys feel about him. Like, I don't know if you guys are going to tune in for him, so I'll just call him that player until we all ready.
That player. Yeah.
New Orleans will be better. New Orleans will be a vibe. San Antonio is just boring, bro. Like I said,
I don't even
we've already
understand.
lived
Like
through it.
you're okay.
Was it exciting? Was it exciting? The Spurs era?
No, that was also the Popovich, Tim Duncan. Those were the individuals. Those individuals were boring. Tim Duncan is the boringest human being alive.
Feels like a lot of hate.
I think it's not hate.
Wemby's
not
already
hate.
shown more charisma than Tim Duncan did in 20 years.
Being wasted in San Antonio.
I'd rather him go and develop and be a good ball player in a good organization like San Antonio than wind up in Charlotte where he's LaMelo Ball.
Years.
Once again, you guys are talking about the organizations. I'm talking about the vibes.
Your vibes you sound ridiculous right now.
Charlotte will not have any vibes if they get Cooper Flag. It'll just be more dysfunction, and then Cooper Flag getting traded in 5 years.
Now you got to get Cooper Flag and LaMelo out of.
Yeah, we got two.
And why do we care what black people in Charlotte think? Cooper Flag is white and he went to Duke.
Well, LaMelo gonna be in Charlotte.
Well, not according to Jesse.
Yeah,
Jesse's
I'm
trying to
already
get him out
working
of
on
there.
it. Like, no.
Jesse is trying to get that man out of there.
Yeah, no, he can't go to.
What, you don't want
San
Cooper
Antonio.
Flag next to the creek over there? Or?
The river. Come on, man.
Oh, sorry, the river.
You
Wow.
haven't been there either.
Yeah,
They should move that team. To
looks like my
Austin.
local creek.
Have you been to Austin?
Yeah, Austin's a great city. Austin reminds me of Sacramento a little bit.
Why?
Same type of vibe, like kind of
Oh,
slept
not
on
the
city.
same type of. Well, maybe that.
Slept on
Maybe
city.
perception. I don't think Austin is slept on. I think everybody knows what Austin
Well, you
is.
think
That's
of
a
Texas.
college town.
When you think of Texas, though, you think of Dallas, Houston. You think of those two cities first, and then you get to Austin. Just like you think of California, you think of LA, the Bay Area, and then you're like, oh, Sacramento. They're both the capital. On top of that,
I don't feel like Austin is slept on. Everybody raves about Austin.
yeah, when they go there, but nobody's saying I want a vacation to Austin. With all due respect,
Well,
nobody.
who wants to vacation in Texas? Don't go vacation in Texas. You go to Texas because you have to for something. Or you go to Texas because you want to see the Cowboys or the Texans or the Astros or whatever. Nobody goes, hey, baby, we got a week off. You want to go to Texas?
Well, even then, anybody say, hey, I want to go to San Antonio and watch the Spurs play. No,
Literally, no one says that.
They might say, oh,
But no one says I want to go to Houston and watch the Rockets play.
Well, not now, but I want to go to Dallas, watch the Cowboys play. Or
Well, that's the Cowboys.
Or I want to
It's
go to
different.
Houston and watch the Texans and all this. Like, yeah, they got to. Nobody said I want to go to San Antonio for anything.
No, we're gonna get to the root of this one day. You don't like.
They're boring.
No, this is like how I feel about Cleveland.
I just don't understand. Like, you've never been there. That's the part that's weird
No,
to me.
it's probably a great city. It's probably fine. Like, fine. It's fine.
So you think
It's boring.
You think they're the most boring team in the NBA? Because there's plenty of other teams like that.
Bro, don't you rep Fresno? Like,
Utah-
Fresno's
yeah,
cool. That's a cool place. Don't you do that?
Gross.
Fresno fine with me. I have no problem with Fresno.
But San Antonio's not.
San Antonio.
Like, you're talking about the armpit of California.
Whoa,
San
that's
An-
Bakersfield,
yeah,
by the way.
San Antonio.
You're right. My mistake.
Yeah.
I apologize. You're right.
San
Sorry,
Antonio is boring. It's boring. It looks like a boring ass place to be. What? Go see the Alamo? They don't even have a college there. At least Fresno has Fresno State. You can go to a Fresno State football game. What? I want to go to San Antonio Spurs basketball game.
I can't back you up on the Fresno versus San Antonio thing, pal.
What?
Fresno's not better than San Antonio.
I'm not. Do you guys hear me? It's boring.
No, I've tuned you out at this point.
San Antonio is boring.
Okay. I hear you.
And
no,
I'm not even
no.
advocating for Fresno. Bring an
No,
NBA
no.
team to Fresno. I'm not
Based-
saying that.
San Antonio is boring based on what? Tell me about your experience in San Antonio.
I haven't been to San Antonio.
Okay. All right.
So you think the vibes will be up more if like
I'm
he's
telling you. So you watch multiple teams. You watch Atlanta. You watch even Houston and Dallas when they're playing. Like, you see them playing, and you're like, yo, it's popping out there. Like, it's a vibe out there. You look through the crowd. Oh yeah, it's a vibe out there. You see on social media, Dallas fan here, Rockets fan here. It's a vibe. Oh, who's courtside? Pat Mahomes courtside. That's what's up. Oh, what? Travis Scott. Like it's a vibe out there.
I don't do that ever.
Okay.
Like I've literally never watched a basketball game going, oh, Patrick Mahomes is there. This is fun. I don't care. That's not what I'm watching for.
Okay. You can love the Spurs if you want to. I'm telling you, for me and for a lot of people, once again, am I on an island saying that was a boring era of basketball when the Spurs were dominant? Am I on an island?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, you guys saying like I'm
You're talking
alone.
about the.
It's not like the Spurs own that era though. Like
What do
LeBron
you-
and like Kobe, like that was all part. Like it wasn't just like we were just watching the Spurs. Like
I
it wasn't like
can't,
the-
I
am
can't tell
am I
if
alone?
you're talking about the Spurs or the city.
I think that the whole environment of San Antonio.
Now, is it the
The
Spurs?
Spurs-
So the Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, that era of dominant basketball was like 20 years.
Mhm.
It was boring because San Antonio was boring.
San Antonio didn't help. Like they didn't add any pizzazz
So
to
Tim
it.
Duncan got to San Antonio, was this huge charismatic individual, and San Antonio zapped him of that.
Not saying that. I'm asking you that era, watching the San Antonio Spurs on TV and knowing the Spurs are on your television doesn't mean they weren't good, weren't great, it wasn't a great era. We do the same thing with Denver, right?
The exact same thing.
We do the same thing.
But it's not the
nobody's
city
ever
of Denver.
No, but the vibes of Denver. We talk all the time about how Denver could care less about the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Right. And that factors in, like that doesn't factor into whether or not we're going to watch, but the excitement isn't that of the Garden. Like, oh man, the Garden, it's about to be popping in the Garden. We ain't never said, oh, it's about to be popping in the Pepsi Center. It's about to be popping in the SBC Center.
Well,
we never said that.
That's New York. Like,
have we ever said that about San Antonio Spurs game? It's about to be popping in there, even when they're winning a championship game.
I've never said that about any game other than the Garden. The only
we said that about
atmosphere.
Boston Garden. We said it about Lakers game, Warriors games, all this other stuff.
I mean,
What Warriors game?
Even into it.
I ain't never said it's going to be popping at the Chase Center.
No, not Chase.
We'll
Center.
do that.
Chase Center different. Chase Center different. Talking about Oracle when Rihanna and Beyonce, all these people would show up for the NBA Finals.
I mean, going back to the original point, though, like how's San Antonio any different than Charlotte? All those cities are boring. Whatever. Like no one's ever said anything. Oh, Charlotte, Washington's pop. Like they're all the same.
I don't think Charlotte's a boring city.
I've heard good
maybe
things
the
about
basketball team.
Charlotte.
Well, as far as the
I've heard
NBA,
about
like
that's the other
NBA,
thing.
like no one's ever been like, oh yeah, Charlotte is pot. Like they went to the playoffs
Nah,
with
they
Kemba, nobody
suck.
cared. Yeah,
Well,
like Charlotte, no one's ever cared.
All right. Well, I've heard a lot of people say Charlotte is popping. I've heard obviously, a lot of people think DC popping.
Oh yeah, DC.
You know
But in
what I mean?
NBA
Like,
terms,
I've heard-
in
I've
NBA
heard-
terms,
But that's different between Charlotte is popping, DC is popping. That doesn't mean Hornets games are popping nor
yeah,
Wizards games are
they
popping.
don't mean anything in the
Well,
NBA.
they haven't.
You know what's popping in DC? I know you do. The Capitals.
the Capitals are.
That's
popping.
what's popping in DC.
The
It's a
Wizards
very
games,
bland form of popping, but
the Wizards games when they had Bradley Beal and John Wall,
Nah.
like you saw the vibe, you saw them in the
I
series.
lived there when they had them. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not even saying it's the
I
same
don't
as the
know.
Capitals, but
It's just teams when they're winning. Yeah, they'll show up, but it wasn't like, oh, the Wizards are like this
It wasn't
important thing in the
it
NBA.
wasn't
Like it didn't matter.
It's like in Sacramento, if the Kings, it's an appointment to get to a Kings game.
Mhm.
I don't think that was ever the case in Washington. I don't know what happens in Charlotte or San Antonio. I feel like I don't know Charlotte at all. I feel like San Antonio does fine as a fan base, but I know. I mean, and obviously, I lived here. I live here. I lived in DC. But Wizards game was never an appointment with John Wall and Brad Beal.
Mhm.
The Kings are especially when the rare occasion things are going well. Yeah, so hey, I got to get out to a Kings game. Like that is an appointment. That is something you have to do in this city.
look,
Hell,
you
you got
guys,
Zion. I
you
didn't
guys
even mean
enjoy
anything.
San Antonio. That's fine.
Well, it's not
I
even
will.
enjoying. It's not
That's
enjoying
fine.
San Antonio. Like San Antonio could be boring, but it's just like they're no different than Charlotte, Washington,
how
New
about
Orleans.
toxic
Like
nine
they all
six?
stay.
New Orleans is popping Pelicans games.
Yeah, they
aren't?
got Zion and they did nothing with it.
No, when the Pelicans are good, those games are popping.
But that's every team. though.
backtracking ass. I swear to God.
How am I backtracking?
How many impressions did you come in here and go, hey, Wody, go talk about the MLSU's Tigers?
Well, no,
over
it
here."
ain't popping like
And
that. It's not like that. But we've seen New Orleans.
Gotta talk about Derek Carr retirement over here, Wody. But now we're gonna try to act like the Pelicans are popping.
I didn't say the
Stop.
Pelicans are popping. I said when they're winning, when Zion is actually playing and they're doing well, like those games are they lit.
That is not true. That is not true. I think the curtains, top rows blacked out. That is not true.
Bottom line is
they get over there and go, look, well, did the Mercedes-Benz or whatever it's called now, right across the street.
Really
bottom line is,
huh?
You've been really up in your impression game lately.
Yeah, he's in his bag.
Yeah,
he's in his bag.
Salute.
He's
I
in
just
his
figured
bag.
the more I do him, maybe he start doing his. Well, you know what it is.
Once again, you guys can enjoy
sold
San
out
Antonio.
doing these goddamn impressions.
You guys can enjoy San Antonio. I see San Antonio on the docket, and I know the vibes aren't going to be the same as other cities when I'm watching.
Okay.
Does that mean I'm not watching the Spurs? No, I love basketball, so I'm watching the Spurs. I'm watching everybody, but I know it's not going to be like Sacramento. It's not going to be like New York. It's not going to be like Atlanta. It's not going to be like those places.
But compared to other teams we were talking about, like when have you ever pointed and been like Charlotte's popping ever in your life, or like Washington, like those teams? Like I feel like the Spurs when they were good were bigger than the Pelicans. I'd say.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe so.
Well, just like go back to the original conversation. Like we don't want like Cooper to go to a boring team. Like all those teams are boring. They all are. They're all the same.
I think Washington could have more vibes.
There's no chance.
Charlotte.
No, there's no chance. There's no chance. No chance in Washington. Maybe Charlotte. I don't know. No chance in Washington. We'll come back. Leezy, hang on, Leezy. Elk Grove Kid Talk line's open 916-909-1320. I don't know what we're going to talk about next, but it has to be more intelligent than what we just
Top
did.
5 most popping cities next.
Jesus. Get in there, Woden.
Amos, maybe I should be muted. You can be muted too. that's what if we muting, you can be muted. I ain't gonna do it. You have your opinion. It's all good.
Don't even know what this is in relation to, but shout out, love my city. Don't care.
Casey hates San Antonio because a fortune teller told him his missing bike was in the basement of the Alamo, but there is no basement in the Alamo. Is this a movie reference or something?
Pray for Mojo. Is that a movie reference? Because I don't know either.
Because that shit is stupid. That joke was whack. If it's a movie reference that I ain't seen, sure. But that, you wasted your time typing that. That shit dumb.
Baxter down 209 for life. And Jalen says that Modesto's on the rise. So I'm assuming whatever list that was, Modesto's the top 4 city now.
Okay.
Shout out. It's the story
Good
I'm
for
going to tell.
Modesto.
That's what I'm going to tell. Shout out San Jose as well. I was there this weekend.
San Jose cool. San Jose cool. Oh my gosh. All right, TCG. Don't judge a city before you've been there. I'm not like other people. I can go to any city and have a good time because that's me. That's who I am. I can go to San Antonio. If I go to San Antonio, I'll have a great time. I'll have a great time because that's just me. You know what I'm saying? I'll have a good time if I'm with my people, or all I need is one other person with me, and if I got like my family, like we'll have a good time. We'll have a good time anywhere. So I'm pretty sure I'll go to San Antonio and have a great time. I'm telling you, I think the Spurs are boring. I think the organization is boring. And maybe it's different with Pop and all this other stuff. I think the arena is boring. There ain't no vibes in there. But that's just me. I did not get the Asian ones. I'm mad about that too. Them things sold out in a heartbeat. They look great too. But that's why I didn't even wake up for the. Hell yeah.
All right, let's get back to the actually, before we get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, the Wake Up Call announced the Wake Up Call live today.
Sweet.
June 28th at the Crest Theater, man.
Ooh.
You want to get tickets for that? They're going pretty quick. I was looking at the Eventbrite seating chart earlier, and these joints is selling fast. They have VIP tickets that have been coined the the Raccoon Club, but you got to listen to the show to get that reference.
Excuse me.
Text live. Yeah, that's a shoot. Text live to 916-909-1065 for your chance to buy tickets to the Wake Up, or not your chance to buy tickets. That's how you can buy tickets. Text live to 916-909-1065. The Wake Up Call live June 28th, Saturday, June 28th at the Crest Theater, downtown Sacramento. It's awesome.
That is dope.
Get Leezy in here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo. What's up, D-Lo KC? What's popping, guys?
What's up, Leezy?
Yo, what's good with it? Hey, KC, man, I had to call in and follow up on your city talk, man. Hey, I can confirm San Antonio is boring, dirty, and ugly.
Well, the way to damn minute.
I lived there. I lived there during the heyday, back when the Spurs were winning their championships. And, man, let me tell you, it was not exciting to watch. Seeing the Spurs beat up on the Lakers, the Suns, back when they had Kobe and Shaq and all that, nobody wanted to watch the Spurs, man. So I'm with you, Casey, on that. And I'm from OKC. And Casey, I can tell you, dude, there ain't nothing to do down there. So those games are always going to be sold out, always going to be loud. That's people live, breathe, and eat the thunder down there. So just want to chime in on the city talk, you know?
No one asked you. Leezy.
And Leezy, no, I didn't say nothing about San Antonio being dirty.
Well,
we gotta
go
two
there.
hometowns too, I guess.
Man, what you want
We
to
ain't gotta go there. We
Okay,
ain't go to
it
this.
sucks.
I think it comes off boring on TV. That ain't got nothing to do with being dirty.
He called it dirty, ugly, and disgusting, or what did he say?
You know, one time I was watching
I act like I've been all over San Antonio. I've been to one part. This is the downtown part. That's it.
I was watching an OKC game a couple of years ago, and I think it was like OKC and the Kings. And this was when they were shutting down Shea, like they weren't no good. And it was probably like 500 people in that arena. There wasn't nobody in there. And I was like, I'm gonna remember this when you guys are good. Everybody want to be there when they're good. But I remember when things are bad, it was a ghost town in that arena. So I'm like, all right, I'm watching. When people talk about they might have the best fans in the NBA, all right, no, I was there when it was bad. They weren't in there. That's all I'm saying. San Antonio. Well, I can't say if it's dirty or not, but I'm not gonna put that moniker on San Antonio. I was telling them during the break. I'm not like these other people that follow the NBA. We talked about this when they were trying to disparage Sacramento. I don't know what you guys do for a good time or anything. I go to San Antonio and have a great time. I go to a lot of places and I have a great time. Like it ain't. I have fun. San Antonio, and I'll go there and people ask me like, "How was San Antonio?" I'm like, it was cool. I had a good time. I'm sure that'll be the case. I'm saying the vibes that come off on the television with that organization. Maybe it'll be different now with Pop. Maybe they'll have a little more pizzazz to them. Maybe the arena will too. But they were boring.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
I did not say San Antonio was dirty. That was lazy.
That was absolutely lazy.
Don't associate me with that, San Antonio.
Send your hate mail to lazy. I don't even know what it is. At Leezy, whatever. Leezy was all over the place this weekend.
He was, man. He looked good in that tux, man.
Every time I checked IG, it was like, man, what's Leezy doing now? He got the A's game over the weekend. Yeah, he was out there.
Looking sharp in the tux, man. Shout out to my boy Leezy.
We mentioned this a minute ago. Yeah, let's stay with baseball for a minute because it was popping in West Sacramento this weekend. You talk about it, the vibes. Friday night, I absolutely felt like I was missing something.
Mm-hmm.
There was kind of a moment where I wrapped up here, got to the house, and then all of a sudden it was I have Sean Cunningham alerts on because I know Sean doesn't tweet nonsense.
Yeah.
I started seeing Sean's like alerts, and then I opened Twitter, and then it was like, oh man, yeah, I'm definitely missing something tonight.
Yeah.
And then it got worse the next day because it was just more. It was just like, oh, there were just runs being scored every 30 seconds in West Sacramento for 3 days. And yeah, it absolutely, with the New York Yankees in Sacramento for the first time, it absolutely, if you couldn't get out to the park, it felt like you missed something.
Nah, it was,
or at least it did for me. I absolutely felt like I missed something.
It was a big deal. I got out there on Sunday, on Mother's Day, was able to follow through and come through with the request. So disaster averted.
And did she leave you for Aaron Judge?
No, but we were in right field.
Okay,
we were in right field. We saw 99
close.
out there,
yeah, so it was close. Okay,
I don't think she don't like Aaron Judge like that.
Okay,
she don't like him like Ibaka,
Serge Ibaka.
Yeah.
Oh, she don't like light skinned dudes.
Well, I don't know that. She just don't have that feeling for Aaron.
Serge Ibaka's. He's a little more your shade.
Serge and Dom Kennedy. Those are the two that I gotta keep an eye out for. But
can't remember what Dom looks like. Wasn't Dom just here?
He was. It was a busy week. We didn't get a chance to. Matter of fact, it was the playing game. So.
That's right. Okay.
Would have better time at Dom Kennedy for that game. But no, we
all would have.
we was out there on Sunday, man, and that was the first time since the A's have been here that, because we went out. We drove, obviously, and I had the family, so I had to drive into West Sac. I had to park in the damn parking lot because I had the family with me.
Not what you do.
No, but we had to take an alternate route because it was crazy trying to get on 50 and all this other stuff. So we go downtown, and I was like, all right, I'm going to go down Capitol Mall Street or whatever, across the bridge, and try to get into West Sac that way, as opposed to the freeway getting off on Jefferson. And when we were by Capitol Mall or by, I don't know what street it was, but closer towards the Go to One Center, you saw a bunch of people walking, like making a trip to the ballpark
route.
Yeah, doing it that way. But there was a lot of people. Like that was the move for a lot of people. That was the first time since the A's have been here where I was like, this is pretty cool. Like people are all over downtown, converging on the West Sac outside. And I was like, man, I hope they don't leave. Like that was the first time.
A's.
Yeah. That was the first time I thought about it, because everything else I've been resigned to the fact that, hey, 3 to 5 years, they'll be gone. It'll be all good. I even got resigned to the fact after listening to a bunch of stuff in the first month of the season, they may not be here next year. They may be gone. They may be one and done. The Players Association, they've been making a big fuss every chance they get. Yeah. They might be gone after this year. I wouldn't bet on that, but it's a possibility.
Where you hoes going?
I'm talking about we can go back to Oakland. That would be a disaster.
Okay.
No shade to Oakland, but just the dynamics of going
I know. I
back to
just
Oakland
love the idea that the city of Oakland is going to be like, yeah, come back, sweetie.
That would be a disaster.
Spend a year cheating on them publicly and then going to talk about, oh, no, baby, I'm going to come back to you for a few more years.
And I'm still going to leave you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. This is temporary. Yeah, I just need a place to stay.
That would be the biggest disaster.
The new crib's getting built, and having a roommate was a bitch.
People would be so stupid if they allowed that to happen. Once again,
everybody involved would be
no
stupid.
Shade to it's not about Oakland. It's about the perception.
It's the dynamic.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it's I'm trying to wrap my head around that may be a reality as well. And now I was like, man, I hope they don't leave. This is really cool. This is really cool to see the city, kind of electric the way it was this weekend. And not every weekend, not every homestand is going to be the Yankees. The Yankees were different. You know what I mean? The Yankees are different. The
For sure.
Giants will be that type of way. I think the Red Sox will have that vibe. Maybe even the Phillies might have that vibe. But and the Dodgers, they're not coming this year, but whenever they come, they'll have that type of vibe as well. But I was like, man, this is pretty cool, man. They are out in droves. I got into the building. It was packed. It was packed at Sutter Health Park. Obviously, Yankees fans for sure, but it was packed. We were on the lawn. The lawn was packed.
How was that? That's where you guys stayed?
Yeah, we were sitting on the lawn. It was cool.
Yeah,
it was cool. The way they have it set up, you get your small lawn chair. The ones with the short legs, so you're not obstructing other people's view. I think they said it can't be any higher than 9 inches or something like that.
So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be funny. So do you bring your own? Okay.
Yeah, they allow you to bring your chair in there if you have one.
Otherwise, you could just sit on the grass.
Yeah, you sit on the grass.
I can't sit in them chairs.
That's what we did. Which
Okay.
I kind of rather have the chair.
I can't sit on them chairs, man. Them chairs kill me.
The grass grass can't be better.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, grass is tough, at least for me.
Mm-hmm.
But the chairs we had, I think they were a little higher than 9 inches. So we didn't even want to take a chance and being like, hey, those are too high, get them out of there. So we just laid out the blanket and we're out there on the lawn. And it was dope, man.
Yeah.
Like it was really, really cool, man. And that's a cool dynamic. If they were here, if the Sacramento would ever get a baseball team, I don't know what they would do in the form of a ballpark. Now with everything happening by the rail yards in downtown, I don't know where that would go. I don't know if you could do anything in West Sac. They're building condos and high rises over there, so you may not have room. I don't know how that will work out. I just know it was pretty cool all weekend long, seeing everybody out there and then actually going and seeing how downtown was. That was pretty dope. And this is one of the underrated aspects to the A's being here. I'm not trying to stall myself out because I was wrong. I said it'd be 13,000, 14,000 every night with the A's here. I was wrong about that. That has not been the case. But I do think I underestimated the dynamic of it not being Sacramento's team. I do think if it was the Sacramento A's, and this is your team, Sacramento, I think the dynamic would be a little different. I think Sacramento might come out a little bit more than what they have. But it's just a weird situation because some people might not want to get too attached because it's like, this ain't our team. They're just here temporarily. Then you've got Oakland A's fans who are like, I'm not coming to this. I'm not supporting them in any way. And it's just a weird dynamic. I do think it'd be a little different if this was, hey, Sacramento, this is your baseball team.
Sure.
And, get behind them. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. And play that situation out. You might see different attendance.
But the attendance isn't bad.
I don't think it is either. I also think that there's the other aspect of people bought those season tickets with the thought of selling them.
Yeah.
And making money on them. So when you see rows empty or sections empty, maybe I'm missing something, but I'm thinking those are season ticket holders that were just
a lot of those tickets are probably sold.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah, because didn't they sell like 10,000 season tickets?
I don't know how many they sold, but I know they sold a lot of them quickly.
Yeah, that was the story out there that season tickets were sold out or something like that.
I saw, I'm sure it was on Twitter. There were season ticket holders that are upset that they can't resell their tickets.
Yeah.
It's like, fam, that's the investment game.
Right.
You made a bad investment.
Yeah.
They were mad at the A's. Like, oh, feel like I got duped. No, dummy.
No, that's you.
That's buying season tickets with the idea of selling them is an investment strategy.
Yeah.
Your strategy was flawed because you didn't understand a simple rule of supply and demand. And I've always said this about baseball tickets. Like, the only place you can make your money was this weekend. The Red Sox series. The big series is where you make your money. I think the same is probably true, at least to a certain degree, for Kings games. You want to make money. You want to make something back with your season tickets. You're not going to the Laker game.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to the Warriors game. As long as Steph is here and LeBron is here, you're not going to those games. You're not going to the Celtics games.
Right.
You're going to watch the Wizards because nobody you can't jack up the price on a Kings Wizards ticket.
Right.
Just like you can't jack up the price on a A's White Sox ticket.
Right. Right. So, and then you have the situation where they behind home plate or whatever. I got the season tickets. Well, D'Lo goes to third party ticket outlet every day, and like I could sit on the first base line for $30. I'm gonna spend $200 over here. Like it's cool. Like I don't need to buy your $200 ticket that you've marked up. Spend $30. And then the A's were like, hey, for $25, you can come sit on the lawn 9 a.m. every day. You know, they go on sale. So it was really cool out there. I expect more of the same for the Giants series. That's 4th of July weekend.
Yeah.
Now, I wasn't Friday. It probably wasn't that big of a deal because it was a night game. Saturday, I was not out there. Saturday was 92 degrees. So they still had a lot of people out there, but I'm sure it was pretty hot. Yesterday, it cooled off considerably, mid 70s or something like that. We was on the lawn. Everything was fine. At Giants series, that's 4th of July weekend. They're all 7:05 games. So even the Sunday game is a Sunday night game. So, yeah, they'll probably stay away from being scorched by the heat. But I talked about how I went out to a Rivercats game one time, 7:00 start, and it was like a 105-degree day. And at first pitch, I was still hot. It was still like 101 in the shade. It's hot out there. So we'll see what happens. But it was really dope to see out in West Sac.
It looked like a blast, man. And like I said, it looked and felt like I missed something, which was, I mean, obviously, yeah, it's cool. The Yankees are here. Then all of a sudden it felt like, oh, this is kind of a moment. I'm missing out on it. And then the Yankees just kept scoring.
Sunday was crazy.
33-11, I believe, was the 3-day total of runs. 33-11.
A's snuck out a win on Saturday.
They did.
Aaron Judge had two home runs that day too. So
everybody left happy. Well, I mean,
Well,
hey, you got to see Aaron Rodgers. You got to see Aaron Judge hit a couple of home runs. A's get a win.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the Yankees fans weren't happy.
Yeah,
but
it was 70-30.
really,
Yankees fans.
yeah,
It was
70-30.
Yankees fans.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And I'll let you know right now, I'm gonna be there for at least one of them Giants games.
No doubt.
And I'm gonna be in the Posey orange jersey. Stop playing with me. Those are still my boys.
No one says you can't. What are you getting?
Those are still my boys.
Okay.
They got a nice little Sacramento hat that I want to get when I go back there too. The Sacramento patch, A's hat.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. So I once again got love for the A's. Right now, I'm just the A's supporter because they're not the Sacramento A's officially yet.
Understood.
When they become the Sacramento A's, and then that's the squad.
Really?
The American League squad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
You can't have two
No, yeah,
baseball
you can.
teams.
Well, and this is the same guy who said he wouldn't even root for the Sacramento Raiders.
No, that's not what I said.
That's what I heard.
That's not what I
That's
said.
what we heard.
I said if they were playing the Niners in the Super Bowl and the Niners hadn't won yet, I'm sorry, Sacramento Raiders got to wait. I need that 6. I need that 6. Sacramento A's gonna have to wait, or Sacramento Raiders gonna have to
Your
wait.
fandom's kind of funny, bro.
What you talking about?
I'm
The
just
fandom?
saying.
No, it's not his fandom. It's just he's not Sacramento.
What are you talking
That's
about?
what he did. He's lived in the Bay Area. He's lived in L.A.
Well, it's just not even that. It's just like, how are you gonna have if the Giant, like the A's at stake? Like, how are you gonna have two baseball teams? You can only be a fan of one team.
Y'all getting mad at Leezy.
Yeah. Like,
Well, no,
what has this whole month been
Leezy-
about?
Leezy just left people. I hadn't left none of my teams. He just up and left the Heat.
Yeah, you got a mistress with your
Because
team.
Jimmy left. Oh, that's
That-
tough.
You got a team mistress.
No, I
that's tough.
don't.
Yes.
Oh, that's tough.
You do.
What is this guy talking about?
Fandom philanderer. Kenny Caraway.
It's like you're estranged from your first wife, the Giants, and now you're with your mistress, the A's.
No, I'm not estranged. I'm Giants. I'm Giants. I'm always gonna be Giants. Ain't nothing changed.
Yeah, but the A's got a nice ass, and Kenny can't help but look at it.
Exactly.
Man.
What I say? Giants come to town.
Yep.
Just like Spike when the Nets play the Knicks. He is at Barclays. He's at Madison Square Garden with his Knicks gears on. There is this is who I'm with. Giants, I'm always gonna be Giants. All right.
So the A's are your side chick.
No, they're not even that, because if they ever meet in the same place, I'm with the Giants. There is no side chick to it. I'm with the Giants.
So you don't have to explain anything if they're in the same place at the same time.
If they are not, I want to see them do well. I want to see the A's do well. Absolutely.
Just Instagram stalking the A's. Huh?
It's gonna end up like the casino episode in The Office.
Oh, bruh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, what happened in that episode, Casey?
They were on the parking garage, at the top of the parking garage, and they dropped the water balloons off. It was team building.
No.
It was team building.
I don't think that happened in any episode. And he's called it casino night, and you went with balloons off the top of buildings like you couldn't.
Well, Michael Scott was going to jump off the parking lot.
Yeah.
Because why?
For team building.
So,
hey guys, morale's really low. I'm going to jump off this.
My life. Oh, my life.
And then Dwight told him, no, you don't have to.
And what did Michael say in return?
He said, no, I have to.
He said, Dwight, you ignorant slut. That's what he said. All right, man.
But with more with baseball, though, both teams had a bad weekend.
Well, I was going to say,
damn,
you might want to go with your side piece. I think they had a better weekend than
we went into Minnesota.
Than your main chick did.
Oh,
not
man,
good.
We went into Minnesota, got swept. The Twins have now won 8 in a row, I think.
Oh.
One of the hottest teams in baseball, and unfortunately, they played the Giants this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, got swept. So, time to bounce back.
Is that the first sweep of the season? It's got to be, right?
Well, the Padres got them in a 2-game set.
Okay.
They swept a 2-game series. I'm trying to see if it happened any other time.
Giants 24-17 right now, a couple back of San Diego and Los Angeles as well. And then just to put a bow on the Sacramento A's, they're 21-20 after that stretch with the Yankees.
Taking on the Dodgers.
That's a brutal stretch to go from 3 games with the Yankees to the Dodgers.
Well, go a little further. They follow that up with the Babe Ruth series this weekend. So one of the things I've seen with the A's is I think the
Dodgers is LA though, right?
Yeah.
And then they're back here.
No, they're in
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the things I've seen with the A's, and this is fine because they're a young team and they're still trying to get some things together. They're not on the level of those top teams. Like
the Giants,
the A's aren't.
Okay.
They'll play well when they play. I know the Mariners are in first place, but play the Mariners well. They'll play, the Rangers well, the Angels, or the White Sox or something like that. But when you get up against the Yankees,
those are all teams that are like plus minus 4 games from where they're at.
Right. When you get up against the Yankees, when they play Detroit, when they play the Dodgers, when they play Chicago, it's difficult for them to keep up. And I think that's going to be the story of the season for the A's. The question is whether or not they'll be able to win enough in those other games to be a playoff team. I think they got a shot, but clearly against the Yankees, they just don't. They can't match up. I think the same thing will happen with the Dodgers. And some would say that's what the Giants are too this year. 7 games over compared to.
Yeah, I don't think I would have said that. The toughest division in the league right now, no?
Yeah, I was probably a little scarred by their performance against the Padres. Padres handled them relatively easily when they played them. They did win the Yankee series, and they split with the Phillies, so that's a good look. But the Padres series kind of scarred me. They won the Cubs series too, so maybe I'm just being a little too harsh on them. I think they need then Lamont Wade is my boy.
Sweep got you shook, I think.
Well, Lamont Wade is my boy, but they need a first baseman, and they need to figure out this bullpen situation. They need a closer. My man Camilo, I guess he's not it. And now Melvin is going like this committee and closer by committee and all this other stuff. It's not gonna. I need a guy that's locked down in that ninth inning. A guy. And maybe they can figure that out during the trade deadline. So
even tougher for the Giants. Minnesota's 8-game win streak puts them at 21-20.
They've been playing good though. Minnesota, who was a kind of middle of the pack team, maybe second place in the division, third place, something like that in the AL Central, started off rough, and as of the last week and a half or so, they started to play better baseball. So the Giants kind of met them at a bad time.
They definitely did. Who do the Giants have coming up? You laid out
Arizona.
Okay,
Arizona,
well that'll be interesting. Yeah,
and because Arizona had a tough 4-game series against the Dodgers this past weekend, so they weren't able to gain ground. They actually lost some ground. So Giants went 2-3 here. Put Diamondbacks a little further away.
Yeah, they got Arizona. You mentioned Sacramento A's. The A's, I don't know what to call them.
Sacramento A's.
It's funny. It says Chicago, Minnesota, Arizona, Athletics.
They're the Sacramento A's.
In Kansas City, that's their next 3 series, all at home. Then they hit the road because Kendrick Lamar is coming to town, so they can't be home. They're well.
Now road trip is. I need that. I need that because it's Washington for 3. Then you got Detroit, who's first place in NL Central or AL Central. That's tough. But then you got Miami for 3.
And then
need that. And then it starts to turn up.
And then
it starts to turn up.
Then you got 4 with San Diego.
Yeah.
But I see the Rockies on the schedule, so hang tight, guys.
God, Rockies are awful.
Hang tight, guys. They fired. What was it? 21-0. What was the score?
21-0.
Yeah.
Fired the poor manager like it was his fault. 21-0. Come on, man. We'll come back. The NFL has wanted this moment for so long. They've wanted it for so long. But Jerry Jones couldn't give it to him, so they found a workaround. We'll talk about it. Plus, Derek Carr retires over the weekend. All of that ahead here. We'll get back to the lottery conversation. James Ham at the top of the hour. It's Dealer 1KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Maybe I'm just jumping into a conversation. What's going on with the Heat, Joshua? I don't know.
I think they were talking about Riles earlier.
Oh. Riles was right in that situation. Rachel, what up? What up? What up? He's doing great. He's doing fantastic. So, a small break and a small orbital fracture, but I was telling Jesse it's ironic. It's not ironic. It's amazing, actually. And then the doctor talked about the fracture that he had. There are certain spots in the orbital area that are designed to break to protect the eyeball. So it's almost like an airbag situation. Like if there's enough blunt force to it, it's supposed to break. So it puffs up and protects the eyeball. And that's crazy. Obviously, you don't want to do that too many times, but yeah. He's doing great, though. I appreciate you checking in.
Cisco, I think a top 4 pick will suffice. It's either no draft or top 4. Those are the only 2 options.
You guys see the Connecticut Sun are for sale, and they're probably going to move.
I didn't.
Came out 30 minutes ago.
The casino is selling them, huh?
I guess if that's who owns them, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the Mohegan Tribe owns them.
They should move to Boston. Just move to Boston.
Yeah, not the worst idea. Chris Berman staying at ESPN through 2029. Didn't he retire like 5 years ago?
I thought he's been off for a while.
What? Yeah, he'll be on through his 50th anniversary. For real? Good for him. Probably sits in Maui and does his little hit and never thinks about it again.
Back. Johnny G is nothing but a desperate fan. That's all. He's talking so much. You just let him go. You just let him do his thing.
I assume we're getting close to an NFL schedule release because games are starting to leak out.
Yeah.
2 days, I believe. 2 more days.
Yeah, it's Wednesday, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I actually read somewhere where this is not that we didn't know this already, but it is strategic. Like it's not the NFL does this on purpose. The leaks.
Yeah, they leak them.
Oh, for sure.
They're like I think they said the like marquee games over Monday and Tuesday, you'll start to see they do it through the networks. So NBC will say, hey, check out Chiefs.
Give each one of their partners a little something.
Right.
I think this one's official. But Dolphins Commanders in Spain this year for into that sort of thing.
There's a belief that, or potentially, the Chiefs might go to Brazil week 2
this year.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't we already know if they're going to Brazil?
Well, no,
we don't know who the international teams are.
Not officially. Like the Dolphins one is kind of leaked, I think.
So the thought process is, and sorry, we kind of stepped on. They announced the opening game.
Yeah,
right.
That was it.
Eagles hosting the Cowboys, unveiling the banner, all this other stuff. But the thought was,
which I'm sure the NFL loves.
Oh,
getting the Cowboys on opening night. They can't win their own championship, so they can piggyback off someone else.
I mean, Cowboys Eagles. Is that the biggest ratings game you could have in the NFL right now?
It's up there.
Yeah, those two teams still hate each other too.
It's up there. Yeah.
I mean, and then you've got
I-95. You can cook on I-95.
Well, even with that, like the Eagles
teams.
The Eagles are probably the ratings kings right now, outside of the Cowboys. Cowboys are
well,
one.
Yeah, because the
Eagles
Giants and I mean, you probably do something with Washington too, no?
Not like the Eagles. I remember seeing this a year ago, and the Eagles had maybe, I think it was in the middle of the season, but say it was week 10, and they had like 6 of the highest rated games of the first 10.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Eagles fan base, watching TV ratings wise, I think they're only second to the Cowboys.
Okay.
And in the last like 3-4 years or so.
Okay.
So you get that on opening night. I mean, that might break records.
It's gonna be a monster.
That might break records. So you got that.
I didn't. What network is it on?
NBC.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see it either, but I think it'll be NBC.
I got hung up. Like I was looking for
Eagles-Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be on NBC if it's the opening game.
Okay. I got hung up on this. Rich Eisen is going back to ESPN story. I
do what?
The Rich Eisen show.
Oh, good for him. Go blue. Go blue.
ESPN is in talks to purchase the NFL network from the league. Why would the league get rid of the NFL network? I know that's been a rumbling for about 16 months or so.
I think ESPN's just kind of taking over that whole area in LA, I think, or something like that.
Yeah.
Something's been going on the last few
literally
years, I think, where like you said, the rumblings of the NFL network on ESPN, like, yeah, it's all just kind of been a process, I think. I don't know the exact reason why. I'll look it up, but
I wonder if
I get maybe the production costs they just don't care about.
I think it's something like that. Like, yeah, it's like ESPN's like buying off those studios, I think, or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
I wonder if the NFL, it shouldn't matter because they've got more money than anybody. But I wonder if they make any money with the NFL network. Because you got to think it's great. Like, it's a great network and all that other stuff, but the ratings can't be great.
Yeah, its distribution is ass.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the reason ESPN wants to buy it. Or maybe that let me switch that around. Maybe that's part of the reason they want to sell it to ESPN. But I guess if they would be completely out of the network business, it doesn't matter. Maybe ESPN feels like the NFL network still has a viable name. I don't think most people ever looked at the NFL network fondly, though Good Morning Football is that's a really, really good morning show.
I like all the stuff they do on there. I like the Total Access. I like that. I like it better when they used to do like a true like a Saturday night recap show.
Well, so that's the thing. It's state-run media, right? It's the NFL's entity, and the NFL is in the business of making money. Like you just said, are they making money with this? I don't know, but you know where they are? Amazon, NBC, ABC. There's a game. I forgot which. There's a game that's going to air on YouTube.
Yeah.
Not YouTube TV, but if you're watching on YouTube, the game is going to air there. Like they had games on Twitter one time. They will hold themselves out for anyone.
Games on Twitter.
So yeah, why waste? Like those games were selling for what, like $1 billion a single game. Why give it on our network? And we got to pay Rich Eisen too.
Right.
Get us out of here.
Which you also don't have to have a game on your network. You could keep the network and not have a game on there. You'd be fine too there, NFL.
But I guess most of like their peak traffic came on game days.
Yeah, for sure.
But again, that morning show is really good.
I like it. I like it. One of the other things with this this NFL opening night game, and the thought was, I read something. I don't know, exactly where it's going to land, but the thought was they have the Eagles on opening night, and then they'd have the Chiefs in Brazil, and you get those two teams along with the Cowboys are your two premier teams probably right now. And last year they were able to have that in reverse because the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. So they had them opening night and they used the Eagles to kind of go to Brazil and boost that up. And now they're thinking maybe they can do that in reverse. You got the Eagles opening the season.
Eagles Lions? Who was
Eagles
that?
Packers.
Eagles Packers. That's
you got the Eagles opening the season with their game, and you can send the Chiefs to Brazil, get a massive following there.
Well, there's a Friday game too, isn't there?
Yeah,
because there's the Thursday opener, and there's a Friday game.
I want to check on that too, Jesse, if you can for me or somebody, because they talk about Brazil.
Which was the Friday night game. That was the Friday night game.
And they talk about it as I think I understand what they're saying. They're saying we're going to be looking to see possibly what the Chiefs week 2 game is, because if it's, I forgot how they mentioned it, but if it's a certain way, that means they're probably going to Brazil for week 1. think that would be
The Chargers will be in Brazil September 5th.
Chargers are?
Yeah, the Chargers. I don't know who they're playing, if that's been announced, but
So,
the Chargers will be there
okay.
September 5th.
Part of Tuesday's planned unveilings.
So that's the Friday, right?
Yeah.
September 5th is the Friday.
Part of Tuesday's planned unveilings will include a 2025 schedule of international contests led in part by a September 5th game involving the Chiefs and the Chargers, which will be shown on YouTube. This is from front office.
Well, on week 17, you can get a Peacock game. No word if it's premium, but week 17, Saturday night.
Okay.
A Peacock game.
No.
Can we phrase that a little differently?
Flag.
Yeah.
Flag.
Yeah, get him.
It's a flag.
Get
It's
him.
a
It's about
5-yard
time.
penalty. We'll call that offsides.
I've only shot four free throws.
You jumped twice. You jumped twice right there.
Ref, can I get an explanation?
No, you can't.
He's
actually,
talking
yeah.
too much. Hey,
Hey,
tee him up. Tee Draymond up.
I got fruit snacks in my hand. Sorry.
just asking a question.
You got like a premium Peacock. Whoa. That is a thing. Well, the account. Is it not? Or you don't get
Wait, what's a real
commercials?
thing? What is? What are you talking about?
What he just said.
I don't know what he said.
You got like a premium Peacock.
I've never asked that question before in my life.
I think it cut off too because I said account. After that.
That's cap.
I think
that's
so.
Cap. No, you didn't. No, don't.
Well, nobody
Man,
knows.
you really
so that's
be
what
trying
we're
to change history.
Nobody knows, so
You
that's
really-
what it is.
Pretty sure this is a show title. Let me go check.
You really be trying to change history. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Oh man.
Schedule
coming out though on Wednesday. I'll be ready to see where I will not be going for 49ers games. I think the 49ers actually, I think their road schedules, I don't think there's a lot of places I'd want to go.
I'm definitely not going back to Miami. It's a horrible.
No,
space
actually,
town.
who did you go?
whack.
Raiders, right?
Yeah, Gardner Minshew
Well, yeah, that's tough.
versus Tua.
That's tough.
Sorry about that.
That's tough. Damn.
Derek Carr retired over the weekend. The Saints put out this mile-long tweet with a small statement from Derek at the end of it. We had heard rumblings like a month or so ago. Something appeared to be wrong with his shoulder, and then the report was, something could be really, really wrong with their shoulder. And now he's done.
Yeah, Derek Carr, good NFL career. Good NFL career. It was a good.
Good.
It was a good career. It never recovered from the broken leg. He looked like he was on his way to.
It was a 2016 year Raider fans talk about, right?
Yeah, I think they were 11-3 or 12-3 when he broke his leg. It looked really good. Khalil Mack was going crazy, and he never fully bounced back from that. And I'm not saying it's because of the injury. It was just that was the moment when he never recovered. And the league may have figured him out anyway, regardless of it. But the one reason why I say,
remember when they scored like 1,000 points in the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks last year, and it was like, oh my God. And then
they beat the Ravens, right?
They beat the Cowboys and
Because weren't we talking about the Panthers?
Yeah, Cowboys and Panthers.
No, I think the Raiders beat the Ravens.
Because we were talking about the Ravens, like, oh my God.
They did in week two. Raiders beat the Ravens week 2.
Yeah, the Saints didn't beat the Ravens, did they?
No, the Saints beat Panthers and Cowboys.
Why am I thinking Raiders? Never mind.
Yeah. They beat the hell out of those two teams. Beat the hell out of them.
Their season,
and then didn't score no more.
Their season literally peaked.
They didn't score any more.
That's not funny, but I mean, it kind of is. Their season literally peaked the first 2 weeks of the season.
One of the things with Derek Carr not recovering from the broken leg is he never, the thought was, he never seemed fully comfortable with people in the pocket, like rushing at his legs. after that moment.
Mhm.
Understandably.
Mhm.
I don't know how I'd feel. I'd probably feel the same way. But he was always a little skittish, was the thought process to, having people around him in the pocket after that moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. That was,
Yeah,
that was tough for the Raiders. That's tough for Derek Carr.
I wonder, that's a what if moment for Raider fans, John Poles, Dr. David, you guys. What if he finishes the season? I think they would have had a first round bye. So what if they got to the AFC Championship game and lost?
I don't think they had a first round bye, did they?
Maybe not. I thought they had the best record, and they were vying for the best record in the AFC, I thought, at that time.
Oh, I don't think so. The year Derek Carr got hurt?
Yeah, they were like 12-3.
Really?
Yeah, they were.
Man, I'm remembering that very differently.
The Raiders finished 12-4, tied with the Chiefs, who finished ahead of them in the division. Yeah, they would have had a bye because at that time, did the top two teams still get byes?
When Derek got hurt, yeah.
Yeah, because
so did they wind up with a bye?
They lost the last 2 games or last 4 games?
I don't have the schedule in front of me, but just looking at the standings, yeah, the Raiders had, I guess, the third best record, tied for second best record. It's just third because they were behind the Chiefs in the division.
They were killing.
What year was that?
2016. Patriots went 14-2. Chiefs went 12-4. Raiders went 12-4. Steelers went 11-5.
Jesus, it was that long ago.
Dolphins went 10-6. Shout out.
This is funny. I can't use. Oh, there it is. Oakland Raiders. I had Las Vegas. It wouldn't let me go back to 2016 because that wasn't because that's not the Las Vegas Raiders. It's the Oakland Raiders.
Aldrin J brings it up as well. Connor Cook, I believe, started that playoff game. Also dissed Archie Manning, right? Archie Griffin. Archie Griffin. Yeah.
Give me that trophy.
Sorry, Archie Griffin. I got your name wrong.
Yeah, they had won 3-6. They had won 6 in a row, lost to the Chiefs, won the next 2. Derek got hurt against the Colts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they wound up losing to the Broncos.
It was the same.
I did not at all remember them being 12-4 that season.
It was kind of, I remember I was at the Niners-Rams game when, I'm watching that pathetic game. Although that was Niners won. That was Chip Kelly's final win. One of Colin Kaepernick's last. That was his last great moment in the league. Comeback win against the Rams to get the Niners their second win of the season.
Well, his last moment in the league was the next week, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because that was week 16.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I'm saying I'm at the game and all of a sudden I'm on Twitter and getting texts like, oh, Derek Carr broke his leg. I'm like, what? And nothing was the same. I said, I wonder what would happen because, like I said, say they win a playoff game or get to the second round or get to conference championship. Does Khalil Mack stay around? What does Derek Carr become? I think Crabtree was on that team. Does he?
Man, this is brutal. Who was coaching that team?
Feels like Del Rio.
It
was it Del Rio?
Because Del Rio torpedoed stuff. Well, he did a good job that year, but the following year was the year that
they went 6-10 that year.
In week 3, they had that game in Washington on Sunday Night Football where the report was like something happened in the locker room.
Well,
they
went on.
Started off 2-0 that year too.
They were 2-0. They lost the next 4. Then beat Kansas City 31-30. Lost to Buffalo. Beat Miami.
What's your problem, man?
Finished 6-10 on that year, but how is it different is a good question because wasn't it Gruden who came in and got Khalil Mack out of there? God, I can't believe it's been that long since that Derek Carr game, 2016. That is crazy.
Something happened.
Wow.
I forgot. Something happened.
You talking about with the team, the Del Rio stuff?
Yeah, something happened with Derek Carr in the offensive line before the Washington game.
Oh, any given Sunday?
Something like that.
Did it have to do with the kneeling stuff that was going on at the time, I think?
So
tying in with that,
vaguely
vaguely
sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. I don't remember exactly what, but I kind of remember that.
Might have been the case.
It's that era.
Yeah.
Because 16 was Cap. So 17 would have been the first year it was a thing.
It's an AI description, but yeah, it says the rumor was that the offensive line let Derek Carr get hurt because he was against them kneeling or something like that. It wasn't obviously that, but I think that was the issue, was kind of centering around like the kneeling and all that stuff.
Yeah, Patrick said Del Rio told the team they couldn't kneel. I need Del Rio to tell me where he was on January 6th.
He that was also the year I think Penn was almost fought the fan outside Oakland Coliseum.
That's right.
Man.
That was a bold move, man. That was a bold move from that fan.
Well, yeah, man.
Man, what a man. The Raiders 12-4, and then all of a sudden, and just never again.
12-4 with a young Derek Carr and Khalil Mack. You're like, this is. We found the squad. Like, we're gonna be here for a minute, and then the next year in the offseason they get Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch was like, I'm here to finish the job here in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
They start off 2-0. Marshawn Lynch is dancing on the sidelines.
And I don't think they won after that. He really from Oakland, though, but they never won again.
Yeah. That was the last good moment for the Oakland Raiders, pretty much.
11
went to the playoffs
years. 11 years in the league for Derek Carr. 41,000 yards, 257 touchdown passes, 112 interceptions. Sacked 303 times.
Well,
it's not crazy. It's not a crazy number.
No, that's cute.
He does have some crazy numbers in here, though. Like he got hit. Well, yeah, he got hit a couple times.
Yeah. Look, that's cute. How much money did he make?
So I thought of that when I started.
Career's over.
No, okay. Settle down, pal. You know, NFL contracts can be a little. They can be a little difficult. Let me take a quick peek. Okay. Let me take a.
Wait, what do you mean you're ready? Like, did you already guess and look it up?
No, it's been time. I'm trying to get this win. This is about the time where I made my comeback last year, and it's time.
Brother.
Yeah.
Your enthusiasm is turning me off.
We're going off of career earnings. What are we doing here?
Career earnings.
It's about the time when the season turned last year.
Let me take a couple of looks around. Okay, I think I'm confident.
Derek Carr was a first-round pick as well. I'd like to know that if possible.
I think I'm confident in what I have here.
Thank you, Sacktown Tony. You did cheat.
There's a lot of your enthusiasm is just really making people uncomfortable.
Bro, what?
Shout out Hoffa.
Because you're a known cheater.
No, I'm not.
You are a known cheater.
Multiple times.
You guys upset with me because I love the game? I love the game.
You are a known cheater. Derek Carr, Jesse, was drafted number 36 overall in the 2014 NFL Draft. Round 2, number 36 overall. 11 years in the league for Derek Carr. I believe all of this.
Going off of his guarantees too?
We're going off of his guarantees. Yes. We're going off of the money I believe he actually made. I have filtered through this as best I can, and we'll have bases, signing bonuses, the total amount of money that he made in his 11-year career. Again, Derek Carr retires after 11 seasons. The former number 36 overall pick in the 2014 NFL Draft out of Fresno State.
Shout out to the 559.
Bring the conversation full circle. Of course, he played for 2 different teams. Your Raiders, multiple cities, and the New Orleans Saints. Career earnings. This is going to be tough. I'm very anxious to see where this goes.
I'm just guessing.
Career earnings, 11 years. I feel like Kenny cheated. I don't know, man.
I just went off a guess here.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
11 years for Derek Carr. Career earnings are what, gentlemen?
This feels wrong. Why do you not have your answer up yet?
Wow. Where is your answer?
Because you didn't give me the highest year earning.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
right.
waiting for that.
You're right. I
Wait,
didn't.
Oh, no, he's
He's
off.
right.
Yeah,
This
he
doesn't
didn't give me
count.
the highest
This
career
doesn't
earning.
count.
He's right. He's right. I didn't. His highest earning was $30 million.
Oh, man.
my
Hey,
bad.
that changes
That's
things.
my bad. That's my bad.
All right, man. Let me go. Yeah. All right.
Oh, you taking your time over there. And KC went with, I can't even see it, 167 million. Jesse went with 205.
No, it says 180. I changed
Yeah,
it.
no, he went to 205.
I got to change it because he didn't give us the highest answer. So that affects the answer, the highest paid, whatever. That affects the answer. I got 180.
Jesse wins either way.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I
The
win
number-
either way. Just
the
like those
number-
Boston Celtics on Saturday.
The
Oh,
number,
That's what we're
No.
doing. Hey, yeah. Hey, we're not naming New York streets today, huh?
the
Oh, that's what we're
number,
doing?
the number counting the $10 million bonus that he will be allowed to keep.
Wait a minute.
The number counting the $10 million bonus he will be allowed to keep from the New Orleans Saints for the first time in pocket watching history was $205 million.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, whatever. It's over.
Wait.
It's over. Yeah. You want to take my first answer still?
No, bro. No. Hey, throw this out. Throw this out, man. Throw this out. Nah, that's not right. Throw this out.
The score right now is KC 3, Jesse 8.
Oh,
We're hitting our three. We're hitting our threes in the fourth quarter this time.
I still got time. Last year I was 3-12.
You
Last
want
year I was
to
3-12.
you want to do something you're a little bit better at since we're talking money and talk prize picks here?
For sure. For sure. Right now?
Yeah, right now.
Okay. You said 40 something earlier.
I did say 40 something. Prize picks is on the way. What a mess.
They're gonna hate us.
God damn it, man. I'll figure out how to do that. Look at yeah, false start. False start on everybody, including me. We'll come back. Prize picks is on the way.
Yeah.
And the NBA draft lottery is tonight. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I knew it was 2. I thought it was 13.
And then yeah, we'll get the 60 so she can at least say, hey, here's the 60 seconds. Oh.
Shout out Rafi Devers, AL Player of the Week.
It's about time you got a hit.
He's been hitting since that one stretch. Stop trying to get him to play first base too. WWE is tough right now. I did not even check in on anything that happened on Saturday.
I checked in through Twitter. Oh no, I did see Cena 5 R-Truth at the press
I saw
conference.
that too.
That's kind of
That's they got that as a Saturday night main event match. John Cena and R-Truth.
So is Cena a good heel for those that have been watching?
So,
or is it still a cartoon?
All right, let me. I don't know if you guys seen this. I didn't get a chance to listen, So I want to see this. Somebody had a tweet in a clip and said, it's becoming abundantly clear why Vince never turned Cena heel. See what he's saying. Triple H is at the podium.
When the greatest of all time steps on stage, you let him do his thing. And I didn't know he was going to be here, but ladies and gentlemen, still 17, John Cena.
I don't know if this is going to give me the answer.
This stuff is so stupid.
I'm going to try to take a step in the right direction. I want to thank you all for being here. We have a pretty intimate group, so I want to make sure everyone gets the time that they have earned.
I would have changed the channel already.
Yeah, I'm taking this down as we speak. He's a bad heel. He's not a good heel. I'll say that. He's not a good heel.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not a bad heel. Maybe he's not terrible, but I don't think he's a good heel.
It's just not believable.
Bro, call us idiots or
Like,
something,
John,
man.
you are not a bad guy.
He's got to beat up a kid. That's how he convinces everyone.
I think part of the thing is, too, he really doesn't want to be cheered. Like Hogan, I think it took Hogan a little while, but eventually Hogan was getting cheered.
Mhm.
Like, I think he's trying to get booed, and it's just weird. Shout out to Sonja. She's like the only person here. I don't know if Bill's still here. I saw John for a minute. Jackie's back there.
Carosh was in the building too. Carosh always here.
Yeah, Brett's right. The cartoon shirts and like it's just not believable. We were talking wrestling during the commercial break, and I just love thinking like the Rock talking about just enjoy this ride we're going to take you on. It's going to be an amazing. We haven't seen his ass since, except on the Pat McAfee show. Rock ain't been nowhere to be found since telling us you guys are going to enjoy this ride at that press conference. All right, buddy. All right, Dwayne. Whatever you say, pal.
What he said was 6 weeks. You got 6 weeks.
Wasn't it?
All right, you got Cody. You got Cena. I know Cena's supposed to be a heel now. Supposed to be a heel. We'll pull back the curtain a little bit.
I think it's getting worse.
Wait a minute. Let me finish what I'm saying here. You got 6 weeks. And even though we're past that 6 weeks, now we're about 4 weeks from WrestleMania. It's still there. Triple H, he didn't book very well. He needed me. He needed me. But Evolution. They're saying Evolution in Atlanta. I'll be there.
You know,
Maybe.
that is really an undercover part that just kind of like slipped by. Yeah, Elimination Chamber wasn't selling for nothing, so they had to call me.
That was shade. That was shade.
These idiots don't know what the hell they're doing, so I had to come save the damn day. All right,
That was
Dwayne.
shade. That was shade for sure.
All right,
Honestly, if we
man.
never heard from The Rock again in WWE, it'd be okay.
It's fine.
I'm almost to the point that D'Lo, if I've never heard from the WWE again, it'd be fine.
Yeah, I don't.
I feel like I might miss it. 'Cause
This is.
it's part of my life for a long time, but I took a break before.
I think
and it was fine.
I think the closest to the type of break that I'm having right now. Oh, this will get heat. Was the Bret Hart era. I didn't get back into it until the Shawn Michaels thing started.
When it got fun again.
Yeah, when they
Oh
started.
man, come
What?
on.
What?
Come on.
What? You only hate
Just
Sean.
kicking him in the gut. He's already on the ground.
Kicking who? What?
You're right. It got a little more fun.
Yeah, unless
Bret
taken
was-
serious.
Yeah. So
I mean, you're
that
not
was-
wrong.
that
Either
was-
one of you are wrong.
That was a stretch like where Hogan exits, in 93. I mean, wow, that was a solid 3 years.
They were lost.
Most of high school, I was away from it.
They were lost.
Well, no, that's not true. 96, I was a sophomore. That was the boyhood dream. And then it
That was-
really started to
that was
ramp
good.
up in 97. But that's when it started getting really good, though. For me, is you had like Sean, Brett went away. Brett comes back and he's got the Austin thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sean's having great matches with like Mankind, Diesel. Of course, Diesel, leaves. And then you get into 97, and that's where it really starts to kind of take off a little bit.
Because when Hogan leaves, it was kind of rough, but they figured some things out. They developed Diesel, developed Razor Ramon, got Sean there. They're cooking. Then Diesel and Razor leave.
Yeah.
And how long of a stretch was that? That was a year and a half before Austin.
Razor and Diesel leave? Well, no, it was months. So,
how it always feels like.
Well, it actually wasn't. Like Austin 316 hit 2 weeks after
they left.
What the hell is he doing here? After I don't.
The outsiders show up.
So Nash might have debuted on Nitro around the same time Austin 316 was set. So the NWO hadn't formed yet. Razor and Diesel were there, but the group, the Hogan turn, none of that stuff happened yet when Stone Cold dropped the line, Austin 316. I just whipped your ass. But nothing happened after that. That's the romantic thing that WWE tells you is there were signs everywhere. We knew we had something. No, you didn't. You know what Austin did at SummerSlam that year? Nothing. He did. They basically did nothing with him until they knew Brett was coming back. Brett, and this is where Brett's actually really sharp, is he was like, yeah, I want to work with Steve. So everything Steve did from like September through October into November was all about Bret Hart. And that's when he started. If you put the S in front of Hitman, you got my exact opinion of him. That's where he started talking more aggressively. That's where he was featured a lot. And it was all to lead to Bret. They have that match at Survivor Series. It's a classic. And it's like, nah, these two are together now.
So you would have a better understanding or sense of when things turn for me. But I look at, than I would, but I look at the WrestleMania match, Stone Cold Bret, that kicked off the return. That was when Austin, that was when he
the return of you.
Well, I was still watching.
The return of what?
Just the return of WWF, because now Austin was about to be in the forefront, and all this other stuff. King of the Ring was June of the previous year, so they went from June
to probably the end of March,
just kind of getting beat up. I mean, they got beat up after that, but
they got beat up for a year after that match. They didn't
a year after the WrestleMania.
Match. They didn't turn anything until Austin beat Sean. Bret was gone, and Steve did the thing with McMahon.
Yeah.
That first, when he wins the title. They have the live Raw, which is fine. They do a taped Raw where they tease, Stone Cold going corporate, and then they come back and they do the live Raw. And that live Raw was the first one where they start the show. Austin comes out, says, you hate me. You want this title. Fight me for it. Wrestle me for it tonight. And so the whole show is built around them having a wrestling match that night. Vince McMahon wrestling. And they get the shots of him in the tank top. And for the first time, you see like Vince McMahon is built the way that he is. And that was the first time they beat the NWO version of WCW. They'd obviously beat them before, but I think it had been, what's the 83 weeks is the number Eric Bischoff has made an entire living off of.
Because that was, for some people, that was a turning point. Austin Hitman at WrestleMania. And then for me, big WWF fan, the first time I felt like I could stick my chest out and we was out here cooking was WrestleMania 14, Mike Tyson, the build up. I was like, yo, we back. I want you to put the word out that we back up.
2 weeks after that, that's when everything changed. Then they kind of went back and forth. And I can't remember what moment it was where Raw won and they never lost again. It's probably when they were having Buff Bagwell's mom on a forklift match or something like that over in WCW.
I was going to say, was it when Val Venus almost got his
choppy? It's so offensive, man.
I was disturbed. I was disturbed on that one too, by the way.
So offensive. And they bought out what was the guy's name? John Wayne Bobbitt. They brought him out the next week with Val Venus, who, if you don't know, go ahead, look up why he's famous.
Oh man.
Yeah. God, that stuff was so lowbrow. So bad. Anyways. Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. TC, what's happening, boy?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's good, big dog?
Oh, man, vibing, man. Kind of fired up with lottery. Hey, I'm going to get straight to D-Lo. Look, hey, how was y'all weekend, bro? Was it cool? Mother's Day, I know it was all good.
It was
yes,
terrific.
Sir.
Yes,
yes, sir.
Terrific.
How about yours, man? You good?
Yeah, it was good, man. We went out to Daly City, man, the ocean and all that. It was cool.
Oh, there you go.
I see you, Ronnie Romance. All right.
Yeah. It was nice. Thank you, Kenny. Hey,
we know TC talk white to his wife. He accidentally texted us once when he thought he was texting the missus.
Hey, that was wild.
we know TC a good one. He treat his wife the right way.
They're my dogs, man. I love y'all. Hey, look, Kings getting lucky tonight, bro. We gonna jump into the top 4. Listen, if we get lucky, we get number 1. Obviously, we gonna go Cooper, right? But if we get anything like 2, 3, or 4. I think Domas is gone, bro, and I think you get the next man in line. Kenny, what you think about this? I really like the big man, bro. That hoop with Cooper. He's that stretch 5. Dude is dominant, bro.
No, he's not top 4. He's not top 4. He's not top 4.
He's not top 4.
He lottery, but he's not top 4.
Okay. That's all I got. We get lucky tonight, Kings fan.
Okay.
All right, TC. I see TC.
Has any of TC's motivational speeches ever worked for us? Like, can we think back to like one where TC called and said, "Yeah, we're gonna win by 12 tonight," and the team not even by 12. The team just won.
What did TC say the one time? Didn't he say they hide the kids or something, or it's on fire?
Oh yeah.
What did Jesse remember? What did he say?
No, he had one where we burned this thing down. I think it was. I was like, hold on, TC, we ain't got to do all that. Yeah. I don't know if any of TC's motivational speeches have ever gone well for us. So,
well, that one he was a little bit more subdued. It wasn't like definitive. It was like, hey, we're gonna. So maybe he's like, all right, let me fall back a little bit so the message gets to these guys a little better.
TC gave that whole speech. We're gonna get to the lottery. Kings 14th pick. Don't get their thing. It's over and done with after the first 5 seconds.
Did you see the scenario where if the Kings, they're supposed to get the 13th pick. If they get the 14th pick, the Kings keep it. And I think that triggers Atlanta into the top 4. But Atlanta would lose the pick to San Antonio. So not only would they not get the Kings, oh no, the Hawks would keep it. So say the Kings they're supposed to get the 13th pick. That's where they're slotted at.
Okay.
If the Kings name comes up at 14, it goes to Atlanta. But the Kings being at 14 would move Atlanta into the top 4.
Okay.
And they lose.
So if you're not,
so Atlanta lose their pick.
So basically if you don't draft in the spot that if your name isn't called where it's slotted, you're into the top 4.
Mm-hmm.
There's no other scenario. It's not like, oh, maybe they'll be 6th or 7th or 8th. It's like if you're not called at 14, you moved up to 4. If you're not called at 13, you moved up to 4. Like those are the only ways that it works.
Right.
Unless correct, if you're in the top 4, you can move back so far, right? You can't move back to like 14.
Yeah, I want to say it's like it's
6, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I think happened last year. Because obviously Atlanta moved up and teams got, someone moves up, someone got pushed back in the 4 gets pushed back, but you can't get pushed back to if you have one of the top 4 worst records,
Right.
you get pushed back to like 6 or
Right.
something like that.
Yeah.
No lower than 6.
But that would be awful for Atlanta. Think about
Every
that.
year they put out that'd be
Yeah, you get the Kings pick, but now you guaranteed
The
to lose your own
14th
top 4
pick. And who's it go to again?
San Antonio. Your guys'
I had
franchise.
Bro, why are you so bitter? Will you relax?
You're gonna make me stop calling the Riverwalk a creek. And I don't want to do that.
You don't have any reason to call it a creek. There's nothing wrong with the Riverwalk. It's a perfectly fine place.
But yeah, I
don't know how many times you can go to the Riverwalk though, if I'm being completely honest.
every weekend. Nice. They probably got fine dining over there. Like you could eat outside.
They have well, they definitely have that.
There's a Nike outlet there, I'm sure, or something.
See, I didn't say that.
What?
I didn't. That was Jesse, ladies and gentlemen.
Outlets by the water.
Hey, you want to go see the Alamo?
Not really.
Oh,
I want to go see the airport so I can get out of here.
These are wild takes from people who live in Sacramento. That's like, what do you tell people when they come here to do?
You go downtown, you go to Doco, you go to
downtown, man.
Midtown, go to the bars, you have a good time.
You hear yourself? You go to Doco?
I don't call it Doco.
No, I'm here.
Wait,
no,
where are you
Jesse,
Wait,
where am
hold
I
on,
going?
hold on.
No, I'm going to
Well,
Doco.
go downtown. But like you guys know it's called Doco. We go downtown.
hey,
To do what?
but look, you go to a Kings game. You don't know who you might see.
Yeah.
You know you go to a Spurs game.
Yeah,
you ain't
who did-
seeing
yeah.
nobody.
Yeah, who did Vivek pay to
Hey.
come sit courtside?
Hey,
We
back
might
in
be
the
wrong,
day.
by the way, but why are you arguing with them?
Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
What are you doing with them?
Yeah, what are you doing with them?
First of all, why don't you stop stealing Jesse's bit?
What are you doing with him? You might see.
I'm
You,
just asking
you might
questions.
see Natalie Nunn in the Bad Girls Club at
Yeah.
the Kings game.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna see nobody at the Spurs game.
Chuck Liddell might be at the Kings game.
You might
for some
see
weird reason.
David Robinson.
Yeah, you might see Brett Favre courtside too.
Wow.
I didn't say that one.
Yeah, that's
Right, my Brett
that's
Favre
not-
Brett Favre might be sitting with Chuck Liddell
Hey,
courtside.
You might be
That's in the
seeing
bracket,
Floyd
dog.
Mayweather and 50 Cent brokering peace finally.
Well, that's not what happened. They just sat near each other.
Kyrie Irving was here in Sacramento. Did he go to San
Facts.
Antonio? No.
I don't know.
Kyle Shanahan was at the Kings game.
San Antonio have a light to beam? No.
They just got championships.
They have a lot of championship rings.
It's rings when you got a beam.
The look, man, I don't know. Hey, something about that didn't sound right.
Wait,
so I'm throwing a flag on the
Oh,
official.
Wait a minute.
No, something about that
What's-
phrase. Something about
hey,
that didn't sound
How did
right.
Courtney Kirkland? How's he able to
Something
throw the flag?
Something about that didn't sound right. Who
What-
needs a ring when you got a beam? That doesn't. Something about that doesn't feel right. You're being. What's the Celtics referee who got thrown out? That's Jesse.
Eric Lewis.
Of course he knows.
Shout out Eric. Could have used him tonight.
Well,
Got Scott
yeah.
Foster, though.
How we feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean,
Honestly, I feel pretty good.
you should, man. Celtics was hitting everything in Game 3. Game 4 must win for the Knicks. It's a must win. You have to win, else the series is over. I didn't feel like the series was over if you lost Game 3. It was like, yo, you want to keep the momentum going, and you want to stay aggressive and stay giving them doubt. Now, if they don't win Game 4, I believe the series is finished. It's finished. You've got to win Game 4 if you're the Knicks. It's a different level of pressure. This is what Chuck and them were talking about after they won Game 2.
If you're the Knicks, what are you telling yourselves? Because you've played the Celtics 7 times. Damn near every game has looked the same. The Celtics have had a 20-point lead in 6 of those 7 games so far.
I don't really.
The first 2 games you won, like you can point, like the Celtics just choked in the fourth quarters of those games, like went cold from 3 in the second half in Game 1. Game 3 is the exact same game again, except this time the Celtics aren't just historically bad from 3, and you got blown out.
My thing is, I wouldn't think about the regular season stuff. Like, that don't really bother me too much. I would look.
But it hasn't even looked different in the playoffs. It's just like Boston lost Game 1 and Game 2 because they couldn't shoot the ball at all.
It's sure, but it's
Or they couldn't shoot the ball late.
Late, yeah, late.
So
It's like at this point, the Knicks, like we're trying everything. It's just like like at what point is like, all right, now you're starting to doubt yourself.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't. Me personally, I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I wouldn't. Regular season. People are in and out of lineups on both teams. Like,
Those numbers are kind of crazy.
The regular season wouldn't factor into my thinking. The first 3 games would, though, and the fact that, hey, we haven't really stopped them.
But that 6 of 7 don't move you?
No, I'm just me personally. Like,
I mean, that's kind of a crazy
we've
stat
said,
to me.
We've said all year the Knicks are supposed to, like, they're built to match up with the Celtics. They haven't shown anything this year that they are. Like, it's
Well, it doesn't.
game.
I mean, truth be told, if they get tonight's game, it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like, I've been watching since game 1 when they played. It hasn't not looked different at all. It's the same game over and over. It's just a matter of game 1 and game 2. The Celtics lost because they couldn't shoot.
I've read
fourth quarter.
3 different articles today telling me that the Knicks did not defend the Celtics differently the other night.
I don't think they did.
Defended them worse.
Celtics had open shots finally.
Yeah, that's what it was to me.
Jalen Brunson's shooting 38% from the field right now.
They were getting looks in the first 2 games, the Celtics, where they were just bricking them. So they hit them in that game. Here's what I would say if I was the Knicks. I would say, even if you want to use the 6 or 7 games, like, we're not, this is what they will believe. People will disagree. But we're not like this just scrub team. We haven't played a good game yet. We haven't played a good game yet.
The Celtics haven't.
No, the Knicks. We haven't played a good game yet. We haven't played.
Have the Celtics?
Yeah, game 3.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Still waiting on Tatum and Brown though.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm Celtics are one of the top teams, if not the top team in the NBA. So they got a lot of reasons to feel like they will win. You asked me what I would say if I was the Knicks. We haven't played a good game yet. Like, we don't even have to be this super team. What happens when if we can hit 63% of our threes?
See, that's the thing though. I don't think they played a good game yet because it's the Celtics. Like, they just it's like Kings Pelicans that one year. Didn't matter what happened. It was the same game over and over and over. That's just literally been this. The Knicks can try all they want. They just can't. They haven't done anything yet. Maybe they can today, but it'd be the first time all year.
And all they need to do is win that one and then win another. That's the thing with the playoffs. Like, if it was at the beginning of the series, that'd be cool. They don't need to play 4 great games no more. They need to play 2 good games and win. That's all that matters. That's why I said, like, we can go back to the 6 or 7 and all this other stuff, and those stats are crazy.
It's happening now though.
Yeah, that's fine. The Knicks. What if Tatum turns his ankle like he did at the end of Game 7 against the Miami Heat, or the beginning of Game 7?
Well, this is stuff we can't see. Like, yeah, sure. If everyone gets hurt on the Celtics, then yeah.
Porzingis, well, not everyone. Porzingis' stomach starts messing up again. You know what I mean? Like, it's a tougher climb to ask them to come back from win 4 games. Now you've blown 2 games if you're Boston. They just got to figure out a way to win 2 more times. That's it. Like, figure out a way. Maybe one of it is your best game that you play and you win that game. And maybe the other one is just a close game that you're able to eke out. You don't have to be better than them 4 times. Now, because of what happens, you got to figure out a way to be better than them twice. You could, if they won, the Knicks, if they won 2 more times and they played well in those 2 games, we'll sit up there and say the Celtics were up 20 points or more in 6 of the 9 games. What does that matter? Because you'd already lost the series. That don't matter.
I think you will.
What? But that'll be the number. Like 6 of 9 games, being up 20 and 6 of 9, you would say, "Oh,
yeah," but that's not a story anymore. That story is only prevalent, one, because the Celtics finally won a game.
Mm-hmm.
They were up by 20 again, and it's just what are we watching in this series? We've seen the Celtics dominate, and then we've seen them blow 2 games in the fourth quarter. So what exactly are we looking at in this series? The regular season stuff can either provides more context or it just provides more numbers. I'm of the belief it just provides more numbers. It doesn't provide context to the series that we're watching right now. Unless the Celtics win the next 2 games. That's when it provides context to the series, because you can say this all the time. Will Z is a liar. You could do whatever you want with numbers. Will be the first to tell you if I need a stat, I can get the numbers for it, and I can make the numbers mean something good, or I can make the numbers mean something bad. The numbers are exactly the same. But everything that happened, during the regular season is of no consequence whatsoever if the Knicks win the series. Today, it's just a talking point.
Yeah.
Knicks have been down 20 points 6 of the 7 games that they played against the Celtics this year. That's a crazy stat to me.
Yeah, it is. It's a trip. That's a trip.
But the Knicks are up 2-1 in the series, which was your point, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
It's 2 more games or
And
2 more wins.
And if one of the games that they're not down 20 is tonight and they end up winning the game, they're up 3-1. Like that. And that's what I think about with like the playoffs. And that's why I love the playoffs. Like none of that stuff matters outside of the wins and losses, guns and butters. Like the Clippers. I thought the Clippers probably should have beat the Nuggets. I thought they were the better team, but they wasted game 1. They blew game 1, and it had them spiraling for the entire series. And they end up losing. They gave the Nuggets confidence, or the Nuggets got their feet under them after, a crazy end to the season, start feeling good about themselves, end up winning that series. We talked about it with the Cavs and Pacers. Even with everything that's going on, the series would be different if they didn't blow game 2. But now that they blew game 2 and they lost that game, it's unbelievably daunting. And that's what the Knicks are looking at for tonight. Got to win tonight because you're still in the super driver's seat if you win tonight. If you lose tonight, it's over. The Celtics might mess around and just win 4 straight at that point. Got to find a way to win tonight. I think we'll see a closer game tonight. I don't think we'll see a blowout. But we'll see. We'll see. The Celtics were cooking on Saturday. They ended that game early.
I'd like to see a good game out of my Prize Picks lineup.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to see it.
It's going bad for your boy.
You're going to see it. It's been going bad for me too. I've lost my last 5 games, but that's going to end.
I'm going to do the opposite of everything you're about to say then.
That's going to end today, though. That's going to end today because that lineup that I got right now, this is a winner. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's a winner. Julius Randle, 20.5 points. Give me more. He's going to go to work. Maybe another triple-double.
Really?
Jimmy Butler, 26.5 points. Give me less. I think he ran out of gas in that game, and he is dealing with a little injury as well. So give me less. Jason Tatum, 43.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Give me more. Tatum looks like he's locked in. I wanted to see him play well. He did that on Saturday. I think he's going to have one of those games where he exceeds that 43.5 for points, rebounds, and assists. Al Horford, half a 3 made. It's a goblin. Give me that. I'll take it. For sure. And then Giants, Diamondbacks. My good old first inning runs allowed. I went less than half a run allowed. That should be a winner. I'm winning today. I'm saying that right now. I'm winning today. You can win too. Download the Prize Pick app. Put in the promo code KIFM to get your $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. No need to win or lose. Just put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game. Zabo.
Is it hate to think
Zabo didn't think he was going to win today? First to 10.
The Warriors are going to get blown out?
No, it's just they gave their best shot on Saturday, and they almost stole one.
I'm taking a lot of unders. Where's my Draymond Green hate? Where's my? There he is. He's at 8.5 less. Man, none of this is bringing in big money either. Shout out Prize Picks, man.
Big ups to him.
We'll come back. James Ham joins us. Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, no, not Kenny Rozier.
Kenny Green.
I'm kind of feeling a Jason Tatum game.
Be nice.
Oh, that got my numbers up. That's what we're talking about.
Cannot wait till Mitchell Robinson gets to the free throw line today.
A lot of hate in this lineup. A lot of hate. But I will submit. Submitting lineup now. Oh man. Man, I wish they'd put that on there. Because you just take the under every time because I ain't never gonna call him for a second one. They just gonna call him for the one and keep it moving.
Zebra, if you sit in baseline there, you might get hit in the face. Shout out to the Knicks fans too, the two that are usually in the chat, nowhere to be found today.
Tapia checking in, reminding everybody. I don't know what it is. Drew down. I didn't even see what Kuminga was. Kuminga.
Shout out to the Chatty House supporters. Need you guys again today.
Drew down. I reminded me, look at Jonathan Kuminga. They got him at 17.5 tonight. You can go Goblin at 12.5, 13.5, 14.5. You can go Demon at 19.5. You can go Super Demon at 23.5. You can go Crazy Demon at 24.5. Man. Yeah, I don't know if I'm that confident in my brother.
24.5.
I think they're getting blown out tonight.
I do too. I thought, and I got mad at Minnesota for not handling business in that game 3 early. But there is something to be said for, and I'm a believer in this, the heart of a champion. Those are some prideful guys. They were coming back home, talking about the Golden State Warriors, and they played inspired basketball. They played tough basketball, and they were ready to try and still win and everything. I thought they put their best foot forward on Saturday and almost got it done, but weren't able to, and that's why I think it's gonna be a little easier for Minnesota tonight.
Yeah, be clear. I'm not getting my Warriors jokes off or hating. Like, I'm serious. I don't feel good about it. I think they threw a hell of a punch the other night, and and this is probably what some people saying about Denver. Denver threw a hell of a punch yesterday and still went down. Like, but unlike I know Denver's roster probably isn't. I know Denver's roster is going to be problematic as this series goes on longer. The Warriors just don't have enough without Steph Curry. Like, it is like you can, look at it, it's there. Oh, they're fighting. Oh, what? No, they need a basket. Oh, okay. Oh, they're juggling Jimmy. Oh, Draymond Green needs to hit a shot. Well, that's not going to happen. There's just at some point where it's like, this isn't going to happen.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And like I said, I give them credit for the way they played on Saturday. Saturday had as much to do with the way they played, talking about the Warriors, as it did Minnesota not taking care of business. Like, in all honesty, I probably lean a little bit more towards the Warriors showed fight, showed grit, well coached. Like I said, a heart of a champion. I lean towards that being the reason why that game was the way it was, as opposed to like Minnesota not taking care of business.
No, I lean towards Minnesota. I don't like that team, man.
Well,
can either of you definitively say with your chest who the best team in each conference is?
I mean, I would say yes, I'd say Boston and OKC.
You think that's definitively accurate?
Yeah, I'd give them both that moniker right now.
You?
I go Boston and then ask me who's playing well for the West that day. Like OKC, I don't know if it's OKC playing just down or Denver with that championship experience. I don't know what take to have there.
So what is your
Those games
take?
are kind of ugly too. So like it feels more like OKC's not playing well.
So what do you attributed what Golden State did the other night to Golden State, and hey, salute, very good. What about Denver? Is that Denver's championship grit, or is Oklahoma City not playing well?
Jokic isn't even shooting that well, right?
Shooting terrible.
Yeah.
To me, it's I'll give credit to Denver. You know, I've been critical of them, but what they've been able to do, especially after getting stomped out the way they did in Game 2, not being fazed by that, and coming back and winning a close game in Game 3, I'll give them credit for that one. The playoff for the most part, I know we you know, the original thing was I need to see this and that from Cleveland and all this other stuff, but in actuality, playoffs are tough, man. The playoffs are difficult. Then you go through games that you probably think in a regular season situation, you just stomp out, you know, Memphis if you're OKC. But Memphis is out there in round 1, is out there fighting for their season. And if those guys have any pride at all, that's not going to be an easy game necessarily. And they played 2 nail biters against Memphis. Where in the regular season, you could like, oh yeah, we'll beat them by 15 or something like that. Playoffs are different.
Yeah, what's that say though? If you're a 68-win team and like you're not even playing the Nuggets at their best, like Dame said, like Jokic isn't even shooting the ball that well. Like there's a point I think where you should be kind of setting yourself apart here, just being who you were all season, who you're supposed to be. No.
Yeah,
like I understand if Jokic was lighting them up, being Jokic, but like you're not even getting Denver's best at this point.
I think that's tougher to do on the road though. I still put stock in going on the road, playing teams like that in their building with their fans, and just having a certain level of what's the word they use, moxie, to be able to stick around in a game or elevate your play in a game or something like that. I think some people don't think it matters. I think it still matters. The home court, all that other stuff. It changes. It changes the way the others play and the way a team comes out ready to play for these games sometimes at home.
I have no clue who the best team in either conference is. I can't. I mean, how can I say it's Boston? They're down 2-1 in their series.
Ask again in 6 hours.
Yeah. Now that changes my opinion. However, I don't know.
Boston gonna get credit for beating the sorry Knicks team.
What do you mean?
Justin told me the Knicks are trash, so they're gonna get credit for beating the sorry team.
Well, I
never said the Knicks are trash. I said the Celtics have beat them all season. Like I don't know.
He ain't said the Knicks are trash.
I don't think so.
I don't think I ever said trash. Well, like, what is your point? Like the Celtics beating the Knicks isn't like, oh, like the Celtics are I think they'd be the best team in the East because the Cavs probably won't be here and like they won the title last year.
Why isn't it Indiana?
He said, ask me in 2 hours. Like you ain't gonna if the
Knicks
are
the
as
Knicks
bad
go
as
up,
you think they
if
are,
the Knicks go
you don't
up,
get credit for tying up the Knicks at 2-2. It might be Indiana.
Well, I said right now the Celtics are the best team, but if the Knicks go up 3-1, then I can't say it's the Celtics.
Oh, I took it the other way. My bad. I took it the other way as saying you didn't think that like because he asked how can we say the Celtics are the best team and they're down 2-1, and you were like, ask me in 6 hours. I thought you meant like,
well, no, it's more
once
like
they win,
questions.
then you can say
no. It's if you've evened the series at 2-2, then you can make the argument. If you're down 3-1, there's no argument. But I think there's an argument for Indiana.
I think there is.
I don't know that there's
I think Boston is the best team.
I do too, but I need we'll check the group thread here. We'll check Jesse's pulse rate in a few hours because like that's like you could be down 3-1 today. The Pacers are up 3-1, and they're up 3-1 against the number 1 seed. They're playing as good they're playing better than Memphis. You could probably make an argument they're playing better in terms of the teams playing basketball right now. I don't know that anybody's playing better than them. It doesn't mean they're the best, but right now I don't know that anybody's playing better than the Pacers.
Unfair caveat though.
What's that?
playing people hurt all the time. And I'm not saying that's fair. They can only play who's in front of them. But both of the series, people have gone down on the teams that they're playing. Star players have gone down. And I think that might be I can't say that I haven't. They're playing really good. I haven't seen enough to say they're better than Boston just because they beat the shorthanded teams. But they're playing really well.
I hear you. I'll make the argument for Indiana right now at 257 today. I think the argument is good. I think the argument in 6 hours, 5 hours, whatever it is, if the Celtics series is tied 2-2 versus 3-1, I think it's a much more difficult conversation to have for the reasons that you just laid out right there. Talk about teams losing their players. The Golden State Warriors lost their heartbeat, and I still don't know if Minnesota can pull this off. I'm confident they can, simply because the Warriors stink without Steph Curry. But sometimes I watch the Wolves play basketball like, y'all even want to win? I can't buy in. It's been the season-long thing with that team, man. I just don't get it. OKC, I'm going to give Denver credit. And I don't know if OKC will look like this against Minnesota, but I'm gonna give Denver and Jokic and Adelman and all of them dudes credit. They're making life very, very difficult for Mark Daigneault in that group. I don't know. Maybe order my Tyrese jersey. I don't know. I feel like the Pacers are playing well.
They are playing well, and
I still get a Kings Tyrese jersey. Those
you can find
Dick's
that
Sporting
somewhere.
Goods.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you might have to go to
Ross
some back
at this
channels.
point.
Yeah, but you can find them.
I got a real question. Is Ross still exist?
Wow, wait, no, that's crazy.
It does.
What do you mean does Ross?
Bro, come on, man.
Oh, how do I go and turn on KC tomorrow or even in 30 minutes from now when you're asking questions like
You know what
that?
I'm saying?
Does Ross still like?
Tell me.
Hey, there ain't no Ross in your neighborhood. There's Ross in my neighborhood.
All right,
Yeah,
that's
there's
like the
Ross in
first
my
where it's like
neighborhood.
I'm not rich enough for this show.
Hold on. In comparison to your house, how many miles is Ross away?
Man, it's down the street.
Yeah,
It's
No,
like,
like how many? Like how far?
I'll find out right now.
Like less than 2 miles?
Do you know what Marshall's is?
Probably not.
Yes.
It's
just
less
checking.
than 10.
That's if
I
it's
got-
less than, that's not your
I got a-
neighborhood.
I got a
like my
Marshall's-
house is less than 10 miles from here.
Everyone's got
Anywhere
a Ross.
you drive out here, you ain't gonna see no Ross.
You got a Ross
I-
within 10 minutes of yourself?
I don't think so.
See what I'm saying?
See?
I don't.
See what
I
I'm
don't.
saying?
I don't think so.
Come
And
on.
There's
that's
not like a
man.
Ross and maybe a Subway or type of sandwich food shop next to it, like within 10 minutes of you, then yeah, you're a little too rich. For us, at least.
Ross.
Oh,
Dress for
man.
less.
There is
No, there is. There's one.
Does Ross still exist?
Please,
It's not-
please.
There's
Stop.
there's one. There's one out here. There's one in Rose. There might be. Oh man,
What is
there's
Ross to
Rosses
you?
all over the
There's
place.
like Nordstrom Rack, like Ross. to
There's
you?
a Ross in Rockland, so you two suck.
That's-
At first
You
of
didn't even
all.
know it
That's cat.
existed.
That's
No,
not-
I could.
That's not even the same type of. That's not the same company.
5112 Commons Drive, Rockland, California.
That's a different company. That ain't
Ross
the same
Dress for
Ross.
Less.
You treating Ross like it's Marvin's.
That's funny.
Shout out Kemby Fit in elementary school.
You know what it is? I just don't ever leave the house. I guess that's all it is.
No,
No,
no, that's
we ain't,
crazy.
we ain't
Yeah,
doing that.
no.
We ain't doing that. He too rich.
I don't leave the house. I know Ross exists.
There's a Marshalls too.
I think those are.
There's a Marshalls right by the mall. I had
Shout
no
out TJ
idea.
Maxx.
Shout out TJ Maxx. I tried to go in there the other day. It wasn't open yet.
That's hilarious.
It was.
What are
they
you
opened
even
at
shopping for?
9:30.
Michael Jordan just sent you stuff for free.
Michael Jordan doesn't send me anything.
It's not what the internet said.
No, the internet didn't even say anything. What are you talking about?
That's not what
It
the
didn't say
internet-
anything about who sent it to me.
I'm so stuck on dealing with like not knowing if Ross still exists or not. Like, where do you?
That
like,
was wild.
Why
where
is
do
that
you-
crazy?
where do
I
you
thought it
drive?
might have
Hold on, like,
closed.
I was hella rich.
Yeah, what places do you drive where you don't even see a Ross at this point?
I'm not looking for Ross. I thought it might have closed.
It just
Come on,
pops
man.
up like you just
They're actually
yeah.
building new Rosses.
You
What
just
do you mean closed?
Really?
It's
always-
always-
yeah. But like
the
you
one down the
just-
street from my house is probably in the
It's
last
not
year.
down the street from you. How many miles is it?
It's
You
less
said-
than 10.
That's not down the street.
It's literally down the street.
My house is 10 miles from here. It's not down the street.
See, like how close is Ross? Like maybe something like
I
Chef
might
Q?
be closer to Ross than you are.
That's cap.
I found 4 Rosses in
There's-
Roseville and Rockland.
There's a Marshalls down the street from my house too, or down the freeway.
There's a Marshalls by me too. I just saw
There ain't no
Stanford
Marshalls by
Ranch.
you. There ain't no,
Yeah.
there ain't no Marshalls by you. You don't know nothing about no Marshalls.
You offended the chat house. I'm low key offended by that. Ross is hella popular.
Yo,
Wow. Don't meet your heroes, kids.
I'm about to find out right now.
Look, you got
I
Kenny
bet
about to
you-
die right now because of that tape.
I bet you Ross is, let's say, less than 5 miles from my house.
Let's all check
It
the
would-
closest Ross to our houses, and we'll see.
I found, I think, 4 of them
right now.
and a Marshalls.
I'm about to find it right now.
You're hella slow. I could do it faster. Ross,
There's
Boss,
actually, I forgot there's 2 Rosses.
Dress. Where's
Yeah, bro, I win. It's 4.7 miles from my house. Stop.
All right, I'm gonna go home. Ross.
Yeah, I got a Ross about 1.5 miles away from me.
Come on, man.
Hold on.
I
Let me see, I
swear,
think
damn.
this other one-
If this is double digits, damn.
This other one is exactly 5. I got 2. One is 5 miles away. The other is 4.7 miles away. Stop playing with me, man. I'm for the people.
All right,
James, while you're waiting, look up the closest Ross to your house. This is
so-
important.
No, okay, okay, home. Hold on, it's messing up.
See, I got another Ross that's within just
Nope.
2 miles. I got 2 Rosses within
on,
2
man.
miles.
Come on.
No, I'm gonna get it. Hang on.
Well, I'm
The
gonna
fact that
look
you
for the
gotta
Ross.
search, like,
Yeah.
come
Come
on,
on, man. We found this in 2 seconds.
All right, hoes. 2.9 miles. Now
three
what?
miles.
Cap.
That's
2.9 miles. 2.9 miles.
Shut up.
Isn't it?
Same city?
That is not true.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it could be. James,
I live in the sticks. It's at least 8 miles to the Ross.
James doesn't count. James is just away.
okay, okay. This is.
If it's
Oh,
more
man.
all right.
See,
That-
look,
all right,
man.
all right, okay. Look, I can make a mistake. I'm allowed to make a mistake. It's actually 8.3 miles.
Oh, that's crazy. That's like there's not like Ross's customers don't even like live even near you at that point.
That's my bad.
And I found a Marshalls 6.6 miles from my house.
I think my Marshalls is closer than yours.
The Ross and
Is
my
this by the
Marshalls are in the
mall?
same shopping center for me, so
Marshalls from the house is 5.5.
it's still an absurd
Yeah, come
distance.
on, bro.
Yeah,
Step
wow.
up.
I don't know if I can ever
Or
go
don't.
against
Just
Kenny.
stay.
Yeah, we're trying to get
Yeah,
like
stay
you.
away. We're
Yeah.
trying to get where you're at.
Can you see the Marshalls from your backyard? Your backyard when you overlook the city?
James, welcome to the
You can
show,
see the
man.
Marshalls in Laguna from his backyard.
6.9 miles from my house.
That's
Damn,
still
even
closer
James
to
ain't-
James.
Damn.
James lives in
Oh my
James lives in the
God,
forest.
bro.
That's kind of crazy. You literally have to pass an armed security guard to get out of James's neighborhood, and he can get to a Ross quicker. I've driven to James' house. I can't believe that's true.
It seems like it's got to be further than that. I mean, I'm not that close to. Well, maybe I am only 7 miles from Auburn. I don't know.
There's a bunch of them. I just don't know. Now I know where the Marshalls is. Now that I can see it now in the complex. The Ross, I don't know.
We're all just common folks.
Yeah,
He
like
knows
you
on
made
another
it. You
level.
made it. You did
You're
it.
not that far from the Coles. There's a Coles by you.
There is a Coles there. There's definitely a Coles there. Is Cole? Where does Coles rank in the hierarchy?
Coles is
is
like
like-
Mervin's.
So Coles is above Ross and Marshalls?
Yeah.
Marshalls is
Yeah.
the lowest, right?
Well,
I think that'd be Ross.
Ross is the lowest.
It's the
I
dress.
don't know, man. They both be
They're about the
popping.
same.
They
Maybe.
be popping.
Yeah. You can get good stuff at Marshalls. I know that.
Absolutely.
I go to Marshalls more than I do Ross.
Is that because Marshalls is closer?
No, it's like literally the same shopping center almost, like street across or whatever.
I'll check them both. I'll see what's
I
going
used
on.
to
My
when
mom
they-
took us to Marshalls. So that's why I go to Marshalls still.
Okay.
I grew up going to Mervin's.
Shout out
Yeah.
Mervin's.
Yeah.
Shout out Mervin's.
Now
Name drop
Mervin's
as well.
does not exist anymore.
Nope,
No.
that's true.
Mervin's
Don't-
didn't make it.
Don't. Yeah. Well, no. Don't try to change it. Like, hey, I got that right after saying Ross don't
Yeah,
exist.
did
no
you ever
more.
No,
go
I
back to
didn't
school
say
shopping at
Ross didn't
Mervin's?
exist. Oh yeah,
All right, you're good though.
yeah. I didn't know how to dress till like a week and a half ago. Like I'd get the plain shirts at Mervin's. I'd get whatever was cheap. Whatever my grandma would buy me is what I'd wear. We welcome James Ham in, who is 6.8 miles away from a Ross. James Ham of the Insiders. We got the lottery coming up, Hammer, in about an hour. It's all or nothing tonight, right? Like, do we have that right? It's either the Kings aren't drafting or they're drafting in the top 4.
Yeah, they have a 3.8% chance of moving to the top 4, a 0.8% chance of landing the number 1 overall pick. If they somehow jump from number 13 up, they keep the pick, and the Atlanta Hawks are very bummed out.
Is there,
because the Hawks won't have a pick?
No, because their pick goes to San
Their
Antonio.
pick goes to San Antonio no matter what.
Yeah, I might have heard that last scenario wrong, but yeah, the Hawks,
Yeah, their pick goes to San Antonio, whether it's 14 or it somehow goes to the top 4.
Yep, and Keon Ellis is representing the Sacramento Kings at the lottery.
Okay,
all right, there we go. That's a good sign.
Yeah,
for Keon
that's our guy.
hanging around, or maybe even working something out with Sacramento that can keep him here for a while. What's if you had your choice outside of the number 1 pick, what would be your choice to have something happen here? Kings lose the pick altogether. Kings get in the top 4 and make the pick. Kings get in the top 4 and trade the pick.
Huh. Look, if you're getting the number 1 overall pick, that would be like the greatest thing ever for the Sacramento Kings. Cooper Flagg is an absolute stud. I don't think there's any question mark. I mean, he would fit right into their starting lineup alongside Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis on the front line. And then you'd have to go out and find your point guard. But at least you would have more assets and stuff to go find your point guard. You would lose your 2016 first round pick, most likely, although 2026. My bad. But it's kind of the same situation. It's top 10 protected next year. So, there's a possibility. But also, like, the Kings don't have to worry so much about like trading future assets because they do have that extra 2027 pick. So even if they were to lose their 2026 pick, they would still have the unprotected San Antonio Spurs pick and their own pick in 2027, which means because of the step-in rule, as long as you have a pick, you can trade a pick. So they could trade at 27, or they could trade at 28 or 29 or a 30, and then they have an extra 31 as well. So go ahead.
I was going to say that's actually kind of underrated that they were able to get those first round picks, because like James pointed out, as long as you have one, you can make trades and stuff like that. Before, when you didn't have it, say they kept this pick, they were going to be locked up for like 4 years, right? Because they couldn't make a trade because they didn't have a first round pick or something like that, right?
Yeah, technically speaking, like before tonight happens, like the Kings have been locked up, even at the trade deadline this last year, they're locked up where they could not trade a 25, a 26, or a 27 first round pick because of the step-in rule. And you can't trade back-to-back picks. But it's really weird because technically you can trade back-to-back picks. You just can't trade them in advance. So I know that's always kind of like a weird thing, but just remember the Kings were under this same standard a couple of years ago when on draft night they traded their pick for along with Rashawn Holmes to clear up cap space, right? So, but once July 1st hits, whatever happened yesterday no longer counts, right? So, yeah, if they do give up their pick, which is most likely what's going to happen tonight, right? That means that on July 1st, the Kings have 7 straight years of first round picks starting from 2026 all the way till 2027. They can trade any one of those. And on top of that, they have an extra in 27 and an extra in 31. The problem is their own 31 pick is it's the pick swap with San Antonio. So that could be an issue with the team that you might be trading with, but maybe not that huge of a deal.
Hammer, in all likelihood, I mean, the odds at least say Kings are 13th, whatever. They don't have a pick. That goes to Atlanta. The Kevin Huerter trade is complete.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin's gone. Monty's gone. But Kevin Huerter did play a big part in the team getting to the playoffs that first year. Would you deem the trade successful or not?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you can't look at trades with like the hindsight that we're having to look at right now. And I would say, I mean, maybe, because like the problem that you have is that the 14th pick in the draft or the 13th pick in the draft, the 13th, that's what it is this year. Like, how much value does that have? Like, Kevin Huerter at 24 years old, averaging 14 points a game, shooting 38% from three, 6'7" starting shooting guard. I think you would do that deal again. Just like I think right now, if you're looking at this offseason and saying, oh, how do you improve the roster? And if that, if it made you give up another first round pick to get a Kevin Huerter level player, like, you would do it. Like I would prefer, I guess I'd say it this way. I would prefer to trade for a player that I know how good he is and know that he fits in my system than taking a flyer on somebody at 13 that who knows, whether it's like a junior or senior college player like Monty and West like to always draft, or, whether it's, a 19-year-old that has a bunch of upside, but nobody knows if he's going to be good or not. Either way, I'd rather have a player who I know has played NBA competition for a couple of years, who's proven that they're a good NBA player, and their salary might be a little bit higher, but at least I know what I'm getting.
Would you do it?
Lay out the scenario again for me.
Would you make the trade again? Knowing what we know, would you make the Kevin Huerter trade again?
Yeah, I would.
He's got a highlight forever in Sacramento.
Yeah.
That shot against Utah will play for a long time because of that crowd reaction. And I know Monty, who's not here anymore, points to that as the moment where he recognized that I think we've got something here. Mm-hmm. And that Arco roar, so to speak, was back. And that was a moment.
Yeah, I
in a season that had moments.
Yeah,
and he was a part of them.
I think I would. Hindsight obviously didn't work out well. He fell off and all this other stuff, but at the time, he was exactly what the team needed. In theory, at least, he was exactly what the team needed. He was playing well, and yeah, it's unfortunate that they weren't able to build on that and it wasn't able to keep going. But that moment, at that time.
It's unfortunate Mike hated him.
Well,
hey, I would add this too. The Kevin Huerter trade, like on the other side, like when they traded him to Chicago, just so people understand, the Kevin Huerter trade, it's part of a non-simultaneous trade. And there's still a possibility that the Kings are able to land something of value with the $16.5 million trade exception that was created when Kevin Huerter was sent out. So while, again, he didn't work out here in the last year and a half, I think he was very good the first year. Again, he was the third leading scorer on the Kings when they made the playoffs. But on top of that, that $16.5 million this offseason, it could be the difference for the Kings. It could be because it's bigger than a trade exception. So, it's bigger than a mid-level exception, excuse me. Mid-level exception, I think, is going to be around $14 million. But that trade exception, like 16.5, you might be able to go out and get a $16 million player that's impactful and maybe not have to give up a bunch because some other team could say, like, hey, we're going to go a different direction, or we need to clear up some cap space because we're going to go try to sign this guy. So that the Kevin Huerter trade, in theory, is not officially over until his trade exception expires.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm still trying to think. I'd do it again. I'd make that deal.
Well, again, like James said to start this, we don't often look back at trades with like this. it's tough to talk about trades like with this level of hindsight. And of course, Kevin Huerter isn't something went wrong with Kevin Huerter during the next, year and a half or whatever it was he was with Sacramento. But Sacramento's issues didn't begin and end with Kevin Huerter. It was just a problem. But in all likelihood, the Kings won't have a pick tonight, but we know that they won't have a pick in the first round. But that hasn't stopped them from, at least it appears, being pretty aggressive when it comes to working out certain guys. Is Scott Perry does he have a draft team, or is he one of those guys who's kind of in the trenches when it comes to the draft, at least from what you know about him?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because, first of all, when Scott was here in 2017, he was able to get some top tier players into Sacramento, right? The Kings had after the lottery, they had the 5th pick and they had the 10th pick, but then they were able to expand that number 10 pick to where they had all kinds of players coming in that were, slated to go anywhere from like 8 to 25. Which is where you started to see, again, the Harry Giles stuff, the, Justin Jackson. Like I remember Kyle Kuzma coming in for a workout. Like the Kings that year had all kinds of workouts with tons of different levels of players. So I think, Scott he's going to be a guy, I think this last weekend there at the Combine. But I would expect them to bring through as many players as possible, because you just get a better feel for players. And it might not be for today. It might be that like 2 years from now, either a kid's a free agent, a 2nd round pick, or some player, it didn't work out somewhere else, or you're looking at a big trade and they're like, hey, we have the option of like these 2 different players that we can throw in the deal. Which of them would you prefer? Because they both make the same amount of money and we need to match salary in a big trade, right? You can say, you know what? We had player X through for a workout 2 years ago, and we really liked him. We took him out to dinner. We had a good time, good discussion. He played really well. It just didn't end up that we got him in the draft. So that's why these workouts actually matter. And, it's not just about today. It's about building a library of every, bit of knowledge that you can use moving forward. And that's something that I think Scott's going to do really well at this time around as well, even though the Kings more than likely don't have a pick in the lottery.
James, if you had to guess with Scott Perry and the way that he's going to run this organization, do you think he'd rather have the pick and make a pick this draft, or would he like the freedom potentially of being able to make deals and make moves, losing the pick, but having all those future first round picks being freed up?
I think it's really tough. You never want to say, hey, I just don't want my pick. Right. But given like the fact that they're faced with this either or right now, I would say it's probably more likely that he'd rather just have a full reset, because I don't know if the Kings are going to be able to swing a deal on draft night. It's not like they have a bunch of pieces that are movable and that they're going to try to get back in this draft because this draft is so good or anything like that. Like you can help yourself in the draft, and there might be a player that they already like, and they're like, man, if there's any way we could find ourselves into the top 10 or, maybe even the 20th pick in the draft, you would consider it. But from a pure asset standpoint and from starting at a blank slate, I would prefer that, again, if you have to give up a pick, I'd give it up right now. Like just for my own money, especially when it's the 13th pick in the draft. Things can get better, and that pick next year could be the 20th pick, but things could also get worse, and you could be a worse team, and that pick could maybe be the 11th pick, which would be worse for the Kings than the 13th pick.
So I'm sorry, you said you'd rather trade the pick like now before knowing exactly what it is?
No. I'd rather I'd rather, all things considered, Number one, I'd rather move into the top 4 because that would be spectacular and super fun.
Of course.
Right. But number two, if I'm Scott Perry, I would rather just have it start over fresh right now.
Oh, got you.
Yeah. Because the chance, again, if the Kings hope that they aren't horrible next season, that's not what the idea is here. And the only way that they would keep their pick next season would be if they're a top 10, right? Is if they're somehow in the top 10 of the lottery. Well, that means that things have gone horribly wrong and you're even worse than you were this year. Now, that's always possible. Like, I'm not going to say that that's not going to happen. But also, like, keep in mind that not only do you, if they do give up the pick tonight, not only do they get their 26 first round pick back and have free use of it, they also get their 2026 and 2027 second round picks back, because those are tied up in the trade, the Kevin Huerter trade right now. Like, if Kevin Huerter, if the pick doesn't convey, I mean, if it conveys, they get their 26 and 27. If it doesn't convey next year, then you lose your 26 and 27 second round picks, right? So that actually does matter for the Kings right now.
What was the line Monty had? He had the maintain and improve line the second year, but didn't he have another one where it was something in flexibility?
Oh, yeah. Well, they like to, I can't remember what exactly it was, but they do like to keep like financial flexibility moving forward.
Do you think
sure.
he ultimately did that? Between drafts, finance stuff, did he ultimately keep that flexibility that he talked about? Or did he have to abandon that at some point?
No, I would say that he did still keep cap flexibility, because the way that they're sitting right now is, sure, you've got Valanciunas under contract this year. I think it's $11 million. You've got DeMar DeRozan under contract at 24.5 or 25.5 million for this season. And then you've got Zach LaVine, right? So the Zach LaVine issue is it sounds like horrific when you've got to pay a player 46 and then 49 million. But you should also understand that that's it. That's all he has left, right? So you don't want to compound that mistake by doing something else that's crazy. Like, if Zach LaVine would take less money and more years, you would consider that at least, right? If you were to tear up his final year at 49 million and say do a 3-year, $120 million extension, that might make more sense to the Kings, where they're not building off of 49 million. But I don't think the Kings are in like cap hell, like moving forward. They're in a tight spot, like initially here, but you've got 2 more years of Malik Monk, and then he has a player option. You can trade DeMar DeRozan this season, because not only does he make 25 million this year, but then there's only a $10 million buyout on his final year. So that might be something that another team looks at and says, hey, yeah, we want to do that. We'd much rather have 2 years of 1 year and a $10 million buyout of DeMar DeRozan than we would of this 3-year, $75 million of this other player that we have. Got me? So, like, I don't think that, like, they're in the worst financial state for like forever, but certainly the next year is a little dicey, and then after that it kind of clears up a little bit.
James ain't gonna say it. I'll say it. Man, need that other dude to play up to his contract too. $49 million for Domas.
Yeah,
he gotta step his game up. Unfortunately, because maybe he doesn't have enough around him to kind of just be chill out there. Like, oh, you can pay $49 million a year. This team needs you to be one of the top 2 players on the team every night.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you can make that argument no matter what, that Sabonis is, especially his consistency. But at the same time, like, you got to build something around these guys. Like, Kyle and I discussed it earlier, just how good Indiana looks right now. But Indiana just kept building. They made the trade for Sabonis and they kept building, and the Kings just didn't. Like, what's the next move after you traded for Sabonis? You had that summer where you signed Malik Monk, you traded for Kevin Huerter, and you drafted Keegan Murray. But then what? Like the Kings just kind of put it in neutral and coasted the rest of the way, and that's why we are where we are today.
I have I have a thought on that. We'll come back. I'm not trying to trash Domas, but you said something that triggered a thought in my head. So we'll talk about that. James Ham of the Insiders with us. The lottery coming up in just about 35 minutes or so. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Somebody done pissed off Michigan.
Yeah, things getting wild up in here. People are crazy up in here. How are the new ones? I haven't tried them yet.
I'm trying them right now. They're cool. They're cool.
Costco's version of.
All right, all good. These are chocolate chip mini muffin bites.
John Poles, I'm still all like, I've got the residual after a cold. That's all. Pray for Mojo. Do I have an opinion on San Antonio as a city? I love going to San Antonio, but I have to. First of all, the arena is horrible, and it's in a very sketchy area, and it's not easy to get to. And then once your Uber drops you off, they like speed away quickly. And then waiting outside for an Uber is not safe. It's a little bit of a weird area, but I do love downtown, like Old Town, because it kind of reminds me of Grass Valley. It's like not super big, and then the Alamo is like right in downtown, and the Alamo is like, I don't know, like smaller than my bar. I mean. The Alamo is nothing.
Keep Cooper Flag out of San Antonio.
What's that?
It's a prior conversation we were talking about earlier, James.
So the reason why they asked you that,
I want Cooper Flag to get jumped while going to the arena.
The reason why they asked you that is because earlier I was just saying I think San Antonio it comes off as boring. Like the organization, the arena, is just no vibes whatsoever, right? And they turned that into I hate San Antonio. I don't hate San Antonio. Like I said, I can go to San Antonio and have a good time. I ain't never been there either. I'll go have a good time in San Antonio, but it just looks boring, low on vibes. And that wasn't a ringing endorsement that you gave that the vibes are actually great.
No, I dig San Antonio, but I would say it's nostalgia for me because when I was a kid, we drove all the way to Texas and Oklahoma. I had a lot of family in Texas and Oklahoma. When I was young, and we went to the Alamo, and it was like a big deal. Like me and my brother thought it was a big deal. We got, raccoon skin hats, and we couldn't talk our parents into buying us Bowie knives. Like we were all in on the Davy Crockett stuff. And like when you go, like the Riverwalk is really cool. The Riverwalk, I'm trying to think. It's almost like the jungle tour at Disneyland, except for like they put a river with all this like beautiful foliage everywhere, and then there's restaurants everywhere. And that's right next to right down the street from the Alamo.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not saying it.
I do remember going to the Alamo thinking, this is it, huh?
This is it. Yeah, so I was saying it's like smaller than my bar. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
James was giving his review of San Antonio during the break.
Okay.
Because people think I hate San Antonio. I don't hate San Antonio at all. Never been there, like you've mentioned a bunch of times. I don't hate it. I'm just not. It doesn't seem very appealing, and the vibes are low. But I could go to San Antonio and have a good time. And James said he likes San Antonio. It's a good time. The arena's in a sketchy part of town, and he said, I like San Antonio because it kind of reminds me of Grass Valley.
Yeah.
All right. I win.
I don't know. Grass Valley is really cool.
I win.
I don't think you've been to Grass Valley, so Grass Valley is really cool.
Well, he's never been to San Antonio.
Grass Valley's not
either.
bad. I'm just telling you, the vibe, that doesn't seem like the spot to be.
Kenny's just a hater, man. I don't know what. Maybe
We'll throw that on the summer list.
maybe he's got an ex in San
KC
Antonio
takes
or
sports,
something.
and then KC takes San Antonio after.
How
that.
about this? How about Odyssey sends me to San Antonio and I'll vlog it. We'll have a good time in San Antonio.
Did you say
promise you.
vlog?
Yeah.
You know, vlog it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the thing.
Come on now.
All right. When was the last TikTok you made?
It's been a while.
See,
I think you need to look at Wheezy's comment. You and Wheezy can make some sort of TikTok video on that. I'm not even gonna read that, Wheezy.
hold on. I got to find Wheezy's comment. Hold on.
Nope.
Yeah, I'll just leave
Nope.
that there.
We
Gotta
don't
be
wanna
on.
we don't want to read that one.
I'm not
No.
sure. Does that mean something weird?
I don't think.
Well.
I didn't
I'm gonna
leave it. Yeah, I guess just leave it.
no. Hold on. No, I don't.
Don't even look it up.
I don't.
even-
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. Okay. No. Wait a
I
minute.
don't
Hold
know.
on. No, it's a thing.
Yeah, I don't care if it's a thing. I'm not talking about it on the radio.
Yeah, I mean, I get. I don't.
Wheezy is asking about puffy tacos.
Yeah, he said, James, what's up with the puffy tacos? They as good as everyone says?
I'm looking at the pictures. They look kind of fire.
Let me see.
I ain't gonna lie. They look
I'll
kind of
take a look at
fire. So is this a San Antonio thing?
That's what they known for.
Because I don't think I have puffy tacos.
No, they have-
Isn't that like what they got at Taco Bell? The chalupa or whatever they call it?
You can't.
Well, I
Since
haven't been to Taco Bell in a
Well,
while.
Since everybody gets upset, I'm just gonna say, in my opinion, I'm not interested in no puffy tacos.
Who gets upset?
I get upset. The people were all upset that I didn't think San Antonio had vibes today. So I'm just saying.
No, I
Not
just
you.
think
I'm
it's.
saying well, you did get upset too.
I just think
But
it's weird that you trash San Antonio and you've never been
I
there.
didn't trash it. I
You
said I don't
did.
think they have
No.
vibes.
No,
We saw a whole championship era and it was boring as hell.
but that's
And
the
that arena.
player. That's Tim Duncan. That's Greg
I also
Popovich.
said maybe it's different with Pop not there. Maybe life will be put into that place. And then James said it reminds me of Grass Valley.
So what is a puffy taco?
It's what it sounds like. It doesn't look that good to me. I shouldn't say that. It probably tastes
It
like
does
just
kind of
breaded
look
or
like what
what?
you were. No, it's like the shell is. It's puffy. It's
Yeah.
exactly what it says. It's what did you just call the thing at Taco Bell?
Chalupa.
It looks like
Yeah.
kind of like that.
The taste,
But
it
not
probably
like
tastes
trash.
perfectly fine. It just,
Oh, I'm sure it does.
I'm not.
Now I have a
Sure, I'll try
terrible
one.
craving for tacos.
Not a chalupa though.
Can you get puffy tacos in Sacramento?
Yeah, I see a bunch of them here.
Really?
Well, there, a bunch of places, a bunch of taquerias.
I'm just looking at pictures.
It came up on my Google Maps. There's a bunch of places where you can get them here.
I want puffy tacos.
You guys are killing me.
Have you ever had a puffy taco, James?
No.
Okay. I don't know why James finds this so funny. James is the biggest juvenile of all of us. Man, maybe puffy taco means something different in Grass Valley. No, sure. You said something a second ago.
Thank you, Coach Molly. Thank you, Coach Molly.
What? All right, coach. Settle down, coach. Relax. You said something, Kenny, a second ago. We were talking about Domas. We were being, breaking down the Kevin Herter stuff with the lottery being tonight, and placing blame and doing all of this. You said something about Domas and maybe he just doesn't have enough people around him or the right people around him. And, it's this discussion we had all when it was clear this thing was kind of falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't think this team shouldn't have been 40-42.
I don't think so either. I mean, they had a lot go on this year.
James, I know this isn't your favorite collection of players. I don't think this is anyone's favorite collection of players. But, even if you don't really love DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine, or this combination of players to me shouldn't have been as bad as they were.
Well, yeah, but that's we have to rewind. I mean, you fired a coach 30 games into the season. You traded your best player
they were
45 games into the season. Well, no, I get that. But you can't expect the ultimate win total of 40 and 44. I mean, that represents not just, the games played, but the chaos of the season. Trading out players. Not only trading out your star player, but trading out your star player and not bringing back a point guard. So you got to finish the rest of the season without a true point guard on your roster. I mean, that's tough. And I think that we saw that the offense looked atrocious at times in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
And, it was tough. The number one priority for this team now is to find a point guard. And that's not an easy thing to do. You've got to go out and find a guy that, isn't just a stopgap, or maybe it is. But, they've put themselves in this situation, and the chaos of the season. Yeah. I mean, look, could this team have finished 5 games better than they did? Of course they could have, but they also could have finished 8 games worse. If you're going to fire a coach and you're going to trade your best player, all bets are off on what this season would look like at the end.
Yeah, I just you need a good team, a good cohesive team out there. I was just, like I said, not trying to crap on Domas, but
you already did.
The same way people talk about Zach LaVine making $40+ million a year, Domas, you make $40 million a year too.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's expectations for one person making $40+ million a year, I think those same, there shouldn't be no caveats, because I could say Zach LaVine needs a point guard, or Zach LaVine needs a better big man so he can be better. Put pieces around him, but nobody says that. When it's Domas, it's we gotta put people around him. He make $50 million a year, damn near. He's supposed to be the guy that other people can fall into their spots and do fine with. And I think Domas has so many good qualities to his game that he can help others feel better, but he's got to, and I think he would say the same thing, he's got to be better. Regardless of what's around, he has to be a better basketball player moving forward, especially at that price tag.
No, I don't disagree that he needs to find ways to improve his game and all that, but at the same time, I also it's not Domantas Sabonis's fault that Kevin Huerter forgot how to shoot a 3-point shot. It's not Domas's fault that Keegan Murray shot 41% from 3 and then 34 and then 35 or whatever, or 36 and then 34. That's not Domas's fault. The key to Domantas Sabonis is to surround him with elite 3-point shooters. And when you do that, and all of a sudden all your elite 3-point shooters stop being elite 3-point shooters, your offense is going to look like it's stuck in the mud. Plus it's on Domas that they traded De'Aaron Fox. Not really. I mean, he has nothing to do with that. I just think that there's you can ask Domas to be better, but look at how the Indiana Pacers have continued to build out after they got their star point guard. You have to continuously try to improve your roster, and you can't just sit on your hands for 2 years, which is what Monty and West did. And by the time they made a move, and it was the wrong move in going out and doing a sign and trade for DeMar DeRozan, it just set into motion like this horrible like chain of events that ends up in disaster. So like I keep saying this, and I've been saying it since you got Domantas Sabonis. What Domas does is spectacular, but you clearly understand what you have to put around him. You know, again, what Tyrese Haliburton does is spectacular, but you better have length and athleticism. You better have physicality. You better have, you know, guys who can finish above the rim, you know, rim runners. And they went out and added, either they had pieces or they added pieces to enhance what Tyrese Haliburton does. That's just not what the Kings did. They got Sabonis. They did it one time where they added these pieces and it looked really good. Some of those pieces start to falter. Domas is still the same player, except for he keeps getting better statistically. And you just never found the other pieces to go around him. And it just does not seem like it should have been this difficult.
What is the ideal piece or pieces to go to maximize? Like if James Ham was constructing a team realistically and you want to maximize Domantas Sabonis, what are you adding around him?
I need another 6'8", 6'9" combo forward, maybe 6'7". You know, and again, it can be like there are so many of these players in the league, whether it's like even Derek Jones Jr. is what 6'5", 6'6", Najee Marshall 6'5", 6'6". Like these are the types of guys that other teams like surround their players. But then, you know, you need a 3-point shooting shot blocker at the 4, and you know, whether it's a guy like Naz Reid or it's a guy like Bobby Portis or a guy like Jabari Smith Jr. or a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr. Like they're different, like varying degrees of quality at that position. But you should have been able to find a stretch 4 that could allow Keegan Murray to go play a natural 3 position and just improve your overall talent. You know, and the Kings tried to do this with the Pascal Siakam deal. They tried to do it with OG Anunoby. Both of those deals fell through. You know, they kicked the tires so many times that, you know, they're like, I think there's a Kings footprint on the tire that is Kyle Kuzma. But like, whatever it is, like you had all of these opportunities. John Collins, like name that player that the Kings that could have possibly fit next to Sabonis. And the Kings didn't do it. And that's why you're in a position where, again, you've got to play Keegan Murray out of position at the 4. You've got an undersized 35-year-old small forward in DeMar DeRozan. Like, these aren't missteps or miscalculations. These are just really poor decisions that just kept happening and compounding. And, you know, it's like it does not take even to top it off at the end of the year, it didn't take a brain surgeon to know that Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan wouldn't work out spectacularly. You saw it for 3 years in Chicago. You knew what it looked like. So all of these just poor decisions, like they culminate in a 40-44 season or 40-42 season, whatever it is. And just, you know, like a roster that has now gigantic holes all over it, where you still haven't addressed the biggest need, which was someone to play alongside Domas that can, again, shoot threes, grab a couple of rebounds a game and play defense. But also now you have a hole at the point guard position because you traded your, you know, from a position of strength at your point guard position, and you transferred all that to your shooting guard position where you already have 2 or 3 players that you don't mind playing.
So a lot, I think, is the answer. There's a lot that needs to be.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? We need that much. Why am I paying you $50 million a year? We need that much?
I mean, basketball is a 5-man game, man, and more like a 10-man rotation. Like there are players all over the league that you pay $50 million that can't do certain things.
But what I'm saying, and I'm paying you $50 million not to be 11th. Like you need that much not to be 11th. It's kind of the same things that I would say with like De'Aaron Fox. Like
treating Domas like he's San Antonio or something.
I got love for Domas, but That's for the elite. Supposedly the elite, $49 million a year. I shouldn't need everything in the world to not be 11th. I should need more to be a championship contender. That's the thing I would always say with De'Aaron Fox when they were like, I need more, I need you to get this and that, this and that. Look, man, like, I need more to be a championship contender. I shouldn't need that much more not to be 11th in the Western Conference. That's kind of my thought, man. I guess I'm alone in that, but come on, man, we got to be better than what it is, even with what you have.
Okay, so where do you count Luka in the hierarchy of NBA players? Top 5? Top 7?
Yeah.
Right? 2 years ago, he finished 13th in the NBA.
That was unacceptable.
His Dallas Mavericks.
It was unacceptable when he did that. It wasn't, they just got to be better with Luka. It was unacceptable. It's downright, he's a star player in Luka's case. He's a star player. It's downright unacceptable that you're 13th in the West. That's uncalled for.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, just because like how many years did it take Anthony Davis to get to the playoffs in New Orleans? How many, DeMarcus Cousins spent like 8 years trying to get to the playoffs. Like players make money, and they make money because of the skill level that they have. Again, I think maybe Domantas Sabonis is a little overpaid, but not grossly overpaid for what he brings to the table. I mean, during his time in Sacramento, this season was the first one where he missed like 8 to 10 games. Outside of that, he's played, 79, 80, 81 games. He plays 36 minutes a night. He leads the league in rebounding every year. Like the skill set is there, but every player needs players around him. I mean, we just watched LeBron James and Luka Doncic get bounced in the first round of the playoffs. Like, what's not a lot of difference between getting bounced in the first round of the playoffs in like egregious fashion and getting bounced out of the play-in. Really, it's not. So, yeah.
Something games.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Did they
win? The Kings won 40 games, right?
Yeah, they won 40.
40. Yeah.
I think they won like 51, 52. I don't know. Like I said, I'm alone on that. It's cool, but I expect.
So the team around them shouldn't matter. Is that Lakers won 50 exactly, just like Denver and the Clippers did.
The team around them should matter.
Because I think where James was going, or maybe he wasn't, I don't know. It was the first thing that popped in my head is you got some more defensive-minded guys around Luka. You got a couple of taller shooters around him, and they were in the finals the next year.
And you had the same team before that, and they got to the conference finals. So he went to the conference finals, missed the playoffs. They revamped, and he got back to the NBA finals. So those things can happen. But my whole thing is, like, it's just the way I look at superstars. That's unacceptable at Luka to be 13th. That's unacceptable. Half the league makes the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
You're a top 7 player in this game. You should not be 13th.
Mm-hmm.
That is, yeah, they need to help you too. That is unacceptable from you. You're the guy that everything centers around. And you should be able to at least drag a team to an ace spot or something like that. And he didn't do it. And it's unacceptable. Doesn't mean he's a bad player. Doesn't mean you should throw him out and get rid of him. But it is an evaluation. He should be saying himself, like, that can't happen. That can't happen. That's all I'm saying about it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think another example too.
Doing this. Didn't he miss a bunch of games that year? Am I on the right year or the wrong year?
I think he didn't. No, I think he got hurt a lot that year as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Carl Anthony Towns spun his tires for 8 years or so in Minnesota, making the playoffs one time.
What did we say about him, though? What did
but
we
he
say
still
about
makes the money.
But what did we say about Carl Anthony Towns? We were not giving him no grace.
Absolutely not.
We were not giving him grace. We were saying he wasn't
Carl
a winner.
Anthony, to me, Cat and Domas are the Spider-Man meme.
But
those guys are exactly the same to me.
And there's no grace given to Carl Anthony Towns, but it's everybody else's fault for Domas. That's all I'm saying. There was no grace given to Carl Anthony Towns. He was.
Well, I think you're taking James's opinion and dropping it on everybody else. Like I don't think a person in the league gives Domas grace. Or if they're even talking about Sacramento, the chances of them doing that are slim to none.
That's true too.
Well, that and in all honesty, Cat made it to the Western Conference Finals because they went out and traded for Rudy Gobert, and because Anthony Edwards, they got with a top pick and he got better, right? Like he needed help to get there. He needed Jalen McDaniels to get good, or Jaden McDaniels. He needed Naz Reid to become Naz Reid. Like they kept adding the pieces that we keep asking the Kings to add. And sure enough, look at that. They were able to get to the Western Conference Finals.
I feel like just to lead us back to the lottery, which gets underway here in a few minutes, or at least the television production starts. God knows when it'll actually get underway.
We'll know real quick if the Kings are in or not.
Yeah, that's the good thing. We'll be able to turn it off quickly. All of those teams, they all have a top draft pick. You talking about Minnesota a second ago. Talk about Oklahoma City. They had Chet at number 2. Like, yeah, maybe Sacramento could use a little luck tonight to put this thing together. Like they had, Cat was 1. Was Cat 1?
Yep.
Oh, Cat. Yeah, it was number 1 pick.
Ant was 1?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kings have had 1 in history. Yeah. Now, granted, I know we had a 2 that got a little messed up, but yeah, man. You look around and it feels like everybody's got at least 1 to help build them or build around. I mean, I know Denver is unique because where Jokic was drafted. Giannis is unique because of where Milwaukee is unique because of where Giannis was drafted. But man, can we get 1?
We got a top 4 pick.
Yeah, we got a top 4 pick. All right. We got a top 4 pick.
Actually,
you think that gets done this year?
What's that?
Off season? Do you think that gets done this off season? The Keegan Murray extension?
Yeah, I think it gets done. I don't know for what price, but I think it gets done. Yeah, and I also think that it's a really good thing that Keon Ellis is representing the Kings at the NBA draft lottery. Whether he brings home a top 4 pick or not, it probably means that he's part of the future of this team and that they're going to figure out one way or another to extend him and make sure he sticks around.
Keon needs to defend the pick.
Come on.
That's right.
Or get a steal. That's what he needs to do. He needs to get a steal.
James, you're a historian. Kings get the number 1 pick tonight. Is that like a top 3 moment in Kings history? Sacramento Kings history?
Oh, easily. Yeah, the only time they've had the number 1 overall pick, they got nervous Purvis Ellison. They got Purvis Ellison, 1988. So yeah, that would be huge for this team. The number 1 overall pick, Cooper Flagg would slide right into the starting lineup alongside Keegan Murray, and you go use whatever assets you've got to use to go get a point guard, and away you go. Like he's going to be really, really good. And I think the number 2 and number 3, I think that there's a lot of talent at the top end of this draft, but the sure thing is Cooper Flagg. And people who ask, would you trade the number 1 pick if you got a few of the Kings? No, you don't trade it. So not unless, something crazy like Milwaukee calls.
Well, Giannis is exploring options.
Yeah.
So
except for he's looking for a state with no income tax.
Wrong state, pal.
That ain't here.
Wrong state. We'll talk more about Giannis exploring his options tomorrow. We'll talk about where the Sacramento Kings land or don't in the NBA draft lottery. In the meantime, we're going to switch over to 102.5. Hope you'll join us there. If not, we'll see you beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders tomorrow morning here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, NBA lottery.
All right, team.
That was a ridiculous segment.
Puffy tacos, man.
Yeah, why?
I just want some tacos. Puffy or crispy, it doesn't matter. Just no soft tacos. Those are whack.
Yeah, those are no good.
Nah, I'm not a fan of soft tacos.
Wait.
What about street tacos?
Yeah, those are different than what I'm thinking of, I guess.
No, street tacos, though,
When I say soft tacos, I'm thinking of Taco Bell.
Yeah.
But you're right. The street tacos.
Street tacos have a little something to them.
Sometimes, but sometimes they're soft. They're just like they're still good. They still rock.
Well, make sure you're using corn tortillas for your street tacos.
Taco Bell, I think I'm just anti Taco Bell. They have nothing that's good. Nothing.
Someone's got it right here. If you're eating flour tortillas with your tacos, that's wrong. It's got to be corn. Corn tortillas.
Okay. My son brought me a taco tree while we were on the air.
A what?
Taco tree. It's a Auburn version of Taco Bell. It's like McDowell's, but for Taco Bell. And actually, it's way better than Taco Bell.
Everything's better than Taco Bell. Taco Express is the spot that's popping up all over the place. I think it's just kind of local. It's really good though. Pretty good.
All right. Sweet. Well, I'm gonna go watch this NBA draft lottery. We should
know
Hammer. About 2 minutes in that the Kings aren't gonna get the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be awesome if they did, but yeah. So cool.
See you guys tomorrow.
Bye, friends.